Don't wake up worried about me. And if you talk to me, you got my attention. I'm talking to her. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to her. I ignore you. I ignore you. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to her. It ain't okay. That's the problem. You think it's okay. You ain't never got to worry about me. I'm going to recall you. You won't have 5 years. You shouldn't be scared. You might survive it. I got freedom of speech. He ignorant to me. You ignorant. Well, I love to be ignorant. To me, you ignorant.
Oh, and what you gonna do about that?
Talk about it.
That's about it. That's about it. You ain't nothing but a whole bunch of mouth.
That's all I do.
Y'all was talking about Adele. She ain't even here.
She was here when she put that degree in my face.
Degree right there in the window.
Man, I ain't studying what you're talking about.
This is unacceptable.
So what? Adele ain't here. Why y'all got her name in y'all mouth?
I wasn't
I
talking
didn't
to
call
you.
her name in my mouth.
I
Now you
wasn't.
need to calm down.
I wasn't talking to you.
Talking about Adele having
And I said what I said.
Okay, and
I mean, what do you think? Who we think he is? I wasn't talking to you.
Wasn't nobody talking to you. He was having a
but
conversation with me.
and I wasn't saying nothing. I said already, and he said my name. That's what I said.
You didn't even let me say already what you
Talking about
said.
you,
I'm
though.
gonna say
You
your
didn't even
name
let me
and
say
everything.
that.
Saying nothing about you, so why are you putting my name in your mouth?
You didn't
Cause
let
she
me say
can.
that.
Cause she can.
You started this
But
whole
this man
thing.
put my
Who you
name in
think
his
you
mouth.
talking
It's okay
to?
for him to put my name in his mouth, but it ain't no right for me to respond to him. You always taking up.
We gonna
I'm
say
not taking
Liddell
up
ain't
from
even
you.
here though. Why are they putting her name in her mouth?
But
So
why
why
are
she
you
had
even
to-
it ain't illegal to say folk name. When I say your name, Officer Metcalf name,
And what did I say?
you's a
Chris?
fool. That's a fool.
Y'all always got her name in y'all mouth. Let
We
her-
can say your name, her name, Metcalf name. Then it ain't a name. It's a freedom of speech in America. It's a freedom. Ain't nobody trying to make you scared of nobody. What you talking about?
Over here,
It shouldn't even
She here now. She here now. I don't want to sit by it. I ain't gonna sit by it. No, I ain't studying what you talking about. Talking about name out there. I can say your name, Metcalf name. You don't run nothing. You ignorant.
Council members.
You talk to a council
Council
member.
members.
You say my name. I'm Councilman Mays.
If we need to take
I
a
ain't
break,
studying that.
take a lap.
Maurice started that talking about don't put nobody's name in their mouth. We can say anybody's name we want, and you can't stop it. You can shoot me in the head, but you sure can't stop my freedom of speech. You suspect. You suspect. And the people around. I'm gonna talk till I die.
Just stop that.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Stop.
Don't put it in my face. Show it to your child. Show it to you. I'm looking at the video. You and Priestley back there bumping fists and proud. Y'all don't even know y'all being seen on TV. Yeah, I wasn't talking to him in the first place. I was talking to you.
And we already know.
Yeah, she just ignorant. I ain't studying.
And I think if people are having conversations,
Stay out of it.
nobody said nothing to nobody. Y'all talking about somebody.
Y'all talking about, that's an ignorant son of a gun. We gonna say your name. The more I know it make you mad, I'm gonna say your name. Look, the more I know it make you mad, I'm gonna say his name, your name, and everybody's name.
Stop. Everyone, just take
You
a
don't
breath.
run nothing. Tell me when to stop. You stop. Go on, nigga. Go on, get away from me. You stop. Who you think you is? You take a breath. You take 3 breaths. But don't come over here waving your hand at me. You don't regulate me. Start the meeting and get some order. But when I ain't in no meeting, you don't run me. You stop. Come out, stop. You don't run America. Don't run me. You stop. I say your name, but don't come waving your hand by me. Go stand somewhere else. Well, good. make you run and stuff. You don't run me. Just stay in your lane. If you got some kids, run them. You don't run me. I'm too old for you to run me. You, him, and whoever. Telling people when to talk and how to talk. That ain't my cup of tea. It took me 63 years to learn how to talk. You're not going to stifle me. They're corrupt. You're just as corrupt as the rest of them. Officer Metcalf, I can't say your name out of my mouth. That'll be a tough day when people start telling me not to say their name. They can shoot me in the head and I'll be dead. Hope they go to the penitentiary, but ain't no benefit to tell me who and how to talk. It's got to be ridiculous. Don't make no sense. Why all these people come to my keep your name out their mouth? Where that started at? That started in 21, 22, or 23. I never heard of such a thing. Like it's threatening if you say their name. You know, but it's gonna say your name. Nobody's concerned about giving an order not to say their name out your mouth. I'll say your name, anybody's name. That pisses me off. Don't tell somebody how to use their mouth. You better learn how to use yours. That bad grammar. Stupidest stuff I ever heard. Davina, have we got any East Pen I need to go get? Any old color will do. Thank you, man. I don't know where that started at. Folks telling folks that don't say their name out their mouth. Was that a threat? What's up, brother? They don't come in here telling people who don't say their name out their mouth. I'm going to say their name. They don't want me to really get started. Yeah, what's happening? Well, good. It's good. Good. All right, thank you.
It is 4:42 on Monday, April the 25th. The Committee of Special Affairs is hereby called to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
Present.
Ms. Lewis,
Present.
Mr. Murphy,
Present.
Ms. Priestley,
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Herkenroder,
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Present.
Ms. Worthing.
Present.
Thank you.
Present.
There are 8 present. The reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code subsection 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and they will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest, and violators shall be removed from the meetings. That moves us down to requests for changes and/or additions to the agenda. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Under discussion items, I want to discuss who's going to chair this our next council meeting in light of what I perceived went on in a session afterwards. So I'd like to discuss that agenda change when we get there.
Okay. Are there any other discussion, or excuse me, are there any other changes or additions to the agenda? Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none and hearing none, We will now vote upon, we'll have discussion upon the requested agenda change per Mr. Mays regarding who will chair the Flint City Council meeting this evening. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair. In the last council meeting, it was adjourned by me for a lack of a quorum. When people got up and left their seats, I adjourned the meeting for lack of a quorum. To me, that says that if you're going to have another meeting, it should be posted, it should be noticed, and then you have a meeting. My position is that you don't just have meetings. That was chaos. People was howling. I wanted Janelle to hear this. And Janelle went, I guess she responded. I reviewed the tape 2 times. And when you're in a meeting and somebody is presiding, I don't know unless you're on a pirate ship that folks can just have a mutiny and take over. As legally presiding officer at the time, that meeting was adjourned for lack of a quorum. Now, I noticed after that meeting illegally convened, and I want to let this council know probably this week or next week, something should be filed in the circuit court to enforce the charter as it relates to this presidency. So, you know, I'm not interested in getting arrested or my freedom of movement being restricted. The film that night will show 2 police officers surrounding me. They were talking with Attorney Kim. I believe he was telling them how to treat me. They restricted my freedom of movement. Some people would call it an unlawful arrest. But as I watched the film, I've seen 3 and 4 and 5 council people convening with Mr. Kim as he was trying to get appointed city attorney, and in my opinion, using me to give y'all wrong information. He said that y'all could get together in groups of 3 or 4 or more outside of a meeting and deliberate. That's not true. He said that people could holler out, call for the question, motions, and didn't have the floor. That's not true. But then folk voted for him for city attorney. That meeting was convened. I watched it. The group came in. You could see them communicate. Then they met, and they put a motion on the floor to remove the president. They didn't have an opportunity to have the due process procedure. The city attorney's opinion said it should have been a special order on a future council meeting, but this group proceeded. So we'll get to council meeting tonight, and we'll probably see Ms. Herkenroder try to act as if I'm not here, and then she'll try to conduct, with the blessings of the majority, a council meeting. The damage will be irreparable. For example, in that, what I'm calling an illegal meeting after the fact, this council moved $16 million to the land bank. In my opinion, when that meeting was adjourned for lack of a quorum, all of the action that took place in that unlawfully non-posted meeting might not have been legal, even the moving of the 16 million, let alone removing the president. So we'll see what the courts do. And I wanted to have this discussion item prior to going into the next meeting because I'll exercise 3 options. 1, I'll try to give this council an opportunity to admit that they might have did something wrong. 2, I'll sit in my first ward seat and continue to represent folks on important issues without being the president. 3, if it gets too hairy again with them police, I'll sit in the audience. 4, I'll go home and watch it on TV. But the point is, I thought it was outrageous that 2 officers restricted my freedom of movement while y'all reconvened the meeting that had been adjourned for lack of a quorum and proceeded. So I'll be voting for this discussion item, but I'm smart enough, Jan, to talk about it now, because they probably will fight against an agenda change for discussion.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Mays. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this
Madam
discussion
Chair.
item? Ms. Worthing.
I'll be voting no for this discussion item. The Vice President chairs the meeting. If there is no president at the time, this is something, if you want to take it to court, Mr. Mays, be free to do that. But in my opinion, and the opinion of our attorneys, we did this legally and did it in the correct way. And I'm looking forward to our council meeting led by Ms. Herkenroder. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion?
In the first round.
Is there any more discussion? Yes, in the first round. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, is there any discussion in the second round? Is there any discussion in the second
Yeah,
round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
I'll just make my point. This is an agenda change. I'm asking to discuss who will be the presiding officer during the discussion items right before adjournment. I don't expect that the people on this council who held what I'm calling the illegal meeting after the meeting had been adjourned for lack of a quorum, I don't expect the majority of this council to even allow this discussion. I don't expect it. I expect you'll have more no votes than yes to allow this discussion prior to the start of the council meeting. I see 3 police officers back there, 2 including the chief would make 3. The evidence will show in the last meeting I'm referring to, 2 officers held me at bay, restricted my freedom of movement. My attorney said that was illegal arrest. Y'all went on to carry out business in a meeting that had not been posted. And not only did you allegedly remove the council president, you transferred $16 million. So the business that was done, if we can start having meetings that's not posted, if we can have a meeting adjourned for lack of a quorum and then just meet, and if this city attorney keep advising the majority of these new council people that they can meet outside of a meeting, deliberate toward decisions, that's why I didn't think he needed to be city attorney. He was out to get appointed that night. I listened to Ms. Lewis and Mr. Murphy rely on it. Are you telling us the truth? We could do this. Even though his legal opinion said it should be a special order placed on a meeting to give notice. Even though his legal opinion say when they get in that process, I should be able to defend myself or talk in a due process procedure. None of that happened in that, what I'm calling illegal meeting. Ms. Worthing say, go to court. We will. Ms. Worthing is providing that leadership along with Mr. Kemp, and I know grown folks should be able to think for themselves. But I'm not out to get arrested attempting to do my job in this hostile work environment with those ranking officers. Today, I will continue to represent the First Ward today, but if that gets hairy, I'll sit in the audience, and my third choice is to go home, watch it on TV until we get to court. But I've never seen such a rogue group of council people having illegal meetings after meeting's been adjourned for lack of a quorum. I've never seen a city attorney conspire unlawfully with a group of 3, 4, 5. And we've got the evidence, if not direct, circumstantial, from reviewing the tape. I've never seen nothing like it. The charter dictates the term of president, and the charter dictates the due process procedure for removing any elected or appointed person. There's a hearing that should happen, a process that didn't happen. So I'll be voting yes for this agenda change to discuss it prior to the next meeting. I expect the majority of council people to vote no as they try to cover themselves for these unlawful going on. Thank you.
More discussion in the second round? Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, that moves us to the vote on the requested discussion item of who will chair the city council meeting this evening. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, this is a discussion of the procedure as it relates to what went on and who might chair, not just a discussion of who would chair. Do you agree or disagree with my request?
The discussion item as written down by the chair read, who will chair the Flint City Council meeting this evening?
That's not the total aspect of my discussion item. Madam Chair, are you refusing to characterize my discussion item for agenda change to be what happened as well as who will chair?
Mr. Mays, if you would like to discuss that, if this discussion item passes, you are well within your right to do that. The vote is for who will chair the Flint City Council meeting this evening. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
Your job is to repeat the motion if you didn't hear it properly after I just went through a long description of it. Maybe the keeper of the records. I'll be voting on the discussion as to what happened as well as who would chair. Why you're fighting against that, I just don't know.
Okay, we are at the roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Yes, for the agenda change.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
The vote is 2 yes, 7 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 7 no. That agenda item fails. As such, given that there were no other additions or changes to the agenda stands. That moves us to public speaking. Are there any public speakers? Public, please do not forget to state your name for the record.
Hello. My name is R.L. Mitchell. I reside at 759 East Linden Avenue in Murphy's Ward. And I'm speaking on the subject of guns. And the gun I'm speaking of, the one about in Grand Rapids, about the sheriff across the street, I remember the teenagers asked them to walk with them. They ain't never addressed that situation yet about the police in Grand Rapids shooting the guy in the back of the head. And the situation at Sam's and Walmart's, how they did one of the members in legally, lawfully, badly got him on the bus and accused him of stealing, but he wasn't stealing, and beat him up at Hurley Hospital and like you're trying to do to my council, or one of the councilmen Mays, and about this lawful traffic situation in Flint. I was asked last week to ride along with a 13-year-old girl, and I'm putting me in the back seat, the mother in the front seat, but she was so happy driving, but she wanted to drive on the main street, but when I started speaking, she speed on the gas, it couldn't hardly stop. And you know how frightening that is. We got to stop this stuff in the bud, talking about trap. And the little girl, this generation, you got talking about, you should have seen how, anyway, I don't want to be no snitch, but that was in Mays Ward. But the gun ward is in Murphy Ward. All the gun violence stuff, and they don't know how to deal with this sheriff across the street. They done everything, but they refuse to step up and get that Grand Rapids police who did that junk, act like he, and shooting an unarmed man in the back of the head across the traffic situation, and my time is up.
Next speaker, please.
Arthur Woodson. Today marks the 8th year of the water crisis. We have a mayor that says we are not victims, we victors. We don't have victory in this water crisis. This water crisis is still going on right now. And the sad part is, all they think about is lead and service lines, a little straw. We still have water mains. Then we haven't even really seen the full effect of the health side of the water crisis. They done got money in here, and they haven't done anything for our kids. We sit back and say, oh man, this generation or the parents can't help their kids or whatever the case may be. Maybe some of it is due to parenting, but a lot of it is done because of the water crisis, behavioral effects on the child. And they are not doing anything. And I get tired of getting phone calls from parents who have kids with behavioral issues, with IEPs, where the police officer's not here in Flint. They did it one time, but in the other outskirts of the city, handcuffing the kids. And then when the parents try to take them to GHS or Hurley, they don't have a place to send them to. Oh, they building it right now over on Pasadena. We need to start talking about things. Real quick too, Michigan Homeowners Assistance Fund. Would somebody call Mr. Edwards up here and find out why the city of Flint didn't partner with the state to pay delinquent water bills? Can that question be asked today? Because when we call the state and ask them to pay delinquent water bills, which they given up a grant to $25,000, they can't pay the water bill because the city of Flint didn't sign up to be a partner in it. So can somebody please call him up here today and ask why they haven't signed up to be a partner? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Are there any other, oh, I see movement. Come on up. Don't forget to state your name for the record, please.
Wayne Watkins. I'm a pastor of a new church in Flint, Michigan, which is Peniel Ministry. I moved to Flint in January from Davison. And my insurance, car insurance, from going from Davison to 48505 increased from $1,200 to $2,100 every 6 months. Now I see here in the city of Flint, we're fighting battles, but we're looking for people. We're looking at people who, I come from Davison, I have the same driver's record, I have no tickets, great credit score. But now you take somebody from Flint who has been here, might have a couple of DUIs or some infractions on their driver's license, and my insurance policy goes up $900. And now, so we got these people out here who are driving. If mine goes up that much and I have an excellent record, how much are these people going up? And so I see us here fighting battles, but it seems like we're fighting the wrong battles. I see us here running a console, but with all these other different agendas, and I'm quite sure when everybody voted to get in office, you had similar opinions on what you were going to do when you got in. If people can't afford car insurance, and we've got 50, 60, 70% of people around here driving without car insurance, then how can people afford it when they're running these astronomical amounts? Redlining was supposed to be eliminated, am I correct?
So-
Am I to understand that? That redlining a certain area code is, or zip code is supposed to be against the law?
Sir, your time is up, and per council rules, once all the public speakers are done, then the council will respond.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers? Are there any other public speakers? Final call for public speakers. Seeing none, is there any council response?
Madam Chair,
Miss, was that Worthing?
to Mr. Watkins. It's for me too. I have a good driver's record. I pay $250 a month for my car insurance, which is almost as much as the car payment. It's a crime. However, council unfortunately has no control over that. That would be the state. And just like many things that I think are backwards in this country, like families on Medicaid can't get good mental health care. That is a shame. The poorest of the poor can't afford home insurance or car insurance. It is something that our country needs to change, and so far, that change hasn't happened. I don't know why, but I think petitioning your state officials would be a good start for something like that. And let us know if you get something together, because I'd be willing to go to Lansing for that one, because that's a lot of money, $250 a month. Not everyone can pay that, you're right. So I just wanted to put that in there. Thank you for talking. No, unfortunately, no.
Are there any other members of council who wish to respond to the public?
Yes,
Mr. Murphy?
thank you. To R.L. Mitchell, I hear you about the violence. I plan on, in the council, during the add-on to the agenda, talking about the rash of violence in the city of Flint. So I hear you. I got calls about some killings right there on Selby Street last night that happened. To Art, 8 years later, I hear you. I was taking notes about the behavior issues that you talked about. We still haven't been confiscated for what the residents went through. And for the Michigan Homeowner Assistance Funds, I did try to go on their website to apply. One of my residents tried to get some help, and it wasn't smooth sailing to get through there. So I hear what you're saying on that part right there. Hopefully we can talk about that, and hopefully we can talk about where we are now 8 years later, because it is the anniversary of the Flint water crisis. I think they did something over Claire McClinton with the Democracy Defense League did something over there at Kersley Park. I believe it was today. It started at 2, and it was they also did some kind of flag or memorial in honor of Tony Palladino. To the young man who talked about the insurance policy, I served on a charter, and I was looking in my charter trying to figure out where we put it in the charter, but we did put something in the charter to talk about the insurance thing, so we can do something as a city. There are some good things in this charter that addresses your issue. I hear you. I pay $509 a month on my car insurance for 2 cars. So I hear what you're saying. I look forward to hopefully we can work and do something to address your issue, and I'm gonna look at addressing some of the issues that you talked about. I wrote them down.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council who wish to respond to the public?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Watkins, I suggest you reach out to the Michigan Insurance Commission. They do have control over the insurance rates in the city. I'm very blessed in that I do have a decent policy, but my homeowner's insurance is almost double what my friend's insurance is that have $450,000 house in Grand Rapids area. So I got you on that, and so if we talk to the Michigan Insurance Commission, those are the only people who can help with rates.
Thank you. Ms. Burns?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mr. Watkins, Mr. Woodson, Mr. Mitchell, I believe those were our three speakers. Thank you for taking this time to come into your council chambers. We appreciate this is where we're supposed to hear your concerns. Mr. Woodson, it is the 8-year anniversary where they switched the water and people were poisoned. And that should be the focus of our attention, along with the cancer cluster study that you talk about. RL, this weekend was the Wild Wild West in the city of Flint and other areas. And we need to know what to do. We are going to have to figure this out. You know, this is not about ego for a lot of people. It shouldn't be, because residents are scared. They're scared. I'm scared. You know, this is a problem. We're going to have to do better. Mr. Watkins, when it comes to insurance, some people don't even have insurance. And it's unfortunate. I had someone who lives in Arizona, my insurance company accidentally sent me a copy of a person in Arizona. They paid $1,300 for 4 vehicles for a year, for 1 year. We pay more than that for 1 vehicle in the city of that for a year. And I called and said, I need to have those rates, but we can't. And along with homes, many people live without even having homeowners insurance because there are 4 zip codes you cannot get it. And it's a problem. You can get basic insurance, which I think only covers up to $70,000 or $80,000, but you cannot get enough to rebuild your home. So that should be at the state level. Reach out to our state rep, and we need to hold our elected officials accountable. That's at the state level. Send a letter to them. And for everyone else who had to sit through this, we're here to do the business of the city, and I am. The focus should not be not any one of us, but the issues and the business of the city that's on our agenda. And I hope this evening that that's what we are all going to focus on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to start off by thanking all of the public speakers. Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, and thank you, Mr. Woodson. And this is to Mr. Woodson. Mr. Woodson, you spoke about the Michigan Homeowners Assistance Fund. Now, I do believe, and depending on when you inquired about it, I do believe that council, we did pass a resolution. I can't remember the date, but we did pass a resolution for the city to go in, you know, to become partners in that. So I don't know when you inquired. Okay, then I don't know what's going on, but I will check that out for you because we should be, because actually another young lady in my ward, she called me and asked me about it. And so it was a coincidence that when I was going to inquire about it, it appeared on our agenda. So we did vote on it. So, and then I want to also let you know that the cancer cluster study, I believe that my colleagues received this in their mailboxes today. So, thank you. Thank all of the public speakers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council who wish to address the public?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis.
thank you. So, Mr. Watkins, go to the Department of Insurance and Financial Services. The Department of Insurance and Financial Services. They are the advocates for the residents of Michigan regarding financial services. So I want to make sure that you have that. All right. And because I understand it's a high cost to live in Flint. So, you know, what we pay monthly for water bill, I was paying that quarterly elsewhere. And for the cost that we pay for consumers, that was a couple of months elsewhere. So I'm just saying, I totally understand. All right. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council who wish to respond? Seeing none, I will take my time now to address the public. Again, thank you all so much for joining us this evening. It's always great to hear from those frequent flyers who come and join us pretty regularly, and we also enjoy hearing from new members of the public. Mr. Watkins, welcome to Flint. We're glad that you're here. Thank you for making that intentional choice to come to Flint and start. I think that my colleagues have pretty eloquently expressed my concerns as well regarding insurance rates, and I understand your frustration. I'm glad you're here, and thank you so much. To the rest of the public who is here this evening, thank you all for being here, and I look forward to doing the business of the city with the rest of our council. That moves us right along to the first special order, the only special order of the evening, regarding Ernst & Young for ARPA funds. Given the time, the chair will entertain a motion to limit the time on the special order to 20 minutes.
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis?
I would like to make a motion to limit the speaking time for, for this special, what is this? For this special order for 20 minutes.
Okay. Is there support? Is there a second? The motion on the floor is to limit the special order to 20 minutes. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. There is no discussion on a motion to limit debate. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Point of order.
What's your point?
We did not have no discussion on this.
There's no discussion on a motion to limit a certain time limit.
okay.
So we can we'll vote yes for the 20 minutes or no for the 20 minutes. It's just 5 votes.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 6 no.
Vote is 3 yes, 6 no. That motion fails.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Worthing.
I'd like to make a motion to limit debate to 5 minutes for each council person, max.
Maximum?
Correct.
Okay, so the motion is to limit debate for each council person to 5 minutes maximum. Is that correct? Okay, is there support?
Madam Chair, I support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Again, there is no discussion on a motion to limit debate. The motion is to limit debate for each council person to 5 minutes maximum. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no. That motion passes.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Did we just create a new rule?
No, sir, that would be Rule 17.
And what does it say, if I may ask?
Sure, I'll wait for you to get your copy of the rules out so we can all look
I
at it
trust
together.
that you can read.
Okay, well, as the chair, then I would also entrust that you would believe when I say that it's Rule 17.
Say what?
It is Rule 17, which is what your question was, Mr. Mays. As such, we're in the special order. Mr. Jarzynski from Ernst & Young is in attendance for the special order this evening. Are there any, yep, come on up.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
point
Mr.
of
Mays.
order.
What's your
I
point?
thought you was finna read Rule 17.
I said that it was Rule 17. The question was, what rule was it? And it was Rule 17. Are
But
there
I
any
see-
council?
I see Rule 17.1.
Mr. Mays, do you have a point of order?
Yeah, I just said a point of
Oh,
order.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say point of
You
order.
gotta
What's
be
your
good
point?
to chair.
What's your point?
My point of order is, what does Rule 17 say?
Well, Mr. Mays, I will let you flip and read Rule 17.1. I believe that you have it in front of you.
I I told you my book just show Rule 17.1.
So while you are reading that, I believe that we are in our special order. Are there any
No,
council
Madam
members
Chair, I'm
who
in a
wish?
point of order.
What is your point of order? I've ruled on your point of order.
You said Rule 17. Is there a Rule 17, or are you referring to 17.1?
Mr. Mays, Rule 17 is the collective of Rule 17.1 and 17.2. I believe that you have the rules in front of you as to read. I've ruled on your point of order. We are in the special order. Are there any council members who wish to address Mr. Jarzynski during this special order? Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you so much for coming here. I got a couple of questions. One is, are you drafting, I've been getting calls for people that's been requesting and acquiring about applying for opera dollars, businesses, organizations, or people who faced a shortfall when it came down to the COVID. We had a series of meetings. The council had 4. The mayor had 4. You attended all of the mayor's meeting. You did not attend not one of our meetings. I'm disappointed in that because the compliancy firm worked for the city of Flint, not just for the mayor. And I think even though you might be getting your directions from the mayor, you work for the city of Flint, all of us, not just the mayor and the city council. So hopefully you are aware of that. Hold on, I'll wait, because I want to be able to see you. Could you hold my time? Thank you. So one of the questions is,
Point of order.
What's your point?
Are we allowed to stand? Because I remember last meeting, we couldn't do that.
Mr. M-
Somebody asked to be excused from my seat. You know that. She don't know that.
That is correct. Mr. Mays, are you asking to, when you asked me to be excused, I assume that you were going to be leaving the chambers?
I want to get out of my seat. I allowed her to
Okay,
stand by.
so
She
Mr.
don't
Mays,
know.
Mr. Mays,
You know.
given that you're out of your seat, would you be okay standing behind the bar? That way all members of council can be
Yeah, I
able
just
to
didn't
see.
want her to think I just got out of my seat.
Thank you. I don't believe that was the point of order. If you don't mind stepping back, thank you. Mr. Murphy,
thank you so much. So are you guys putting together a, and this is through the chair, to ask some questions. Are you guys looking or drafting requests for proposals or requests for applications to put out? Where are you guys at with that? I know a lot of people been coming, even the food market, the Sylvester Broom Technology Center. They're just, I'm quite sure my colleagues, we've been getting calls for organizations and agencies ready to apply for some of these fundings. So are you guys planning on drafting application to put out to the public for a request for proposals for people to start applying? If you are, what's the timeline? Is it a week from now, a month from now? Where are we at on that?
Yeah. So, first of all, good evening, and my apologies for missing last Wednesday. Unfortunately, had some health issues. But to answer your question, so another point I would respond to as well is, to be quite honest, I didn't know the dates, or was I formally invited to the meetings that you all held. So, but regardless, we are gathering the input that was taken from those sessions as part of working with the administration and putting together an overall plan to be presented and discussed with council at a future time. That timeline is set with the administration, but it will include what we would call notice of funding opportunities, grant applications, those types of activities as well. So to your point, when folks are looking for money, depending on the ultimate priorities They're decided by the city and city council, or administration and city council. Those types of applications are being drafted as we speak, depending on the nature of the grant itself, because some will be infrastructure focused, some will be program focused, some will be business focused, such as the Flint. So all of those things are being drafted, and we're working on those types of things now.
My other question, have you, the administration met with any of the council people to get the information from the input that we have received from our 4 sessions? Have you guys had any kind of deliberation and met with any of the colleagues, whether it was the council president, Mays, or any other council person, the ad hoc committee, Councilman Dr. Lewis or Councilman Priestley? Have you guys met and reviewed the applications, the one-pagers that we put together for our input sessions?
Yep, so I attended a meeting, a meeting with the ad hoc committee. Councilwoman Priestley was there as well. The administration was there, represented by Mr. Whittigan. And through that discussion, we talked about the process that we were working on with the city administration, as well as inquired on the priorities that were identified through the council meetings. And we are in the process right now of obtaining that information. I think they're the one-pagers that you refer to. And those will be incorporated as we gather up the information for everybody to consider.
So at this point in time, if organizations are reaching out to us, the big question is, when can we apply? What would be your recommendation and what we should tell them? Are we prepared at this point in time for them to try to apply? What's that process going to look like in your vision as the consulting firm? That will be.
I think, let me restate the question. I think what you're asking is, when will people be able to apply for funding?
Yes.
Okay. So to break that down a little bit, part of the input sessions that we attended with the city, and your input sessions as well, were to assist with the development of an overall plan in terms of how to prioritize and spend the funds. Once that agreement, or at least an overall plan, is put in place, and they have the primary expenditure categories, there will be dollars that will be available under those. So for example, public safety or housing assistance, those types of programs, each one will have an application process. And so those will be available at that time. Before that happens, the process that we've been working with the administration and will be working with council is to be able to put together, I call it a budget, but more of an obligation type strategy in terms of where you're going to spend the dollars.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, you referred me to 17.1. 17.2 says if each council person has a limited time to speak, this time limit shall include any questions asked and or answered per the council person's request.
What's your point, Mr. Mays?
My point is, I think you can check with Janelle, she was stopping it as normal when the person talks. Now, I could be wrong, but if she did stop it while he talked, the 5 minutes would be up.
Pursuant to rule on your point, that will be in order. The 5 minutes will include questions and answers from here on out. How much is left?
No, it has included it from here on in and out. They
Okay,
voted on it.
Mr. Mays. Janelle, how much time is left for Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy,
And point
there's
of
a
information through you to
What's your
Janelle,
point?
you were stopping it when he talked. So when you add the stopping for him, we're already over the 5 minutes.
Mr.
Is
Mays.
my point.
Mr. Mays, thank you. Your point is well taken.
I appeal
There
the
will be-
ruling of the chair.
I haven't made a ruling yet. I have not ruled yet.
Okay, well, I'll see what you rule. I'll wait.
Okay, so from here on out, we will have the remaining 1 minute, and what is that, 1 minute, 31 seconds for Mr. Jarzynski and Mr. Murphy's time, and from here on out, it'll be 5
I
minutes
appeal the
total.
ruling of the chair. Mr. Murphy gonna
There,
be,
excuse me, there is an appeal of the ruling of the chair that we will finish the 1 minute and 31 seconds, and then we will continue to do the 5 minutes as normal. There is an appeal to the ruling of the chair. Is there a second?
point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, what's your point?
So your ruling is gonna allow Mr. Murphy's time to discriminate against ours when he talked. That's your point.
That's an improper point.
It's a,
There is an
discrimination is
appeal
a
of the
point of
rule.
order.
Excuse me, Mr. Mays. As I was saying, there is an appeal to the ruling of the chair that we will continue the 1 minute and 31 seconds left in Mr. Murphy's round, and then have 5 minutes maximum per council member moving forward. Is there a second?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. What's your point?
17.1 is a debate on a motion. This is no motion. It don't even apply. It's
Mr. Mays.
ridiculous to say
Mr.
5.
Mays.
May I
Miss-
finish my point of order?
You've stated your point of order.
Let
You
me
believe.
finish. May I finish, and can you indulge me to finish my point of order? And then you can rule. Ms. Herkenroder, 17.1 is dealing with a motion, not a special order.
So, Mr. Mays, what is your point?
My point is that it's when you was pointing me to it, and I was trying to get you to hold up before we proceed, you just moved on. So now I'm raising that point of order because anybody can read should see that the debate deals with a motion. This is a special order.
Thank you, Mr.
Murphy
Mays.
should have more than 5 minutes, including his comments, and so should
Mr.
everybody
Mays,
else.
Mr. Mays,
My point of order
may I
is
rule
that
on your
this is a
point?
bold motion to limit debate.
Mr. Mays, you are out of order.
I
need
appeal
to.
the ruling of the chair.
I need to first rule on your order
You said I was
before you
out of
may
order.
appeal. As I was stating, and as I mentioned previously, you were in order on your initial point of order regarding Rule 17.1. Your second point of order, which was in the midst of the appeal, which has not yet been seconded, you're just restating the rule that is out of order. As such, is there a second to the appeal of the ruling of the chair that we will continue with the 1 minute and 31 seconds left, and then from 5 minutes maximum from here on out? Is there a second for the final time? Hearing none, Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. My other piece is, Art Wilson brought up the behavior issues. I'm deeply concerned that we may not be looking at our park system, and we got a lot of beautiful parks in the city of Flint that could stand room for improvement. So I would like you guys to make sure in your allocation of funds that we allocate a certain amount of dollars, whether it's $1 million or $2 million or whatever.
Can
We
you
got
repeat?
66 parks.
Sorry. Parcels?
Parks,
Parks, got it.
city parks. When we have nice, beautiful parks for kids to go and play in, that help deal with behavior issues that kids may be facing due to being exposed to lead. And my last piece is, could you clarify, was the, for the record to the public who has been asking questions, the Miller Road project that we approve with ARPA dollars, I think it's in Councilman Pfeiffer Ward, and the $16 million that we approve for demolition of properties owned by the land bank, was that legitimate, and did that qualify up under ARPA dollars? Because we was getting, well, I was getting calls or email or maybe where the ARPA dollars, and I'm wrapping up, the ARPA dollars could not be used to tear down properties that was owned through the land bank. Thank you.
So, okay, the answer is both are eligible expenditures under the Rescue Plan Act.
Perfect. Thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carty, you have the floor next.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. and doing this special order. I had one question, and I think you may have answered it for Councilman Murphy. Did you get some proposals, I believe, that went to the council office? I think different organizations were sending their proposals to the council office with that one sheet form that the council made. And I was wondering, did you receive those proposals from different organizations? And
So we've requested them following the meeting. I have not personally received
Okay.
them yet, but we have requested them, and that's part of our process of putting together all of the information.
okay,
because it all
that's
needs to
all I
be-
wanted to know.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Is there any other member of council who, Ms. Worthing?
Thank you. Thank you again for being here. How much money has been spent so far in the ARPA dollars, and how much do we have left?
The funding that's been spent to date, that's been an actual expenditure, is related to the premium pay. So I want to say 2.6 million was spent on premium pay. That was the first responder pay that council passed, I want to say, a couple months ago. Additionally, from an obligation perspective, the Miller Road sewer replacement is an obligation, but that has not been expended at this point. So, the way we would view it is you've got 94.7 million, you've spent 2.6, you've obligated another, I want to say 1.9. I could be wrong on the number.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
What's your point?
It's another $1 million obligation to your firm too, correct?
No, that's not an obligation. That's a contract we have with the city. The expenditure would be for our time and materials over the course of the year.
Point of information through you, Madam Chair, to the speaker, but that $1 million would add in to the
It'll
other.
be part of your administrative expenses, yes.
So it's another $1 million, correct?
If we get there after the first year, yes, it would be $1 million.
Ms. Worthing?
And then my last point of information, if I may, Madam Chair, the 16 million that this council allegedly voted
Mr.
on.
Mays, can you hold your question for your time, please, during the special
No,
order?
I don't have to give up my right to a privileged motion, Madam Chair. You
However,
saying
the
that
chair does have the right to recognize if the motion is
I
being
appeal the
chosen.
ruling of the chair.
Again, I have not yet finalized that ruling, which is that the use of a point of information or a point of order to take the floor is not allowed. As such, I am requesting that you save your questions for your time.
Madam Chair, I don't have to save my privileged motion no different than anybody else.
Thank you, Mr.
Are you
Mays.
ruling that I can't use a privileged motion? If so, I'm going to appeal it.
That was not what I said. Ms. Worthing, you have
So
the
then
floor.
I could proceed with my point of information as it relates to the 16 million?
Mr. Mays, please hold your point of information until your 5 minutes, given that you have already
Point of
asked.
order, Madam Chair.
Please let me finish, Mr. Mays.
No, point of order stops everything.
What is your point?
My point of order is that you have no right to discriminate against me as it relates to a privileged motion.
Mr. Mays, that point of order is not a proper point of order. Second of all, the chair is the one to say whether or not a point of information is a valid point of information or whether the speaker is trying to abuse points of information to obtain the floor. Given that this was your third point of information, I will again deny that point of information, ask you to save that for your 5 minutes, and return the floor back to Ms. Worthing. Ms. Worthing, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
It's well-founded that you don't rule on a point of information. The point of information is to the speaker.
Mr. Mays.
Let me finish my point of order. The point of information is to the speaker. It's the speaker's discretion whether he or she answers, not
Mr.
yours.
Mays,
So
Mr.
my
Mays, that
point of
isn't
order-
proper. Mr.
May I
Mays,
finish my point of order, Madam Chair?
what's your
The
point?
point is it's to the speaker, not for you to rule upon.
And as the chair, I will again rule that you, regarding Rule 26.3.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
I have not yet
It-
ruled.
You have ruled.
Regarding Rule 26.3, the presiding officer must rule with either proceed or denied. As such, I ruled as denied. Ms. Worthing, you have the floor.
Thank you.
I wasn't quite finished.
Go
So
ahead.
another way to look at it is, out of the 94.7, in theory, actions have been taken on the premium pay, the water main, as well as the land bank amounts. So 16, you've roughly 20 has been taken back. And administrative expenses, if you want to put it at $1 million, would be another $1 million.
Thank you.
And that leaves us with how much left?
Roughly 74 million, 73 million.
Okay. It's a lot of money still. It just gave me, working with millions is really difficult because to us normal folk here in Flint, $1 million is like, we'll never see that. So I was having a mini panic attack every single time we said, oh, 16 million, oh, 2 million, and we still have some left, so that's good. I don't know. I think Quincy already asked my other question. I don't think I have any other right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mays?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Brian, let me say this. I don't think I have a problem talking to you on a regular day. I'm sure that those applications will get to you and you can vet them. I asked you to come here on a special order. You were sick, they told me. Now you're here today. Clearly this council is missing something. Rule 17.1 says the council may decide by a majority vote to limit or determine the time that will be devoted to discussion of a pending motion. There's no motion pending before this council. When she cites Rule 17.1 and everybody up here condones it, that's only limited in debate of a pending motion. And so I'm going to use my 5 minutes totally different from theirs. And I'm the one who called you here because y'all work for the council as well as the administration. We've got $94 million to spend. It's serious business. This is a fight about who's going to spend what money. My job is to help some folks in the city. My ward is primarily black. What I've noticed is certain folks come up here, 16 million for the land bank. You got colleagues who say they wouldn't vote for a dime until everything was budgeted. That turned out to be a lie. They voted. Whether it was in a legal or illegal meeting the other night, they voted. I just like for them to show themselves as to be true. They voted for a Miller Road project, and 1-point-some million, and turned down 600,000 for black folks in the first ward. Make no bones about it. This is a fight for control of money, and you playing a key role. Now they vote to limit 5 minutes, including what I say and you say, on this important discussion, and it's ridiculous. So I'm not going to use my 5 minutes the way they thought because I already know what's happening. They can try to find out. If Ms. Worthing didn't have habitual absenteeism, she might know about the 16 million, the 1 million, the Miller Road project, as well as the money for you. When I see folks condone wrongdoing, here they done put a 5-minute rule under a council rule, it ain't no motion on the floor. Special orders ain't never been 5 minutes. And the misapplication of rules with motion pending is easy to read. I'm looking at Mr. Pfeiffer, the supposedly educated Dr. Lewis, Ms. Burns, and others who can read.
Point of order.
What's your point?
The point is that the alleged doctor is not germane to the issue at hand, and I can definitely get more rules to support that, but we're not here to attack colleagues, and attacking colleagues goes against council rules.
That is an order. Council members are reminded to please stay germane to the motion and the discussion at hand, and that inflammatory remarks are not allowed.
Let me say this, Madam Chair, to the public and the council. You can talk about a person's voting record or the lack thereof. When you appeal a rule, I don't care what your name is, Lewis, Pfeiffer, Burns, or whoever, I got the right to say that when you condone wrongdoing, you're just as wrong as the wrongdoer. And I'm going to name your names, and I'm going to talk about your absentee and voting records and your knowledge, whether you're a doctor, dentist, or Indian chief. My position is this. This rule clearly says you can limit time on a pending motion. There's no motion on the floor. When I point of order that you were out of order ruling on it, when I was talking about Mr. Murphy, everybody sit still. But you can read it, 17.1. Clearly, a junior high person can read it. It's if it's a pending motion. This is a special order to discuss with the $1 million firm what we do to get money out to the community. Shouldn't be a 5-minute time limit, particularly when it ain't no motion. But they in like a gang mentality now. They're in gang mentality mode. Worthing, Piper, Liddell Lewis, Quincy Murphy. When you get a gang mentality or herd, they ain't gonna say nothing. Now you let me have said 5 minutes, they'd have said, point of order, there's no motion on the floor. Oh yeah, Mr. Mays said that, so they'd all voted differently. But when Mays said, been up here for 8-9 years, knowledgeable. That's the bill I was waiting for. We'll talk about what we need to talk about away from here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan, for showing up. I didn't mean to waste your time with this 5 minutes mess.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Is there any other member of council who wishes to address Mr. Jarzynski? Is there any other member of council who wishes to address Mr. Jarzynski? I'm saying that right? Am I saying that? Okay. Final call. Is there any other member who wishes to address? Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you. Mr. Jarzynski, is there any formal documents that will be coming from your firm in regards to the approval, denial, spending applications in regards to the ARPA dollars?
So as we get into the application process, I don't see us denying applications because that would be,
So
but what we will do.
are you producing applications?
Well,
Well, how-
the city's going to prepare an application that we're going to draft.
So you're going to draft it, or the city's going to draft it?
We're going to draft it, the city will look at it, as well as council can certainly have access to it.
Do we know when those are going to become available?
So we've already started drafting them as we've been working through the inputs from council and from the city and from the meetings and so forth. So probably in the next few weeks, those will all be ready to go.
Have you worked with the administration to come up with additional spending in regards to community grants, nonprofits, anything like that?
Those priorities are included in the draft plan that the administration has been working toward. But again, we have to take some of the inputs from council that we're going to receive and put those in there. I expect those to be in the discussion.
So you mentioned the draft plan. Is the draft plan a full allocation of all the dollars?
It is an allocation of the dollars that have been identified to specific projects and programs based on the inputs. It might in fact total up to more than the $94.7 million, in which case there'll have to be some discussion and decisions made. But we're not making those decisions. Those are decisions between the administration and council. So we're gathering the information, prioritizing it, and then it'll be presented back.
Do we expect that draft plan to be presented? I mean, this may be not your purview, but do you expect that to be brought before council anytime soon?
Well, I don't know the timeline, but I don't know how it would get passed if it isn't.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council who have questions in this special order? Are there any other members of council?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis.
thank you. So we were talking about the drafting of the application process. So was the, and this is through you, Madam Chair, to Judy. So are we including that first and then it's going to council?
Say that again, please.
In terms of the drafting, is this just the ARPA committee involved with this first and then we bring it to council?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure, clarify. Thank you, Mr. Jarzynski. And then I also wanted to state for the record, this is through you, Madam Chair, to my colleague Quincy Murphy. If you will review the January 19th tape, our president told our compliance firm that they're not wanted or needed. So with that being said, I can understand why you might not have pressed the issue to be here at a separate meeting. So thank you for coming. And unfortunately, too bad that we couldn't have you at our meeting, but we're here now, can't do anything about the past. And in terms of evaluation, are you looking to put in an evaluation component with this application process?
Yeah, we will make some recommendations to how you qualify the various applications that come in. The intent of that, though, is to give equitable treatment, right? So there will be various measurement points in terms of how mature the plan is, their capability to deal with federal funds, perhaps the ultimate outcome anticipated with the projects and programs, so that you can effectively score them and go through that process.
Okay, so what about, are you all also looking into, after funds are allocated, an evaluation process being in place where maybe the money will have to be paid back if they don't use it how they're intended on using it?
Yep. So depending on the nature of the actual program or project, if it's given to a not-for-profit, for example, to spend the funds, we will monitor their spending at various points across the process. We'll also educate and train them in terms of how to use federal funds. So how do they procure their services and so forth, as well as to the extent that projects are undertaken by the city directly. We will be part of the procurement process and we will maintain all of that documentation. Another example would be for the land bank, who has dealt with federal funding before. We will do a risk assessment and we will do monitoring of their activities throughout the life of the funding that's associated from the city of Flint.
Okay, so you will be monitoring everyone that receive a penny of the funds.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jarzynski. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
Madam Chair. Mr. Jarzynski, just call you Brian. One of the concerns, which we discussed when we talked, was those companies or agencies or groups who want to receive funding grants from us. Is there anything that you can think of off the top of your head that would disqualify one of those requesters from receiving these federal dollars? Just so that they know if they can qualify or not. If you don't have that right now, that's fine, but it's something that I think
an
people...
easy disqualification would be if in fact they are debarred by the federal government, but that's kind of more, I don't anticipate we'll find a lot of that. However, we are going to screen them to make sure that they're not debarred. That would be a disqualifier. Beyond that, through the application process, our intent is, I expect that there will be different levels of capability in terms of filling out an application. And our objective is to make sure that people have a chance and opportunity to put together a complete application. So as we go through and push out these notice of funding opportunities or applications, we have to make sure that we're doing it in a way that isn't, for example, only online, right? Because then you've not disqualified, but you've not made it accessible to everybody, for example. As well as people go through the process, some of these things will require financial forecasts, those types of commitments from other parties and so forth, and we will be working with whoever wants to apply to make sure that that information is gathered. Honestly, if some people don't come up with that information, that could be a challenge for them, and it will be reflected in their, the overall evaluation.
So probably having some working days where they can come in and get assistance in applying for those funds would be a great thing to have down the line, as soon as we get those processes in place.
We plan to have access for folks at City Hall.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And then I believe everyone has asked questions. Ms. Burns, did you have questions?
Madam Chair, no, I have Mr. Jazinski's number, and 5 minutes is not going to do me much good for me and him, so I will not use this time. So I'll contact you, Mr. Jazinski.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Jazinski, did I get it good this time? Jazinski?
Jarzinski.
You know what, I'm sorry.
You're doing fine.
Jazinski,
It's-
thank you.
Trust me, I've heard many.
Okay.
The other thing I would say is, you know, as this group has questions or insights and so forth, thus far I've only received a few through Mr. Whittigan, but feel free to use that. We try to respond very quickly. You can also, I think everybody has, I know Councilwoman Burns, you have my contact information, as do some of the others. You know, we're available to you. We can answer simple questions. We can also theorize with you. We have no challenge with that.
Okay. Thank you. And then I do just have a couple of questions. So we know that this funding doesn't need to be entirely allocated until December of '24. So has there been any thought about either multi-year projects or members of the community who are maybe not right now in a position to be able to submit an application, but in '23 they are able to? I want to make sure that we just don't leave people out who want to get involved. Can you speak a little bit to that process?
Yeah, it's a couple of things. I think part of the evaluation of this consideration for whether they can get it done by really 2026, because if we can, it gets a little technical, but basically if we can have it obligated, meaning we know we're going to spend the money by the end of 2024, then those projects can extend and we can spend the dollars through 2026. So, you know, that's part of it. The other thing I would say is probably there will be or should be some consideration for what I would call, for lack of a better term, a contingency amount. So leaving some of those funds available for ideas that may come in a year or two that are in fact intriguing to council or others. Other municipalities are doing the same thing. So, you know, maybe you have $94.7 million. You don't have to spend all 94.7 in the first flash. You put aside 10, 15 million for future ideas, keeping an eye on the clock a little bit. But, you know, those types of things I think are wise.
Okay. Thank you. And then I do believe just a very quick housekeeping thing. Can you please just state your full name and what company you represent today?
Sure. My name's Brian Jarzinski. I'm with Ernst & Young.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Jarzinski. We appreciate you being here. I'm glad to hear that you're feeling better.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Worthing?
I'd like to make a motion that we invite the, how come it's escaped, CWAC committee to be on the ARPA fund committee.
Okay. There is
Point of information.
what's your point?
Who? CWAC, they do the grant funds. Yeah. And everyone here has a person, hopefully, but you all came in and someone was already appointed.
Point of order. If there's a motion on the floor, we should be into a second to see before we get into discussion. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
I do believe that was a point of information raised by Dr. Lewis, which was being answered by the speaker who was at this point, Ms. Worthing.
Point of order.
What's
Are
your
you
point?
ruling that we can point of information and discuss our way through this? Or should you be asking, is there a second to the motion?
I do believe, Mr. Mays, that Ms. Worthing was answering the point of information
I got
as
two more in
requested.
for myself. You ain't gonna deny them, are you?
I'm not sure what they are, so I
Okay.
cannot answer
Well, we'll
that
see.
question. Dr. Lewis, did that answer your point of information? Thank you. So the motion on the floor is to invite the CWAC, which stands for Citywide Advisory, is it committee or council? Committee? Committee, the Citywide Advisory Committee to the ARPA Fund committee discussions. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion on the
Yeah,
motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
I was hoping it would be a second, so under the 5-minute rule, I could discuss this twice. When I was president, and I still think I'm president, I appointed the ad hoc committee, and I appointed Ms. Priestley and Ms. Lewis. I've heard Ms. Priestley describe that she's been in meetings, but no Ms. Lewis.
All right, just go ahead.
That bothers you that she said you wasn't in meetings? You can point of information me to death, but my question would be for her. She said you wasn't there. So I appointed these two responsible council people, and I thought that they would report to the council.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Thank you. So just for clarity, yes, I have attended the ARPA meetings. I was there. I have attended the ARPA meetings. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's
If
your
you
point?
don't warn her for using points of information to take the floor and make
Did you know
statement.
that? I have been
She's
there.
out
Did
of
you know
order
that?
now, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Don't the women get warnings like the black man do?
Mr. Mays, please continue with your time.
So don't be doing me a certain way in front of the public and let them other folks do a certain thing, because that would be chaos. If I used it to make a statement, you got a problem with that. If I just interrupt and make a statement, you got a problem with that. Oh, he don't treat the women a certain way. The women don't treat the rules and me a certain way. I don't discriminate, and neither should you. Neither should you, but you do constantly. And it's going to become obvious because I'm going to make a point about it all along the way. These are some serious decisions. She can't throw me off because this is discussion on a motion to include the citywide advisory committee in an ad hoc committee that I appointed. And the intent of the ad hoc committee, two people that the rules and the charter give me the authority to do, the intent was to come back and report to council. Now, council is the one who have to appoint these additional people. And so the citywide advisory committee ain't gonna get my vote to become part of the ad hoc committee. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, if I may. Now we back under the rules where you stop the time while we wait on them and when they speak.
It's over there.
Ms. Worthing, you say no, we're not, and here you done used a motion to put a limit on the $1 million firm, and ain't no motion was pending. So I don't listen to nothing what you talking about as he walk up here, because your bearings is way off. And Ms. Birkenroth is too for allowing a limited debate and what NAM motion on the floor. I said that on purpose, NAM. Just ridiculous, lawlessness. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, how many people is on that citywide advisory committee? Do you know?
No, I do not, sir.
Suzanne would know better, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is a motion to include the citywide advisory committee on an ad hoc committee. And the ad hoc committee was created as a subcommittee of this council. So you got everybody trying not to do their job, I guess, on the council if they vote for this. We'll hear what the recommendations of the citywide advisory committee be as it relates to block grant money and now to ARPA funds. This won't get my vote. The council is really the body of the ad hoc committee. But this council, I've learned, will do what they want, and I'll learn to navigate around it. I'll be voting no on this motion made by Ms. Worthing and seconded by Liddell Lewis. Oh, I forgot. Don't be saying my name. Oh, I'm going to say their name. Anybody elected or appointed, I'm going to say their name. And I'm going to talk about their voting record, their attendance record. Put me in jail. I'm going to say their name. What hurts me about this new council is that they don't get it. They violating the rules. They done come of age in 5 months and ain't quite there yet. And we'll take it from here. I'll be voting no on turning this
Madam
over
Chair.
to the Citywide Advisory Committee. That's my first round communication.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Ms. Worthing, you have
What
the
was she
floor.
interrupting me for? Point of order, Madam Chair. Couldn't
What's your
I have
point?
the courtesy of just finishing up before you and her start engaging? Is y'all in a certain
Mr. Mays.
sorority? Point of order.
What's your point?
Ain't it proper for me to finish up before you give people the floor? I was about done. Wasn't that kind of rude?
That's not a proper point of order. Ms.
It
Worthing,
is.
Ms.
You
Worthing.
just don't want to
Mr.
recognize
Jarzynski.
it from the brother.
Excuse me,
Mr. Edwards?
excuse me. Ms. Worthing, hang on.
Okay.
Ms. Worthing, you have the floor.
Thank you. No, wait, don't, actually, can you let Ms. Brian, before I, that I have another question for him. Thank you. Appreciate that. So, the reason why I did this is not because I don't trust my colleagues. It's to add more community input into this, because when we do these forms, and we haven't gotten there yet. So in all reality, the ARPA committee can say, hey, it's just going to be us meeting because we have to finalize some things. But then let's invite the people from CWAC that want to join when we look through these applications as a precursor to coming to council. They do that with the grant funding. They look through the applications. It's not council deciding who gets what.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, Ms. Worthing, have you forgotten we pay a $1 million firm to vet those?
Proceed, Ms. Worthing.
Thank you, Mr. Jarzynski. My question here is, I have heard that other communities have put together like an ARPA committee full of community members. Do you know about these ARPA committees and what the requirements and what it should look like are?
There's a couple different ways communities are doing it. There are some that are putting together maybe more public-facing or non-government related folks. There are cities that are specifically utilizing internal city administration, depending on how they're thinking about spending the funding. There are cities that are completely opening it up through an input session process and so forth. So there's all types of different ways that communities are looking at these, but that absolutely is an option to get a voice of whether. Now, the only thing I would say about that is I think it would be wise to find somebody who maybe represents some of the priorities, to limit the number of folks maybe a little bit. And I don't mean limit in a bad way, but try and get it to a core group for that type of committee setup that can provide, or it could be even a separate group that provides advice or brings some of those priorities into the ad hoc committee, something like that, those types of things. There's all types of different ways that type of input is being done. Now, in this case, with the administration and what City Council has done, you've gathered some of that input already. Right, so you've absolutely qualified, in terms of getting the citizenry input, if you will. But you could set it up however you want.
Thank you. Is it a requirement to do that, or we've already done that really with our meetings, and so after that, it's up to us how we want to?
You've met the minimum requirement.
Okay.
I would say now Treasury also states that they some of the other considerations need to be equity and those types of things. But earlier when I was speaking of the application process, and those are things that we very much are thinking about as we're developing the access to the programs. So, yeah.
Thank you. It will not hurt my feelings if this fails. because I think as a committee, you can decide who you're going to vote or invite and how. I think it's good to have a motion, though, just because then we're formally inviting the CWAC members who are already familiar with things like this, who want to be involved, to help us make those decisions. Just have an extra community input, as we're going to get a lot of applications. And I think it's nice if just not council or not just administration, but others outside, have a say. But for the ARPA committee, feel free to, do it the way you want. Invite members you think, would want to be a part of this. I
Point
don't
of order.
care how you do
Point
it.
of information, Madam Chair.
You called a point of order and a point of information.
I'll go with the point of information. It
What's
should
your point?
suffice. Through you to the speaker, Ms. Worthing, do you know the ad hoc committee by law can't appoint people? The council do. They can't just invite people and appoint them. Did you know that?
Proceed, Ms. Worthing.
I believe that they can invite, I'm not asking for any appointing, invite community members to help them through this process. If I'm wrong, someone do a point of information and let me know, but I'm assuming it's a committee. They can invite community members for input. And that is my suggestion, so that it's not only overwhelming for council, but that they have community input throughout the whole process, just so that, the community has this input. If they want to do, like Mr. Jarzynski says, vote this down and say, hey, before we vote on this, we're going to have a public community where anyone who wants to come and speak on this does it. That's fine, but they're the committee and they're going to be doing that work, so that's up to them. It's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Murphy?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Worthy and Council Dr. Lewis, for putting this motion on the floor to have discussion. But unfortunately, I won't be supporting this motion. I'm with Councilman Mays. We paying a firm $1 million to tell us who's eligible and who qualify. I don't think we need to have this extra advisory committee in place. Furthermore, we had a series of
Point of information.
What's your point?
Does the speaker know that that's not what I said? They aren't deciding who gets the money. They can tell us if they qualify or not, but they're not deciding who gets the money.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
You can't keep allowing them to use it to get the floor to make statements. It's a quick inquiry to the speaker. It's not a thing to make statements and argue your point, and you just keep letting them go. I don't know if they
Mr. Mays.
May I make my point?
Well, you are doing exactly what you're saying. Ms.
No, I'm
Worthing is
doing
out
a
of order
point
for
of
doing.
order, trying to get some order, and you
Mr.
letting
Mays.
that happen in the discriminatory treatment that you treat me. You
Mr.
got to let me
Mays.
get to the discrimination in my point of order, and then you rule on it.
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
Point of order.
What's your point?
You must rule on that raised point of order. You can't ignore it.
Mr. Mays, perhaps.
And if you ignore point of order, if you ignore it and don't rule, it says that the chair shall be removed. You have a duty to rule on it, not to ignore it and then just go on.
Mr. Mays, because you are sitting in front of me, you did not see that I was in the process of starting to rule on the point of information that was raised by Ms. Worthing.
Point of order,
prior
Madam
to-
Chair.
Please, Mr. Mays,
Point
let
of
me
order,
finish.
Madam
What is your
Chair.
point?
You hadn't decided to rule. You had went on back to the speaker. Now quit lying.
Mr. Mays,
Point
Mr.
of
Mays,
order.
what's your point?
Well, for one, Mr. Mays is out of order, and secondly, he cannot use point of order and point of information to get the floor.
That is correct. And as I was stating, Mr. Mays, as I
I
was
appeal the
stating,
ruling of the chair. A point of order can get the floor. And you ruling that I can't because she said it, I appeal the ruling of the chair. That's exactly what a point of order is to get the floor. And I appeal your ruling that I can't.
there is an appeal to the ruling of the chair that Mr. Mays was out of order for using a point of order for going on about something which I had not yet been able to rule on. Is there a second? Is there a second? Final call, is there a second? Hearing none, that brings us back to our original point of information, which was raised by Ms. Worthing. Ms. Worthing, thank you for your point of information. Mr. Murphy, proceed.
Thank you. I'm familiar with the Community Wide Advisory Committee. I can remember when Betty Ramsdale was the chair, I can remember applying for dollars. The Community Wide Advisory Committee was put together to deal with community block grant dollars. The city of Flint always have historically received funding grant funds. When they receive grant funds, an advisory committee is not always put together to advise on different dollars. Giving you an example, the city of Flint received neighborhood stabilization $1 when we was dealing with the housing crisis. Up under the NSP 1, those dollars was, advisory committee was not put together to look at those dollars. NSP 2 dollars were brought to the city of Flint. The city of Flint, or the council, the mayor, the administration, the city council did not put together an advisory. Cities, if you do your research, cities have always received grant dollars for specific things. Even agencies have received dollars to do specific things, and the advisory committee was not put together. I am not interested in having a whole bunch of chiefs and not enough Indians to deal with this funding. We ready to rock and roll. Our advisory committee was the 4 sessions that we had when we asked the residents what they wanted to do with the dollars. I am not interested in turning around and creating an advisory committee for some residents to tell us what we already know. The residents done already told us when we had the series of 4 committees. Those advisory committees that y'all want, and you know, y'all can do what y'all want to. I won't be supporting this. I'm with my colleague Mays on this situation. We paying a consulting firm $1 million to make sure our I's is dotted, the T's is crossed. We ready to get this application rolling for people to apply for these dollars so that we can start moving this money. It's been here long enough. It's time to move forward. So I won't be supporting no advisory. I also believe that the attorney had weighed in on did we need an advisory committee to help deal with the ARPA dollars, and he gave a response. If he didn't, maybe Suzanne Wilcox gave a response to that inquiry. I can't support no advisory committee, and this is just another, to me, a stall tactic to stop the money from coming, because if you do an advisory committee, you got to have people coming in. I'm just not with it.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Ms. Burns, you wanted the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will not be voting for this, and my reason is number one, we had a total of 8 meetings. We had 4 that we all attended for the council, and then we had 4 for the mayor. I attended our 4, and I also attended 2 of the mayors. And the CWAC, the Citywide Advisory Committee, they are members of the community, so they would have had 8 opportunities to join us to find out what's going on. I don't want to add an extra layer, as Mr. Jarzynski was stating. We need to simplify it and get down to the business. We have an ad hoc committee we need to take care of. We have enough distractions, unfortunately. I'm ready to do business. Let's, we know what the community wants. We've heard it. And then we have council meetings they can share. We're not eliminating their voices. We've heard their voices. And they can email us individually. We have an ad hoc committee. Let's move this forward so we don't have enough, and I hate to say it's Native Americans. We don't want to have too many chiefs in the room, so we can get some things done. So I will be voting no. I will not be supporting this because we have had 8 meetings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis?
Thank you. So I'm a little disheartened to hear my colleagues speak about this committee. And the reason why is because that fake PhD that I hold, this is what I specialize in, doing research, formative research. And this is part of a formative process. See, this is the community's money. This isn't me, my money. This isn't Judy's money. This isn't the administration's money. This is the community's money. And so in this formative process, the residents, they're just not here to attend a meeting and go home. This is a formative process to make sure things are fair and equitable across the board as we proceed. A great example is this. Yeah, so they were there to tell us what they wanted to see. Okay, so that's one step. Now the next step is looking at the actual applications, RFPs, whatever that is, to decide who gets what. This could boil down to whoever administration wants and whoever me and Judy prefer. Is that what you want? Or would you like people at the table? Because we have so many
Point of
competent-
information.
What's your point?
Through you to Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis, you believe when I appointed you and Ms. Priestley to the ad hoc committee, that gave y'all the authority to get the money out? Is that what you just said?
Proceed.
So according to the rule 26.4, a point of information can be given with a short explanation, but using this tactic as an opportunity to gain the floor and to make a point. It's not allowed. Multiple abuses of this point of information is called for disciplinary action. Madam Chair, we need to give Mr. Mays his first warning. This is beyond the first time that he have used this point to use the floor to make an invalid point.
Dr. Lewis, continue with your time, please.
As I was saying, so with this being said, we need the community input at every single step. So having the beyond capable community members, I don't know if it'll specifically be this board, but we have people here with all kind of degrees and all kind of expertise, and not even really degrees. We have people that's out here in the trenches actually doing the work. I want to give people an equitable opportunity to chime in on who should get the money in the community. So we will have the checks and balances. It's all about checks and balances. So again, those listening sessions, those were for us to listen to see what categories we should have. We did that. Now we're at the next step. Now it's time for us to determine who gets the money. And I don't feel comfortable, just Judy and I, and administration being at the table without having these more than qualified, more than capable community members, because this is, again, this isn't our money. This is the city of Flint's money. And the city of Flint, they need to stay here. So I definitely, I support my councilperson Worthing, not because I personally
Excuse me. The members of the public, I don't know if you realize this, but I cannot hear over what you guys are saying. Please just remember the acoustics of the room. Everything comes our way. Continue.
So this isn't anything personal. I'm just going by what good research is, how you conduct these meetings, how you expend these dollars. And if we don't have faith in that committee, maybe we need to appoint some more, get some resumes of people that want to come and do this, and then we can move on. But again, we cannot do something for the people without the people. That's not how this works, and that's not how Ward 2 operates. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Winfrey Carter, and then Ms. Priestley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote no on this, and I'm going to tell you why. I think the Citywide Advisory Committee, I think they have enough to do in regard to the CBDG grants and all of that. They have a lot of proposals to read when it comes to the block grants. I would say, I do understand what you're saying, Councilwoman Worthing, but I would say if we're going to have community members come in and help, let's think of another way to do this as opposed to inviting the Citywide Advisory Committee, because their work is really a lot to go through all of those block grant proposals. So I'm going to be voting no for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I think it's a very good idea to have members of the community involved in deciding who might get the grant dollars that we have available. Whether that's the right committee or not, I don't know, but I think it's a little early to discuss that maybe, because we don't have the process in place. We have nothing set. We don't have any budgets from the administration. We have no proposals. So I think we should address this at a point down the road when more of those decisions have been made. So I'm going to vote no at this time for this motion.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council? Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I just want to echo the sentiments of the Fourth Ward colleague, as well as I believe that the intent of this motion was for the citywide advisory council, along with the ad hoc committee, to make recommend decisions on who we should give money to and through the ARPA funds. However, if there's 9 people on the CWAC committee and 2 there's now there's 7 wards underrepresented with the 2 council members. So if potentially 2nd ward has 2 votes, 4th ward has 2 votes, and I don't believe that would be fair to the other wards. So that's the reason why I'm voting no. I think that the intent was to possibly screen out some stuff that might not be what the community wants, but I think until we can get those rules leveled out for all wards to be represented equally, I'll vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I just want to speak in the first round of discussion to end out. I think it's a great idea to invite the CWAC along with this. However, I don't think right now is the appropriate time to do that. I think once we get to the procurement process and the RFP, or not the RFP process, excuse me, the evaluation process, I can definitely see where the CAC the input would be really, really valuable there. I don't think right now I'm personally comfortable being able to bring the CWAC in. I think once we get more of the applications back in and in line with the spending priorities, which we have not even had a budget for, I would be more than happy to support a motion of this nature. However, at this time, I do not feel comfortable bringing in the CWAC. Is there any discussion in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
As I listen to these discussions, I hear something that's kind of troubling. I hear Ms. Lewis believing that this ad hoc committee that appointed with her and Priestley, she seems to believe that they can make recommendations and then along with others. You can. But the intent never was to leave the council out. See, I'm elected, one of 9 elected members in the city. When I have those listening sessions, the 4 that y'all talking about, that's only part of my listening. My phone rings every day. I'm in the grocery store, whatever. I done listen to the public. The public want us to do something about public safety, blight, and economic development. Public safety, blight, and economic development. People have submitted applications because I've seen a need that people need to put their stuff on paper. Was able to get that application that I invented through council amended, and they're there. Brian, my intent was that the keeper of the records, the official keeper of the records, the clerk, get a copy and forward the copies over to you. Last I checked, it was about 10 or 11 of them. I kind of check on them regularly. This money been sitting here since May of last year, and another $47 million to hit this May. And you got 10, 11 people that I want you to vet. I want you to get them and then tell us, do their ideas qualify? And then the council will look at it. This council, some of them ain't figured out yet that we control the purse strings. I don't care if it's the land bank or Pookie and Ray Ray on the north side, or Miss Jones and Miss Johnson on the east side. They can go through whatever committee they want. But just like the North Flint Food Market and the Miller Road project, they're going to get here. And I'm going to fight for black folks in my neighborhood to get that money, some of it. I don't mind spreading it around to black, white, young and old, Republicans and Democrats. But I'm going to fight for some black folks. And I done found out that the supermarket was an ideal test, and all hell broke loose. That showed me something. So my fight gonna pick up. I'm not relying on Ernst & Young. I'm not relying on the citywide advisory committee. I'm relying on these people to continue to put in applications. I'm not relying on this council because I had amendments ready. Between 2 to 4 million for rehab for new houses and new build houses when you tear down all these houses in the community. They threw me out allegedly, and the amendments didn't get passed with the 616 million. See, the only way this city works, ladies and gentlemen in the public, is if a council person is smart enough to sponsor amendment and resolutions. But when you got new folks and then habitually absent folks that don't know what's going on, you got people grasping for straws. You got people set up here say, I won't vote a dime until it was budgeted. They lied. Because when the white folks came with 16 million, those same people voted on it and the money hadn't been totally budgeted. I don't listen to them. They'll say whatever they say convenient when we try to get money. This is about control of money. The presidency is about control of money and who's providing leadership. Now here they think the ad hoc committee I appointed is the committee. It ain't. It's this council. I thought we had elected folks who would look out for our best interests in the community. I found that to be different in the infant stages of these council people. They won't even follow their own rules. It's like a gang mentality. And some of us up here who look like me are enablers. I call it a cultural difference between white and black folks. Trying to be nice and not calling it institutionalized racism. I'll wrap up by saying this. I don't know who pulling their strings, but it ain't me, and it ain't the people I represent. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Was that, I heard
Both of us.
I heard multiple. I'm
It
going to
was
go
us
with,
too.
I'm going to go with Mr. Pfeiffer because he spoke last time.
Okay.
And then we'll go to you, Ms. Worthing. Yes, you may.
I call for the question.
There's a motion on the floor to call for the question. Is there second?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll second that call for the question.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. As a reminder, a call for the question does not have any debate and requires 6 votes. Once we vote on the call for the question, if that passes, then we will move on to the main motion. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
This is on the motion to combine the two.
This is the call for this is the call for the question.
Okay. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no on the call, 4 no on the call for the question.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no on the call for the question. The motion fails. Mr. Pfeiffer, you still have the floor.
I just want to point out that now we want to continue and waste city time when the votes have already said that they're not going to pass this motion. So we're just wasting city time. So that's why I called for the question. This makes no sense right now.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Worthing.
Thank you. I can see where one colleague didn't make sense, but I was just going to say one more thing. That I appreciate Ms. Lewis, Ms. Priestley, and Ms. Herkenroder, who understood the heart and purpose of the motion. It's another stage, as Ms. Lewis said, in this process. And I wish Ms. Wilcox was here so she could explain how CWAC works better than I could. But we're not in control on the council for grants. So there was some misinformation that was presented earlier. There's a committee, and they look through the applications and they rate them. They're trained on it, they look through them, and then it comes before council. We can look through anything we disagree with and change it. The point is that we have community members looking through this. It's impartial. There's people from each ward on the CWAC, so it's not, first ward gets it all, ninth ward gets nothing. And that's my intention for this ARPA committee. We have one or two people from each ward that's there that can put in their input and say, hey, we think this is good, or, they didn't attach this document, so we're not going to award them that money. That's how it works for the grant process. And ARPA is a grant. It's the same process. And so I'm just hoping that, because it's not going to pass, but as we look at this in the future, that we set something up that involves the community and they help look through the programs. If you don't agree with what comes towards us, we can make changes and vote on them. That's how it works. However, there's no way that we can all sit here and read through all of the applications and say, hey, we're going to do this, this, and this. It's just not possible. And so that, I've been on council 4 years. I kind of know how it works. I'm just making a suggestion. It's okay, it's going to be voted down, but let's just think about, this. And hopefully Ms. Wilcox will be here one day and she can explain it a lot better than me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity, Mr. Jarzynski, before you leave, because this has come up before, and Councilman Pfeiffer, that's why I kind of want to lay this to rest so we can have some clarity. It had come up before about the citywide advisory board, and as the monies had come in, that it was viewed as some question if it was a grant, and because it is a one-time allotment of money, and it did not go through the to Suzanne or through the planning department. Can you explain to all of us here and to the public that how this money, do we look at it as a community block grant dollar, or is it looked at, how is it looked at from the compliance firm so we have clarity? Because CWAC deals with community block grant dollars. So that was my reason, because I've had this conversation, I believe, with Councilwoman Lewis before, and I think we disagreed at that time some months ago with having a citywide advisory board over this money. I think that conversation may have been at length. But can you give clarity with the ARPA funds and then how it's viewed as it comes in, and does it come in as Councilwoman Worthing stated? She stated it is block grant or grant money.
It's grant money, or it's grant money, but it has. So CDBG has very specific requirements attached to it, right? If you're going to undertake programs, there's very specific ways that you measure this. This funding that was granted has a broader, different set of rules in terms of how it's utilized. The overlying foundation of how the dollars are spent, though, is all under the same federal law of uniform guidance at the end of the day. But there's a much different category of how the expenditures can be undertaken.
So the difference is the money for ARPA is different how we spend our community block grant funds, correct?
It is, although I'll tell you there are some expenditure
There's some
categories that
similarities.
very closely tie to CDBG and in fact refer to some of the metrics within there, but they're different funds.
Okay, thank you. I'm done, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. I heard my colleague, I wanted to respond. I know Pfeiffer wanted to call for the question, Councilman Pfeiffer, excuse me. But I wanted to clarify, I heard my Councilman Mays talk about some black folks up here that may not think like he do. We all were elected to think our own way. As a black man, I have a right to think how I want to. It may not necessarily, when I first got elected, I always said I'm not on nobody's side, I'm on what's right side. And sometimes I support Councilman Mays, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I support Councilman Dr. Lewis, sometimes I don't. This situation, I don't agree. So it ain't about my color. And I'm so frustrated so much that every time we don't agree with one another, we got to call a race card. We got to call our black card, or some of us need to denounce that. And because I don't agree with my colleague, don't make because I'm black. I know who I am. I'm confident in me as an African American to be up here and make a conscious decision without being criticized by my colleague because I don't speak or think like him. It ought to stop and be denounced, and I'm denouncing it now. But my reason for not going with the community-wide advisory is not because I don't think it's equitable, because I wrote that down when you spoke about equitable. I didn't think that Councilman Mays appointing you two guys as the ad hoc committee, and I hope that's not what you guys think, because that's not what I think, and that's not what I'm going to go for. We're going to have some problems. If you guys thinking that y'all on the ad hoc committee to make recommendations on where the money going, okay, I just want to make sure, because it sounds as if you guys think, or from what you were saying, Dr. Lewis, is that you guys think that y'all being on the ad hoc committee and then having a meeting with the compliancy firm, that you guys are going to be the people who are making the decisions on where the money going with the mayor and administration. This was my thought frame of you guys being on the ad hoc committee, and I just want to make this clear on my behalf, is that I thought that you guys were just working to do some of the preliminary work, as if me and Councilwoman Alley was on the ad hoc committee when it came down to the Ajax plant doing the environmental study. When we did that ad hoc committee, we actually came back to the council with whatever so I'm thinking that you guys are on the ad hoc committee, and even if y'all do look at grants or proposals, at the end of the day, with the compliancy firm and with the mayor, maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, my assumption is with the compliancy firm, with the mayor and the council, once the applications, the requests for proposals go out for people to apply, once you guys look at those proposals, y'all will be making recommendations to the city council on how much funding that each agency or organization should get, and then maybe we can move those dollars once it gets to us as a group of council people and not as an ad hoc committee. So that was my assumption of the ad hoc committee. My assumption was not that it wasn't going to be equitable, because I'm not interested in having things that's being unethical when it comes down to who getting money. So maybe we seeing things differently when he appointed you guys as the ad hoc committee. I'm thinking that all of the council will look at all of the applications once all of it come in, and then if the mayor and the administration and the compliancy firm and the ad hoc committee or whoever y'all decide that's going to make these recommendations of this application, will come back to the whole body, and we're going to make a decision as a collective body. That's what I think is equitable. That's what equitable look like to me, not because we don't want an advisory committee that's already got their hands full dealing with community development block grant dollars. I'm not interested in that. And like I said before, historically, funds have came to the city of Flint, and NSP 1, NSP 2, do your research on it, you know, because I know you said you do research. When you do your research, the research will show that there was no advisory committee to recommend those dollars. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Priestley?
Yes, from you to Mr. Murphy. I look at our role on the ARPA committee as a liaison between the council and the administration. The one meeting we have, I did report back to the council that that the administration is working on defining their priorities. We aligned our priorities together. We talked about the land bank money. I also encouraged Mr. Jarzynski to search for more money. Lots more money so that we can spend more money on projects as well as block grants. I have no intention of having this committee, and I know that that was not Mr. May's intention, to come back and say, we recommend this and this and this and this and this. Now, Dr. Lewis and I were invited to meet with the land bank, and we did come back and say, we think it's a great proposal. We talked to Brian, we talked to the administration, I talked to the mayor, and so I brought forward the recommendation that we approve that, but it was not our proposal. It was proposed to us. And I do not want to look at every application for dollars, so I think having but that's down, that's down the line. Let's look at that down the line. And I anticipate that to be 4 to 6 months probably before any of the process is in place, just because it's government. And we shouldn't be in a hurry to spend any ARPA dollars at all. We need to follow the process and I want the public to understand that we are not behind.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Priestley. You realize that we've spent $16 million in blight, and public safety is an emergency in the city of Flint. Don't you realize that?
Ms. Priestley, proceed.
As I said, we're getting there. We're not behind. Just because we've had money sitting in the bank since May doesn't mean we're behind. And we should not be in a hurry to spend our money. We need to be very deliberative and use it to the best way so that people aren't going to be asking what happened to the $100 million like they do with the water fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis?
Thank you so much. I would like to just reiterate my point. No, this is once in a lifetime money. This is historic money. So we must keep that in mind as we go forth spending it. I don't think, not in my lifetime, that they're going to drop $94 million in our lap and say, do good by it. So how do we approach this? I heard at the different listening sessions, people proposed, hey, look at what Kansas City is doing. Look at what Detroit is doing. Look at what St. Louis is doing. And they're doing what we're saying. They're getting the community involved in selecting the outcome of this money. It's a formative process. They are including. We had 4 meetings. You know how many Detroit had? They had 68. I know their population is a little bit bigger than ours, but again, they had more. Oh, 680, no, sorry, 68, yeah. So they had almost 70 meetings to make sure that they got everyone. We didn't even have a virtual meeting so the people that still staying home and staying safe, so they can tap in and give us their feedback.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Ms. Lewis, don't you realize Paul broadcasted that nationwide?
Dr. Lewis, proceed.
Thank you so much, and I'll go ahead and indulge him. So what we didn't do, people could watch the meeting, but they could not respond and give us their questions and their comments. So I do realize that. Thank you so much, Mr. Mays. So if we want to do right by this money, I don't see the harm in including the people. And if we have harm, if we see a problem including the people, then we must question the integrity of our council people. Because this isn't just our money. This is everyone's money. And one thing that I do know, I know the importance of using a team. This weekend, I had a cleanup. I couldn't do it all with my picker and my bucket. So I got on the phone and I called a team of people to assist me. I can't do it all. I'm not trying to do it all. It takes teamwork to make the dream work. I know it's cliche, but it's real. It applied for that successful cleanup that we just had in the 2nd Ward, in the 7th Ward, and it is no different with these ARPA dollars. So we need a committee. And no, I know I was not appointed to be the end-all, say-all. I know that. But you know what? I'm on that ad hoc committee, and I could have declined, but I'm here to ensure that things are done in decency and in order. I'm a stand-up person, and I will do right by the community. So that's why I'm there, to make sure everyone else is doing what they're supposed to do. So again, we might not agree on the committee that we will use, but I think now is the time for us to consider getting a committee in motion if we want to be as successful as Detroit, Kansas City, and St. Louis, because we all have similar problems. Blight and crime, yeah, we're like sister cities in that way. So let's stop doing things the way that we've been doing it, because obviously it's not working. The city of Flint, we had to repay grant dollars. Do your research. We have. So if you want to live that kind of life, let's proceed as we are. But I'm trying to get it done and get it done right. The compliance firm, they're not here to do everything. We must do our part as well. We must direct and guide them. And unfortunately, I have the expertise in this little area that can help. If my colleagues choose not to listen, that's fine. But at least you know where 2nd Ward stood. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the second round? Seeing no movement, roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the motion to invite the CWAC to the ARPA Fund Committee.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Herkenroder?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Vote is 2 yes, 7 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 7 no. That motion passes. That moves us, fails. That motion fails.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
Where was we at on the agenda when that motion came? Where are
Right,
we
so
at
as
now?
I was about to say, that moves us along to ordinance 220166, the amendment to the Chapter 30 edition of Section 30-40.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Thank you so much, Brian, for coming.
through you to the clerk's office, is this an ordinance for first or second reading and adoption? Which one is?
This would be
It's
for the
not
first.
It's first reading.
designated.
It's first reading as presented by Councilperson Burns, who can explain it in more detail.
Ms.
I
Burns?
couldn't hear you. Ms. Herkenroder was talking. I said through you to the clerk, and I couldn't hear. She just talks all the time.
Okay, what I indicated, Mr. Mays, is that it's a new ordinance that is being introduced by Ms. Burns, and she would have the detail of it.
So this is an ordinance introduced by Ms. Burns for first reading,
That's correct.
if it
Yes.
goes to council.
Yes.
Thank you.
That being said, Ms. Burns, do you care to speak briefly on this before we make a motion?
Yes. And it's pretty explanatory. This is to deal with what we've all seen.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Under y'all goofy rules, the proper order would be to make a motion, then get in discussion. Am I right or wrong?
I do believe that the intent of the chair was to allow Ms. Burns an opportunity to
Point of
share.
order.
Excuse me, I did not finish. The intent of the chair was to allow Ms. Burns to briefly explain what this ordinance would be prior to a motion being made. I know in the past and historically, we have asked questions prior to making a motion so that this body is well informed. That being said, Ms. Burns, please continue.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Ms. Herkenroder, just because she a female and you a female, you can't change the rules.
Okay, Mr. Mays, that is out of order. Ms. Burns,
My point of order,
please
I'm going to continue to say point of order.
What's your point?
I wouldn't care if she were black, white. You can't discriminate.
Mr. Mays, you are out
My
of order.
point of order is that the motion should be made first.
Mr.
We on
Mays.
resolutions.
Mr. Mays, we are not actually, we are on ordinances, and you are out of order, and as I stated, I gave Ms. Burns the floor to briefly explain this ordinance. Ms. Burns, please continue.
My bad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. In a brief explanation, one of the things we do know, and we can speak from even this past weekend, is to be able to give our police department the tools that they need. So this is changing and addressing the ordinance to address reckless driving, the donuts, the sliding, the doing tricks, so that it allows the police to be able to take action so that we can make sure that the streets are safe in the city of Flint. And I'll keep it brief, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam
you.
Chair,
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, through you to the chief, can you approach chief? Big-
Mr. Mays, I was about to call for a request for a motion to send
Madam Chair,
ordinance
I've got the
220.
floor now.
Mr. Mays.
I got the floor now. Don't discriminate against my black butt. Now, you just said what you was allowing through you to the
Mr.
chief.
Mays, as I stated, given that Ms. Burns was the one who brought
Point
this
of order,
ordinance
Madam
first.
Chair. You denying my request for the chief?
Mr. Mays, I'm trying to finish my sentence, please. As I was stating, Ms. Burns was the one who brought this ordinance first. As such, I gave her the brief opportunity to speak prior to the explanation, or excuse me, to provide an explanation prior to the motion being made. That said, the chair will entertain a motion to send
Point of order,
resolution.
Madam Chair.
What's your
You
point?
taking the floor because I didn't make a motion and you said we didn't have to, this was an ordinance? I'm requesting that through you to the chief. Are you denying that?
At this time, I am.
I
will
appeal the
enter-
ruling of the chair.
There is an appeal of the ruling of the chair to allow Mr. Mays to bring the chief forth. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'm going to support that appeal.
It has been moved and properly supported. As such, in the process for an appeal, the chair states their rationale why. Each member of council has one round to explain why they will or will not be voting with or without or against the chair, and then the chair will finalize in the second opportunity to speak prior to the vote. The reason why I'm not allowing Mr. Mays to invite the chief forth is because he is not the person who brought forth this ordinance. The only reason why Ms. Burns was allowed to speak in the first place was because this was an ordinance brought forth by her. She explained very briefly what the ordinance was. As such, as I was getting ready to state, I was about to entertain a motion to send this to council, wherein Mr. Mays could then invite the chief forward. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in this appeal?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
The reason I supported Councilman Mays' appeal is, number one, first, we got to be fair, okay? Secondly, I myself thought that maybe Chief Green could shed some more light to this ordinance. I know Councilwoman Burns did, initiate the ordinance, but he could also shed more light as to why we would need this ordinance and why this ordinance should pass on to council. So, come on, we got to be fair, and let's continue to have common courtesy, and that's all I'm saying.
Madam Chair.
I didn't see any reason why the chief shouldn't be able to come up to further explain. We shouldn't have been talking before this ordinance anyway. We should have made the motion to move it to council. You should have asked for a support to the motion, and then we should have had discussion. So, since we're doing it, let's go ahead and allow the chief to come up and speak on it.
Okay.
Madam
So-
Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Worthing?
The appeal isn't to allow Chief Green to come up and speak. It's the order of how this works. It is customary for the person, especially like an appointment, for that person to speak and introduce. The next order of business was to make the motion, because if we allow Chief Green to come up here before we make that motion, then there are no rules, and it's just everyone speaks for however long they want. It'll last for about 3 hours, and we have to have a motion on the floor, which limits us to 2 5-minute rounds each. So I will be supporting the chair, because it's not that she's refusing or she's not being fair or she's not, following the right procedure. It is because she wants to follow the right procedure, which is to get us in the rules so we limit debate. So I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair,
Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, when them police officers had their neck on their knee on George Floyd's neck, he said, "I can't breathe." You got your knee on my neck politically. We just had a short discussion about you didn't have to make no motion. After I settled for that and said my bad and tried to proceed, then I tried to do it your way, and I asked for the chief. Now, with your knee on my neck, you don't want to allow that. Now you want a motion first. You can't have it both ways. I wish you would get your knee off my neck. I can't hardly breathe. You and Ms. Worthing got your knees on my neck, and it's being condoned by a majority of council. That's the way I feel. That's the way I see it. I've said earlier, wrongdoing and unfairness, when people condone it and sit quietly, they just as wrong as the wrongdoer. Now, some folks in our community, they hate when you talk like that. But it is a different standard for black folks, in some cases white folks, males and females. It's not to be tolerated. The charter that we work under say no discriminatory treatment for race, sex, national origin, or political affiliations. This charter deals with political affiliations, in addition to race, sex, national origin. I appreciate you seconded the appeal, Ms. Winfrey Carter. You're a senior council person, I'm a senior council person. Ms. Worthing have, but she haven't provided that leadership. I know she would twist and turn to agree with this lady here. Maybe they got something in common. I always say politely, it could be a cultural difference. But it's a major cultural difference when you don't see you treating folks differently in a public arena. There's enough people watch this to see the different treatment. That's why I use the analogy. Get your political knees off my neck. I don't plan to go nowhere. I was elected into my 3rd term, and I've had to combat folks on this council for years. I thought that this would be different. I'm finding out fast, this is worse. This is the worst in the infant stages of a council that I've experienced. Some people say, Mays, just be quiet. I wasn't elected to be quiet. I was elected to point out differences, fight for people like me and others, the disenfranchised, the little man. I don't mind going against the giants, so-called giants on this council. You're wrong. You should allow me to call up the chief. I want to ask him about this reckless driving thing. I want to know if they're going to try to take folks' cars. This has been before us before. I could ask Ms. Burns, I could ask the chief, but I want to know more about it. Go know more about it before I vote on it. And we'll see how I do that. But I can maneuver any way you want to try to put your knee on my political neck, Ms. Herkenroder. Get your knee off my neck.
Okay, is there any other member of council who wishes, Mr. Murphy?
Yes. So I was up under the assumption that when Woman Burns was doing her opening introduction of the ordinance, it was going to be led by a motion. She did her introduction of the ordinance, but she did not lead it with a motion. So that's the difference between when you gave her the floor. You gave her the floor and she opened up with her speaking, but she did not come with a motion. Then once you gave Councilman Mays the floor, he did not put a motion on the floor. He could have put a motion on the floor. It could have been second. In the middle of his motion, the motion could have requested the chief to come up and ask some questions. The problem is if he brought the chief up here prior to putting a motion on the floor, that would have gave him leeway to talk with no limitations. So therefore, we would have been in a gray area where it would have been unlimited because it would have been a motion. A motion would not have been on the floor. And my understanding with the chair is that you wanted to put a motion on the floor and then allow Councilman Mays to get the floor, then allow him to bring the chief up here to ask questions. Therefore, we in a time limitation where we get 2 5-minute rounds to talk about the motion and the ordinance. So all of his questions would have still been answered just with a motion on the floor. That did not happen, so it sounds as if you was trying to get order to put the motion on the floor because Councilwoman Burns did not do that. That's what I was thinking that you was about to do, Councilwoman Burns. I thought you was opening up with your introduction of the ordinance on why this is here today, with following up what I put a motion on the floor to be seconded by whoever. That did not happen, but you gave him the floor. Then when you gave him the floor, it did allow him to call the chief. So that's where he wins at on this appeal because you did give him the floor. The problem I have with Councilman Mays is when you go and you deliberate your appeal and all of that, then when you get to talking about this, the worst council, you lost me there.
It is.
Because I'm not you can think of us how you want to think of us, but then when you get to saying this the worst councilman, then you lost me on why should I support you when you saying we the worst
Point
councilman.
of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Mr. Murphy, do you realize you don't have to support my position?
Mr. Murphy, continue.
My point that I'm trying to make to my colleagues is I see both sides of this situation. It could go either or. So on one hand, I support the appeal of my colleague Mays when he said he did get the floor that allowed him to call the chief up here. But then when you go talking about this the worst councilman, council people you have worked with, that lost me. That's all I'm saying. I'm done.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council who wish to speak in this appeal? Are there any other members of council who wish to speak in this appeal? For the final time before I make my final remarks, is there a council member who wishes to speak in this appeal? Seeing none and hearing none, yes, Mr. Murphy is correct in that I anticipated a motion to be made. I did believe that that's what Mr. Mays was going to do. When that was not made, that's when I, again, tried to regain order to make that motion, wherein then, yes, I was going to allow Mr. Mays to speak first and to call up the chief. After this appeal, whatever happens, that will still also be in order. It's just a matter of making sure that we do have a motion on the floor. We will move
Point of
into the,
information.
what's your point of information?
Madam Chair, did you try to ensure that Ms. Burns put a motion on the floor?
Mr. Mays, I don't know what you, can you repeat what you said?
Yeah, if your intent was the motion, why didn't you try to get Ms. Burns to put a motion on the floor?
Well, Mr. Mays, prior to you obtaining the floor, I was getting ready to state that I was now going to entertain a motion for that. However, you obtained the floor. My assumption was that you were going to make that motion. When that did not happen,
Point of
that's how we got
information.
into the appeal. Yes, sir.
You're missing my point. Why didn't you insist on Ms. Burns putting a
Thank
motion
you,
on the
Mr.
floor?
Mays. We are now in the vote. As a reminder, the yes sustains the ruling of the chair, which in this case was to make sure that we had a motion on the floor prior to the chief coming forward, and a no overturns the decision of the chair. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no, and 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. The ruling of the chair stands. The chair will entertain a motion to bring Resolution 220166 to first reading for council.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
I would like to put a motion on the floor to send item number 220166 to council.
It has been moved. Is there support?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns, or
Support.
Ms. Ms. Priestley. It has been moved and properly supported.
Madam Chair.
Is there any discussion? Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you to the chief, may he approach?
Chief Green.
And while he's walking up here, if Ms. Burns was going to make the motion and you wanted that to happen, you had control of that. You didn't treat it differently until I got ready to speak. Now, we had argued that about a motion. Good evening or good afternoon or whatever it is, Chief. How you doing? Chief, you familiar with this ordinance Ms. Burns sponsored? I think she mentioned she talked to you. I want them to hear you. If you have to pull that mic closer, I don't know if it's on or not. If it's up, it's on. You see it up?
Is work there?
Yeah. So, Chief, is this that ordinance that failed before when y'all were talking about confiscating folks' cars? Is this the confiscation ordinance of any kind?
Well, this is different. Councilwoman Burns and I spoke about the previous one. This is totally different due to the fact it's reckless. It's concentrating on reckless driving, not drag racing.
I'm asking a specific question. Does it include confiscating folks' cars?
Yes, it does.
That's what I want to know. I haven't been in favor of confiscating folks' cars because people use discretion. Who will have the discretion to confiscate the cars, and tell me what you see reckless driving to be in this ordinance?
First, it would be the city attorney. They have the ultimate decision. This would be a civil case.
This city attorney? Lord have mercy. Go ahead, Chief.
It'll be a civil case. But when we speak of reckless driving, for instance, residential areas, unposted speed limit of 25 miles per hour, a vehicle traveling 70 miles per hour, and that in an unposted speed limit zone of that nature is reckless driving. It's dangerous to the community, to public safety. In order to conduct what we call figure eights in the middle of the roadway, drifting, things of that nature, you have to get that vehicle up to a certain speed limit, powerful, which is very dangerous to kids in the neighborhood, citizens driving their own vehicles through
Point
the
of order,
neighborhood.
point of information. Is this clock running? And if it is running, Madam Chair, through you to Janelle, do it stop when he talk or keep going when he talk?
Pursuant to the rules that are currently in place, when a speaker is talking, the clock is paused.
It's what?
Paused.
On, so I got to cut you off, Chief, because under these goofy rules, you have been and talked about one example of 70 miles an hour, another example of figure 8, and I won't even know what the rules is on 40 miles an hour in a 25-mile zone. But if you leaving the discretion to this guy, I'm finna try to protect the people I represent, because this guy ain't said some things right so far to me. So I know I ain't gonna support it. The discretion to confiscate ain't on the police, it's on the city attorney's office.
The discretion would be for the officer
First,
to impound the vehicle.
the
initially.
first line
Yes,
discretion.
That's correct.
Let me ask you this question. Why wouldn't we start out with 30, 60, or 90 days in jail before we take a car? Do the car have to be registered to the person who was doing the figure 8? Or can it be their mama or daddy's car?
Well, the target is the vehicle and the driver, number one.
The driver should be the target.
That's correct.
The vehicle should be somewhere down the road.
No, I disagree with that.
Well, we can respectfully disagree. I'm not cutting the police loose on cars. They bad enough on Negroes, some of them. So I know I ain't finna turn them loose on cars. I would like to see a progressive approach. 30 days in jail, 60 days in jail, 90 days in jail, 90-day $500 fine. That's the limit. I heard one of my colleagues when I reviewed the tape, she thought you could give Ms. Lewis $5,000 fines to folks. We topped off, Ms. Lewis, I meant to tell you, at $500. So when I heard you describe fining businesses $5,000, talking about we can get $25,000 in a day, we're not the state legislature. We don't have that jurisdiction. Isn't it true, Chief, we can go $500 and or 90 days in jail?
Yeah, we could, yes.
Yeah, that's the most we can do locally. And I spent 28 days in jail. I know I don't want to spend 30, 60, or 90. I'm not going to do a donut for 90 days. And my little Chevy Impala, I don't even know if it'll do a donut. But the point is, I'm going to go after the driver before I go to the car. Is that progression in that ordinance?
Well, if you allow me to explain and clarify.
Let's see if they allow you. Hell, I talk to you all day. It ain't me in these rules, it's their rules. Let's see if they allow you.
When we say we're targeting the vehicle, for instance, an officer observes an individual conducting a donut in the middle of Clyde Road in Pasadena, attempts to initiate a traffic stop. The driver of that vehicle flees.
Excuse me, Chief. Mr. Mays, I believe the chief is trying to answer your question.
Point of information.
What's your point?
She howling, talking about I stopped it. I thought you said you didn't stop it. That was the public ruling.
No, Mr. Mays.
Oh, you say you do stop it when the speaker speaks.
When a
I thought she
speaker
said
speaks,
you
you
don't
pause
stop
it. No, sir.
Okay.
Continue,
And
please.
Point of order.
What's your point?
And can we also not have council members shouting and directing orders at our staff?
That is also an order, yes.
Point
We
of
will remain.
information.
Excuse me, I need to rule on
Point of
this.
information.
Mr. Mays, I need to rule on the point of order, and then I
Okay.
will entertain your point of information. Yes, Ms. Worthing is correct. We need to make sure that we are directing any questions to the staff as an entire council body in a respectful manner. Now, Mr. Mays, what
Point
is
of
your-
order, Madam Chair.
would you like me to address your point of information or your point of order
I didn't
first?
ask it. You told me to wait.
And
So
then
now
I said
I'm
I would
going to
address your point of
order,
information.
and you
What
should
is your
stop.
point of order?
Let me say this. I've been dealing with this staff for 8, 9 years.
Mr.
And
Mays,
let me
what's your
finish my
point?
point of order. I didn't holler at the staff. I rolled over there, and matter of fact, the staff kind of hollered at me.
Mr. Mays, that is not a point of order.
It is a point of order when you trying to rule that we shouldn't holler at staff. from what Ms. Worthing said.
Mr. Mays, I will again revert back to where
Point
we
of
were at.
information.
What is your point?
Was you talking to this black man when you said for Ms. Worthing not to holler at staff?
I said, and I believe the record will also state that I said all council members and members of this body. Chief, you have the floor.
Point of information. I just happened to be one who got hollered at by staff in front of this group.
Chief, please continue.
So I was just explaining a situation where the vehicle is targeted.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Mr. Mays. Can you repeat that? I don't think I heard you.
I ain't gonna do like Ms. Worthing and repeat it, but yeah, I said it's a bunch of mess.
That's
When
not the word
white
that I
folks
heard.
try to act like you argue, you want me to
Mr.
say what I
Mays.
said?
Yes, I do.
You say it, since you heard it. You say it.
I would appreciate
Well, repeat
it.
what I said.
I want to make sure that I heard
I'm
what
gonna
you
tell
said.
Point
you
of
I
order.
don't like.
What's your point?
According to city council rules, you cannot argue with colleagues. It's unprofessional. Mr. Mays is out of order.
That is correct. Mr. Mays, you are out of order, and I do believe that you used profanity, so this is your first warning.
Point, I'll appeal the ruling of the chair.
There is an appeal on the ruling of the chair that Mr. Mays shall be issued his first warning for profanity. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Hearing none, that appeal dies. Mr. Mays, you've had your first warning. Please continue.
May I ask to be excused, because you won't get the pleasure of
Yes,
throwing
you
me
may.
out. May
Yes,
I
you
be
may.
excused?
Yes,
I have
you
to
may.
listen in the audience.
Yes, you may be excused. Chief, please continue, and I apologize.
I was explaining a situation when a vehicle is targeted. For instance, if an officer observes,
Excuse me, I just want to make sure there's order in the audience as well. Chief, please continue.
what's been commonly occurring, when officers have the opportunity to observe an individual conducting donuts in the middle of the roadway, officer attempts to initiate a traffic stop. That vehicle flees at a high rate of speed, fleeing from the officer, reaching miles of approximately 100 miles per hour. Based on our policy procedure, that officer is required to terminate that pursuit. But if that officer's 100% identified that vehicle involved in fleeing and eluding, conducting donuts in the middle of the roadway, at a later date and time, if we've discovered that vehicle parked in a driveway, anywhere at a party store, at a gas station, we want to confiscate that vehicle for that act. That's an example of targeting the vehicle. Other than that, if the vehicle's impounded for donuts, reckless driving, things of that nature, it's at the officer's discretion to impound it. If he does impound it, there's a civil process, and the individual receiving that vehicle or that vehicle being returned to the rightful owner.
Thank you. I do believe Mr. Pfeiffer wanted the floor next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Green, how does this ordinance strengthen the Michigan Vehicle Code already that's in place?
Well, it protects the city as far as the ordinance, as far as when these individuals flee at a high rate of speed. Other than that, we're forced to issue a citation.
I don't think to your point though, I don't think that this says anything to do with fleeing. So this is just straight, if they get pulled over for reckless driving, this has nothing to do with fleeing or beyond the act. So I understand your point, but this ordinance doesn't say anything about getting them after the fact and fleeing. I believe you could do that.
Well, I was just using that as an example. It covers the entire act, reckless driving.
So
Gives us a little bit more, say, teeth into the.
So if somebody's doing donuts or figure eights or whatever else, we can't pull them over and impound the vehicle?
No.
I'm sorry, what?
Not at this point.
Why can't we?
We could pull them over and we could issue them a citation, yes.
So under MCL 257-626, we can impound the vehicle. So I'm confused on why you're saying if they're doing reckless driving, we can't impound the vehicle.
We can impound the vehicle depending on the driving status, the situation. It depends. It's a fluid situation. But this ordinance
This
is
ordinance,
specific.
this ordinance specifically points to 257-626. So I'm just confused on why we need an ordinance on top of the Michigan Vehicle Code that states the same thing.
Well, it's definitely identifying these actions, this donuts, the drifting, the sliding, the gliding, as a public nuisance, which it is. That's the difference.
So,
The state motor vehicle code doesn't identify it as a public nuisance. This is a public nuisance issue.
but whether or not that's a public nuisance or not, wouldn't that be a reckless driving offense?
This specific ordinance identifies this reckless driving, this activity as a public nuisance. That's the difference.
So what's the difference between getting so we're saying we're gonna get people for reckless driving and a public nuisance?
No, it identifies the drifting, the figure eighting in the middle of the roadway as a public nuisance. If you drive around the city of Flint, you see all these black marks in the middle of the roadways, in parking lots, things of that nature. This ordinance addresses that activity as a public nuisance. How we identify a public nuisance is complaints by the citizens of the city of Flint that call and complain on a daily, regular basis about the drag racing, the drifting, the figure eights in the middle of the roadway. They're not calling about reckless driving. They're calling about this public nuisance, is what we identified as a public nuisance. And under this public nuisance, that allows us to forfeit that vehicle. Under the State Reckless Driving Act, it does not.
So you're saying under the public nuisance, we can impound the vehicle, but
This ordinance allows that, absolutely.
is it, through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney, is there a ordinance on public nuisance that specifically calls for impounding vehicles?
That's would be what this ordinance is. I guess the distinction that I would draw is that, state law provides for criminal penalties, and the police can obviously make arrests when they, have probable cause to believe that there is a criminal violation of either state or local statute. What this ordinance does is provide the city with essentially another tool in its toolkit to address these kinds of problems. By addressing it not from necessarily the criminal aspect, which we can already do, but addressing it as a public nuisance, as the chief is saying. It makes it clear that the city considers this kind of behavior to be a public nuisance, which allows the city to take certain steps that are permitted under state law to address public nuisances. Among those would be filing an action in the court to enjoin the public nuisance, which can include the forfeiture of the vehicle itself.
So this, and I'm just confused because what he's saying, what I'm reading, and what MCL code is, they don't mesh in my mind because this doesn't say anything about forfeiture of vehicle. So that's what I'm just trying to gather. Does the nuisance ordinance state that we can take their vehicle?
State law allows for forfeiture of basically any property that
So if
is
state law
constituting a
already
nuisance.
says that, what's the point of this?
Because state law doesn't define that very clearly. There's a great deal of ambiguity in terms of whether it could cover that. So by enacting this ordinance, the city council would be declaring that reckless driving is a public nuisance in the city and that the city can then act accordingly.
I mean, I'm not opposed to this. I just think that it might not be ready for prime time because it doesn't address any of those questions. Like, if we're going to have this on here, why not state all of these that that they'd be subject to impoundment or fines or whatever else? It doesn't say anything about that. And there's no public nuisance ordinance that states that it would fall under that, is that we can impound their vehicles under public ordinance.
There's a specific state statute that allows municipalities to take action to enjoin against nuisances. So it's a specific power that's been granted by the legislature to municipalities, as well as to counties, prosecuting attorneys, some other entities like that, that allows the city to file a legal action to enjoin a nuisance. And what this ordinance does is state clearly and unequivocally that engaging in this kind of reckless driving in a residential neighborhood is a public nuisance, and that the city can and will treat that as a nuisance and take the actions that are necessary to abate the nuisance.
I mean, I don't think that this should be only in residential neighborhood. This should be anywhere in the city. So why is this only pinpointed to residential neighborhoods? Through you, Madam Chair, to the chief, why is this only for residential neighborhoods and not down Miller Road?
Oh, I agree. I think it's determined by the speed limit of that area also, 35 miles per hour. I think that's Miller Road,
So I guess I would make a substitute motion that we send this to legislative to have more conversation.
There is a substitute motion to send Resolution Ordinance 220166 to the Legislative Committee. Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'll support that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion regarding this motion?
Madam Chair?
Was that Ms. Worthing?
So I understand that the nuisance law from the state, which we are able to enforce, is vague.
Yes.
So we are writing this ordinance to clarify that reckless driving is a nuisance,
Yes.
so then you can enforce
That's
that.
correct.
I get that part, that makes sense. To the city attorney, is there a reason why it's in a residential neighborhood and doesn't include all?
That was how I understood that the request for the ordinance be drafted, that the body could make that, expand that if it so chose. I'm just trying to work through some of the angles in my head here real quick.
Can you include?
The advantage of limiting it to residential neighborhoods does simplify some things, but there's no reason that it couldn't be expanded to other areas of the city. As the chief mentioned, driving 70 miles an hour in a residential neighborhood is kind of, by definition, reckless driving, because you're driving at 70 miles an hour in a 25 mile per hour
Point
zone.
of information.
Mr. Mays, I believe that you excused yourself from this meeting.
No, I didn't, Madam Chair. I can get up and excuse myself to go to the bathroom, anything else. You believe in wrong about me.
Mr. Mays, the chair was under the impression that you wanted to be excused from the
The chair was
meeting.
wrong.
Mr. Mays, are you requesting to rejoin the meeting?
I don't have to. Once I'm excused, I can come back.
Mr. Mays, you were excused from the meeting by your choice.
I was excused to go pee
Mr. Mays.
or whatever I did.
Mr. Mays.
I got a point of information. You refusing the point of information before I forget it?
Mr. Mays, you were excused from this meeting, and I quote, to go sit in the audience.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
There is an appeal to the ruling of the chair that Mr. Mays asked to excuse himself to go sit into the audience. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'm going to support that appeal.
Okay, It has been moved and properly supported. First of all, my apologies, Chief Green. As I believe the record will indicate, Mr. Mays did ask to be excused to go sit in the audience. The chair did interpret that to mean excused from the meeting entirely, because I do believe that there was also a comment regarding his first warning and not wanting to be escorted out of the meeting. As such, the chair assumed that Mr. Mays was going to spend the rest of special affairs in the audience. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
When I get up and I ask to be excused, I'm just asking to be excused. I might want to go sit in the audience and speak to someone. It doesn't matter. He asked to be excused, so he should be allowed to come back into the meeting. He didn't say that he was leaving the meeting forever. He just asked to be excused. I thought that's what he asked. He just got up and he put his finger up and said, I'm going to be excused. I'll be excused. So he's back into the meeting. Why does it matter? He's back. I'm not understanding. Why does it matter? Let him back into the meeting. Let's move on with this meeting. It's almost 8 o'clock. This is ridiculous. Come on, guys. Let's get this meeting moving forward. Now, he's back in the meeting. He asked for a point of information. Let's honor it. Let's just stop and move on. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
I've asked to be excused many times. And this time, after I thought I got a bogus warning, I want to minimize the damages and take myself out of the equation much as I can. In my mind, I believe you want me gone from my elected seat, and you can't control that. Now here, from the 8th Ward to the 9th Ward to the 2nd Ward, people ask to be excused, but with me, you say you assume that I wouldn't take my chair back. You assume that. But people getting excused and coming back and forth is a natural occurrence. The more you treat me differently, the more you highlight some type of bias or discrimination. And people get nervous when I keep saying that, but you might as well be nervous because you displaying a different treatment in a plenty of ways. Now here you gonna say, I assume you was gone for the rest of the meeting. Don't assume. That was crazy. You don't assume other council members is gone for the rest of the meeting, to the point that I had to appeal you if you don't want to let me back in a meeting that I'm elected to participate in. I had a point of information to the city attorney to see if that 70 miles an hour that I keep hearing is wrote in the ordinance. Now, they keep using the example of 70 miles an hour in a 25-mile zone. I want to see if some of these specific examples and thresholds is wrote in the ordinance, and I had a right to do a point of information. I also had a right to know if 45 miles an hour is wrote in there. And so that was my quick inquiry to the city attorney when he used the same 70 miles an hour the chief used. And your job is to entertain it, and they can answer it if they want. Now we caught up because you say, I can't be back in the meeting because I asked to be excused. That's the most ridiculous ruling. But what's going to be more interesting is to see how the majority vote. See, I don't play the politics of if I've offended you. I play the politics of what's right and what's wrong. And I see a gentleman in the audience, it concerns me, because some folks don't think these questions is important. But when you sit in a hostile work environment, it is important. I didn't holler at staff. Staff hollered at me. And I have the right to talk to staff. Been doing it for 7, 8 years. I don't even want to ride in the elevator now with certain staff, because this was out in the open when I just checked to see was the clock stopped. And she hollered more at me than I politely went to her. They're creating a hostile work environment. And I'll happen to be a part of it. Now here we is on an appeal whether I can come back and sit in my elected seat after numerous people been excused and can come back. It's a little much. Let's see how folks vote.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
we are wasting so much time. Passive aggressive behavior, which is what we are dealing with, and I'm tired of it. We got an ordinance that we're talking about keeping people safe, and we addressing if somebody, I don't even know, it's silliness. Councilman Mays did get up from his seat and say, I want to be excused from this meeting because I don't want to be thrown out with my black behind, and I'm leaving. You grumbled and you left. And now many of us may have had a sigh of relief that we could finish the agenda because you would be gone. Because right now you're wasting everybody's time. I want to pass the ordinance to keep the people in the city of Flint safe. You don't have to vote on it. I don't even care that you're running. But what you are doing is running our nerves into the ground. You don't have to like us.
Point of
I'm all good and cool
information.
beans with it. And please make sure it's a quick inquiry for him.
What's your point of
Are
information?
you talking and fussing at me?
And so, Madam Chair,
Point of order.
What's your point?
According to Rule 26.4, you cannot misuse those. So therefore, you have the option to discipline Mr. Mays.
That is correct. I hear what you're saying, Dr. Lewis. Ms. Burns, please continue.
thank you. So as we were finishing up the business to get some changes, make sure that we are addressing the needs of this ordinance and working on, we are still dealing with disruptive behavior. And it is the same thing like a classroom when you have a disruptive child and you have to send them to the principal's office. Let's do some work. Let's do some work. We got things on the agenda that we need to get done. Mr. Mays has said he's in a hostile work environment with his colleagues. Well, I'm sick and tired of the passive aggressive behavior like he's the victim. I'm being victimized, sitting here through all of this mess. We're tired. We're tired. And unfortunately, I could not remove him and vote. And I abstained, but your behavior, sir, is still incredulous. And it's a problem. We had accidents this last weekend because of drifting, sliding, donuts ate. A car hit the palm tree. We had a car last summer, same thing, that hit 2 other people. We had a number of shootings in this community, and we're dealing with this mess. We're tired. They didn't elect us to do this. And now one of my 6 ward members, council residents, has told me, and my ward is mixed, so it's not black and white, that I should keep you as president. And I voted for you. I voted for you. I wish you could have rose to the occasion to be the presidential, but your behavior is not presidential. And that bothers me because my skin is black too. I check the black box. It has nothing to do with color right now, but all to do with your behavior. Madam Chair.
Point of information.
What's your point?
The appeal has to do with whether I'm allowed to come back in this meeting.
Madam Chair.
Continue, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Madam Chair, he stated he was leaving this meeting because he didn't want his black behind to be thrown out and no warnings. So it was my understanding that he wanted to leave the meeting and he was going to go sit in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis.
Thank you so much. Not going to beat a dead horse, but as he uttered obscenities from his seat, he stood up and said that he's removing himself from the meeting to sit in the audience. Exactly quoted from Councilperson Burns. See, if you approve this behavior, if you agree with this, then you are not involved in moving the city forward. The reason why I'm saying something is because according to our Ethics and Accountability Board, they said if we don't say anything, then we're complicit with that. So no, I don't want to have to sit up here and pinpoint rules. I don't want to. But when you are acting unpresidential and uncouncilman-like, it is my duty per the Ethics and Accountability Board that we hold our council people responsible and we point out the violation of the rules. I will no longer be in compliance instead of sitting here allowing this to just pass, because it's not going to pass, and he's going to keep doing it. So because, again, this isn't the way I feel. These are the rules, and these are the things that came out of his mouth. He
Point of
said,
information.
What's your point?
Ms. Lewis, can you cite a rule that says if we're excused, we can't come back?
well, I will tell you, your direct quote said that you excuse, see how Mr. Mays likes to manipulate and play on words. And a lot of times we don't say anything for the sake of expediting things, but that time is over. He said out of his mouth, see, he says so much, he don't remember, he don't recall. He says so much. But you said that you are excusing yourself because you're not going to let the white lady throw you out. That's what you said. So when you made that statement and then you made your way to the audience, you excused yourself for this meeting.
Point of information.
Therefore,
What's your point?
Isn't it a fact that I normally go into the audience and come back? I didn't say I was excusing myself forever, did I?
That is denied. Continue, Dr. Lewis.
again, violation of Rule 26.4. So as I was saying, unless we have all night to go back and forth with the senior council person who knows enough of the rules to play these games and keep us here all night, please vote for him. But if you want to vote for what we were elected to do, if you want to vote for the council rules and for order and civility on this council, please support the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in this appeal?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer.
I just have, so the whole thing was he left and he came back and you asked him if he wanted to come back and he didn't want to answer that question. Was that a true statement, I guess, to the chair?
I'm sorry, are you asking me if he asked that question? Or
No,
are you
I'm saying he removed himself and then came back, and then you asked him the question, are you wanting back in the meeting? And he said he don't need to ask that question. Is that what happened?
What happened was he came back after he had excused himself, and I was asking if he thought he was coming back. If I see what you're saying, I asked if he thought he was coming back to rejoin the meeting.
Okay, so he never asked to come back to the meeting?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I have.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Mr. Piper, do anybody stop and ask to come back, or do they just come back?
Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Here's the deal. Until we have the political will.
Excuse me, Mr. Murphy. Will the members of the public please, again, remember the acoustics, and we want to make sure that we have the fairness and the civility for all discussion. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Murphy. I apologize.
This council person is dancing all around this council. And I want to just thank my colleagues. I was just sitting there listening to you guys, and it was just like, oh, thank you so much. I ain't got to say what y'all already, we get it. We got it. Some people don't get it. He have enablers that's going to be there for him, that's going to rah-rah and clap regardless whether he's right or wrong. If you guys notice, and some people in the public notice, when he is gone out this meeting, we get it done. When he here, is this where we at now? We want to get the business of the city done. We dealing with an ordinance, now we on the appeal. We didn't get here until he came back into this meeting. Regardless whether he believe it, he is the problem. And every time he come back to this meeting, here we go, going back and forth. I mean, even before the meeting started, we're going back and forth with each other. This is just ridiculous. What this senior council that's been here for 8 years, that claim he got more experience and all of this different stuff on us, is putting us through where we can't even, it's from the time we've been elected, to come here to try to get the business done threatening to recall us if we, because he don't like what we do. That's what democracy look like. If that's what you so choose, you know, but this appeal is frivolous. He wanted to be excused from the meeting. Okay, bye, go. Go sit there and let us finish the business of the city and get this stuff done. Let us let us do us. You don't agree with us? Stay out there in the audience and let us do what we need to do and get the business done and get done. There's 8 of us that still want to sit here and get the work done. You come back in the meeting and then here we are here with all of this appeal stuff because you want to come. You just trying to dance all around us, and it's rude and disrespectful to the new council and just the council, our time, even the public time. We ain't even, here it is going on 8 o'clock and we ain't even started.
Point of information.
What's your point?
So, Mr. Murphy, are you trying to lead me to believe that I can't take my elected seat after being excused and coming back just like the rest of y'all?
Continue, Mr. Murphy.
I call for the question.
In an appeal, we have to, I have to, yeah,
Well,
we're in
I'm
the
ready to
appeal.
get the meeting done. We got a lot of work to do.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the appeal? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the appeal? There's only one round in an appeal, and then the only person who gets to speak twice is the chair. As such, I simply have only to say I echo the sentiments of my colleagues in the 6th and the 2nd Ward. As a reminder, when we go into vote, a yes sustains the ruling of the chair, which in this case would be Mr. Mays had excused himself from the meeting, and will not be allowed back in. As a yes sustains the ruling of the chair, no overturns. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Hergenroder,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
No.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
I abstain.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention in favor of the chair. Mr. Mays, thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I just informed the chief of police, when y'all remove me illegally out of my seat, it'll be with the police and force.
Mr.
Because
Mays,
that's my position. So the cameras can get ready, y'all can get ready. I
Mr.
will fight
Mays.
for my elected seat. When folks is excused and they come back and forth, this first ward councilman won't
Mr.
be
Mays, you do not
discriminated
have the
against.
floor.
So Chief,
Mr.
you might well
Mays.
get ready.
Mr. Mays, you do not have the floor.
But I got my seat.
You will be excused from this meeting. You excused yourself from the meeting. You may go sit in the audience. Mr. Mays, you may go sit in the audience. This is your warning. Mr. Mays, are you refusing to leave your seat to go sit in the audience? Seeing no movement from the councilman in the 1st Ward, Officer Metcalf, can you please remove Mr. Mays?
You gonna put 'em on. Or you snap in
Thank you to my council members. I do apologize for that delay. We were in the first round of discussion on the new substitute motion to send ordinance 220166 to legislative. Is there any discussion? Ms. Burns? Was that or?
Madam Chair, I, unfortunately, with the distraction, could you state that again too, please?
Sure. There was the initial, as a brief recap, there was the initial motion to send ordinance 220166 to council. Mr. Pfeiffer put forth a substitute motion to send ordinance 220166 to legislative, and which was moved by Mr. Pfeiffer and seconded by Ms. Winfrey Carter, and we are now in the first round of discussion. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? Mr.
Yes.
Murphy.
So, I really want to see this get passed. I want to see it go to council. One of the reasons, a couple of reasons, I'm not sure to the chief, and I know you may not want to talk about it, but on Selby Street, I don't know, I've been getting complaints about them either drag racing on Selby Street or reckless driving, so I don't know, would this help support the issue that's going on Selby Street? I got a call last night about someone, a killing, or I don't know whether they was reckless driving or was they shoot. I'm not sure, but there's something going on Selby Street dealing with whether it's reckless driving or drag racing. So I'm not sure what that situation is. And then I got a call last night again, or this morning while I was at work, where my niece was in an accident where it was, they were drag racing or something, and she was driving down the street and they hit her car in the middle of a high-speed police chase. I'm not sure whether it was the Flint police or the state. I'm yet to talk to my niece. She okay, she was banged up a little bit, but so it's a whole bunch of issues going on, and I'm not sure whether this is going to address that issue. But what I do want to see, I want to see it move forward to council so that we can vote on it. I'd rather have it in place than not have it in place and work on it while we got something in place versus us having nothing in place. So what you're saying sounds as if we are, we have them, they could do donuts or whatever in the streets, and there's nothing on the books with teeth to address them doing donuts and the black marks in the street, and this will address that situation, is what my understanding is. But I don't want us to leave out drag racing, because if they drag racing, that's a situation, and we ain't addressing that. So through you to the chief, do we have something on the books that will address drag racing?
Yes, we do.
So we already got something in there that address drag racing. We don't have nothing to address reckless driving.
We have laws on the book to address reckless driving, but what this does, this identifies that activity as a public nuisance, and that's what we're trying to deter, is this type of activity by specifically identifying it as a public nuisance.
Okay.
And especially in your ward, Councilman, as you stated, Selby, Leaf Street,
James P. Cole.
James P. Cole, those are the areas where if you drive through James P. Cole and Leaf, you see it's very prevalent there as far as a total indication of the figure eights in the middle of the roadway. This will go along with, this will assist us with cameras we will be placing in those areas with a live feed that would give us not only a recording of the activity, but also help us identify those vehicles.
And then my other question through you to the chief. I believe, and I remember one of my church members, Jacqueline Nicholas, died on Pearson Road through a high-speed chase on the corner of Pearson and North Street. And I believe we put something in place to stop high-speed chases in the city. I'm not sure if that's the case. If that is the case, how is my niece being, I don't know who hit her, whether the person that was running or the police, I don't know yet because I haven't talked to her. But she is okay. She didn't have to be hospitalized, thank God for that. But are we still doing high-speed chases in the city?
No, absolutely not. That's the reason why we're asking for this ordinance, due to the fact our policy, departmental policy, does not allow for high-speed vehicle pursuits for this type of violation, drag racing, figure eighting, things in the roadway. Our officers are, if that's the only offense, they're ordered to terminate, and they're prohibited from engaging in the vehicle pursuit.
Okay, well, I'll talk to you off the records because I'm not sure what happened with that situation. But if we're doing high-speed chases in the city, that's a problem. But I'll be supporting this ordinance going to council. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Winfrey Carter, then Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting the ordinance. However, I think more teeth need to be put into this ordinance, and that's why I supported the motion to send it to legislative. And I'm not sure if we had this in legislative committee on Wednesday or not. And see, everything should go through committee and then come through to special affairs and then to council. And so that's another reason why I'm going to support this to go back through to legislative committee so that we can do the work and vet this in legislative committee. I see that, you know, I'm looking at Section D, and more work needs to be done. This needs to cover the entire city, you know. So I'll be voting to send this back to, send it first to legislative committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Then
Thank you.
Ms. Priestley.
I'll yield the floor to Councilwoman Priestley.
Okay, we'll switch. Ms.
Thank
Priestley,
you
then
so
Ms.
much.
Burns.
Thank you very much. I will vote to send it back to legislative committee because I think that the in a residential neighborhood needs to be struck from this, because otherwise they can be doing this on Dort Highway. They can be doing it, is it Ballinger or 12th, you know, in that area. So I'm going to support sending it back for that. And this doesn't affect people who drive on parking lots, so does it, with the donuts and stuff. My nephew did this last week in a church's parking lot and ended up in a ditch, destroying their container around their waist cans, and his mother bailed the car out. So I'm totally 100, and she knows how I feel, but I'm totally in favor of this action, but I do want to see it throughout the city and not just a residential neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to my colleagues, I've listened and your inquiries. I think this is a good start. I think most of us want to say, to have it throughout the entire city. And I appreciate, Chief Green, you listening to me. I may go back and forth with you, but I cannot complain if I don't do anything about it. And I don't mind doing the work along with my colleagues. I know it's an issue. Clio Road is an issue, Dort Highway, and many other areas. And if this is a tool that will help, then we need to do what we need to do to help you. And that, for me, is important. When we talk about how serious is it, I often see the people in the Chargers, the muscle cars, or I don't even know what you call it. Because in my day, we didn't go over 25 miles per hour because we wanted to be seen. In our parents' cars, we did not speed. We never sped. But now you can see it's common. I've been sitting at a light where they have done the donuts on the left side, the right side, then pulled up in front of me, and it's dangerous. A car went into the palm tree this past weekend, a Dodge Charger, tore the building up, and he lost control. We had it last summer. I don't know how, matter of fact, they're on YouTube about it. You can go sliding and you can pull it up, and you can, I think for Flint, you will see it. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. This person, she was a young lady, did it. So it's male and female. She did it and hit 2 other people. The accident stayed there for hours because they had to assess the scene. We unfortunately didn't have enough officers. That's a whole nother issue because there were some shootings. So her act of thinking they're entitled to do this, no, you're not entitled to drive reckless to hurt people. And it is something that is serious to me because kids can't ride in the street with their bikes now because of individuals with the lawlessness. They're lawless. We used to ride our bikes in the street, race in the street, our skateboards in the street. Our communities are for families, not for these lawless individuals who could care less, have no regard for life. They just simply don't. And if it was my child or my niece or my nephew or my neighbor's kid, I'm going to pull them to the side. Matter of fact, I was on the phone this Saturday with the Michigan State Post Commander, and her and I were talking. My neighbor across the street, he's too old to be doing tricks on his motorcycle. Flint PD rolled up on him. He had just did tricks on Ballinger. I said, I can't. I said, he just, the police are there. Your department was doing their job. I can't, he should have had his motorcycle impounded. I would have had no problem. And I'm going to tell you why. So I told him every Saturday morning, don't be up and down my street doing tricks. Don't do that. Seniors and kids live on that street. They can't get out the way quick enough. They just simply can't. The officer was nice enough, gave him a warning, and I talked with the officer. I still had the Michigan Post Commander on the phone. Her and I were talking. And I told him, I said, look, I said, you know not to be doing this. I talked to you. You don't do this. Well, I can drive pretty fast and I can get away from the police quicker than they can get me. That is why we need this, because they know it. Impound that bike so we don't have to have something else. They don't learn until you do something to them. I've been talking to him for years. I have told him, I have blessed him out on my way to church and came back and blessed him out for 5 hours later because it's serious. Now, he cuts that corner now. The music is down. I don't hear, but I didn't see him on Ballinger. We have to start holding our community members, holding them responsible for their actions. And it's important because these issues cause lives. I had 7 children at the corner of Lavender and Berkeley who were out there playing. The mom didn't see him. One child was in his diapers. If this gentleman was out there doing this, and they speed all up and down Berkeley, I got out my car to find where the kid's parents were. I don't want to see a child get hurt. I don't want to do that. And these kids, we played in the street. We did. So I want to see something that we can help you with. If I can help you with this, and my colleagues, I hope we can get this done. We need it all over 25 miles per hour, and that's the consensus of my colleagues, that if we can get 25 over on the entire city, then let's do it. Let's do something. I don't want to just complain about the police department. I want to make sure we put something into action so we can get something done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I just want to my colleague in the 5th Ward, this was brought to legislative, and she brought it to legislative, but due to the time constraints and the lateness of the hour, I didn't want to bring this up, and I'm glad that it's here because Chief Green wasn't there, and I'm glad we had this conversation with Chief Green. So to my colleagues, and she did bring it to legislative, so I just want to put that out there. Chief, I want to talk a little bit about enforcement and almost in what my colleague in the Third Ward brought up about vehicle pursuits. And for that part, drag racing. Because in my ward, the 12th Street Ballinger is, it's a drag strip every Friday, Saturday night, 11 o'clock. You can count on it. And I've called, police don't show up. I mean, I've got the car that can smoke them all, and so I fit right in. I can go in there and be a plant. Like, I'm not joking. I can go down there and call and say, this is Councilman Pfeiffer. There's drag racing on 12th and Ballinger. Nobody shows up. And it's concerning that if they do show up, all they got to do is run. And we're not going to do anything about it. So help me, because I'm all for this, and I want to expand it to give it more teeth and throughout the city and possibly add, you know, an extended drag racing component. So explain to me how we're going to start enforcing these. We can put death penalty on the books for drag racing, but if we don't enforce it, explain to me how we are going to add another law to the books that we can enforce.
That's a great question. So what we've already started enforcing by hotspot policing. So what we've noticed, for instance, drag racing is becoming prevalent in certain locations in the city of Flint, different locations. We target one area, we experience displacement. They move to another area. So what we're going to roll out is our hot spot policing initiatives in multiple locations without tipping them off. We're going to use technology and enforcement teams. We've already laid out the plan to do that. Hasn't been totally rolled out due to weather. Now we're moving into the warmer months. You're going to see more activity as far as hot spots where they're conducting this type of activity, and we're going to be there. But technology is going to play a major role in it. Enforcement teams, and we're just going to be a little bit more aggressive. This ordinance is going to support those efforts. And you're correct. When we've already experienced during our enforcement, vehicles fleeing. It happened this weekend. Flee from an officer doing enforcement for drag racing. Unfortunately, no innocent bystanders got injured, but those fleeing did get injured. So we're going to enforce the laws in these hotspot areas. We're going to use technology. We've already started a version of it, but we're going to amp it up some now since we're moving into May, June, July, and August.
Thank you. And I would implore the police department, yourself, through your leadership, to set some examples and make some examples of people that are drag racing. Once we lay down the law and say drag racing, they are going to impound your vehicle, they are going to sell it, they're going to put you in jail, they're going to fine the crap out of you. Until we set an example, our streets are going to keep coming from Mount Morris and Clio because they know they can get away with it. We have to set an example. And I implore you and your team that we do that so that we do not have, reckless abandon in our streets. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak in the first round of discussion? You've already spoken the first round. In the first round, Dr. Lewis?
Madam Chair, thank you. This is a serious problem. Majority of the places that you all named were in the 2nd Ward. The Palm Tree in the 2nd Ward. During our cleanup, we were cleaning up, but not to mention that someone was running from the police and crashed into a tree right on the corner. And then I also saw a video circulating on Facebook with another young man who was speeding. I don't know if he was fleeing from anyone or the police, but yeah, they showed him right there on the scene before the ambulance and police got there. Speeding, reckless driving. I have a couple of questions because, you know, as we were wrapping up our day, someone in the old Mercury Mountaineer decided they wanted to join the donut committee. That's nothing like a Tesla, a Mountaineer, okay, doing donuts. But they didn't do the donut. They just spun their tires, created a big smoke screen that filled the area in the park. And then they drove off. So I don't see that in the ordinance. We have to do something. I understand why a lot of people don't want to be police. This is a hard, thankless position. You know, we want to create rules, but when you create rules, people have issue with your rules. So it's like, you know, what do we do? Where do we start? You say you want better, but when we give you better, then you want to say that that's not fair. So I'm definitely in support of sending this back to the legislative committee because I'm 100% for it. But I want to see a few things fleshed out. And through you, Madam Chair, to Chief Green. So aren't cameras, I heard you mention that we were going to have cameras. Yes. So aren't cameras illegal to use for tickets in Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. So even if we catch them on camera doing their donut deals, can we legally send them anything in the mail because of this?
No, we cannot.
So, so through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, you got something?
I'll just say that there is a difference between criminal prosecutions and civil prosecutions, and the kind of seizure and forfeiture of these vehicles as public nuisances is a civil proceeding, and so the rules are going to be a little bit different. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarity. But long story short, I'm definitely for it because the first nice day out, I witnessed a lot of bad actors doing bad things in our neighborhood. And again, I'm the council person that lost the family dog because someone was speeding down the street. So we had him in a cremation box in our living room. We'd love to have Devin back, you know, with our family, but unfortunately because of a speeder, someone that was reckless driving, creating a public nuisance in our community, we no longer have that. So with that being said, I'm definitely for it. So let's send it back to committee. Let's put some teeth in it so we can move on and get this on the books because this is long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you. I do believe that everyone has spoken the first round except for me. So I will just very briefly, I think that, you know, every single one of us, regardless of where we are in the city and what ward we represent, has experienced reckless driving in one way, shape, or form or another. I know that, you know, we all get calls, we all hear about everything, you know, whether that be on 12th and Ballinger, whether that be on Dort Highway, wherever that may be. Hearing the discussion from a number of my colleagues, it does feel like the overall flow of the body is to make sure that we do put more teeth in this and that we clarify exactly what this ordinance is, which I do wholeheartedly support and will be voting to send this back to legislative. I do have a couple additional questions, predominantly to get people's brains thinking about the future as we keep going forward with this. But we've heard a lot about prevention tactics and techniques, which you mentioned is going to start very soon, and I understand the warm weather is probably going to lead to a greater uptick in that as well. I will simply pose this question, whether there is an answer to it or not. I do just want to help kind of plant some seeds. But what CPTED, or crime prevention through environmental design, strategies has Flint PD considered to use in conjunction with an ordinance of this nature for when we know that we don't have the capacity for our police officers to be at every single, you know, donut or smoke screen in the second ward or anything like that? What CPTED strategies has Flint PD considered in conjunction to ordinances similar to this?
Well, definitely technology, cameras. They're going to assist us. Speed bumps, speed trailers.
What is that?
Speed trailers, so, have you seen those trailers that indicate what your speed is as you're traveling down the road? So deploying those in different areas.
Do you mean like the signs with the solar panel on top of them?
That's correct.
Oh, I didn't know they were called. I learned something.
Well, there's technology where those can be placed on a trailer and mobile, could be moved from location to location depending on the data, so.
So I guess with that, and similarly in the same vein as my colleague in the second ward, I guess the 8th and the 6th, and pretty much everybody actually, so that enforcement side of it then, so we know in the state of Michigan we can't do automatic ticketing. So how are we, and I know this is a little bit different, I apologize for being slightly off topic, but how are we going to make sure that we are able to enforce this as we continue forward for our city?
Well, we have to continue to be aggressive with our enforcement teams. We have enforcement teams out weekly, one team out in different locations. We have to double that or triple it, whatever it takes. A lot of that is dependent upon our manpower, which our staffing levels have increased. So we'll be able to have the staffing to accommodate that. But
So what I'm hearing you say is that when we have more police officers, we will be able to catch more people doing things of this nature.
well, we will have more, say, enforcement teams, and those will be on special overtime assignments. But in addition to that, also will be the officers that are normally working their normal shift when they're on their unobligated time. They'll be out trying to deter this type of activity.
So the officers will pick up these calls then when, for example, Councilman Pfeiffer calls?
Yes,
Okay.
I mean, they can call the officer, they can call me.
All
I
right.
prefer
You
that.
heard it here first.
I receive the calls.
All
or
right.
email.
Thank you, Chief Green. Is there any discussion in the second round?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
This is my, I know this is thinking outside of the box, but it seems like they like the race. So have you ever thought about maybe the police department could find a drag race strip for them to do the donuts and the drag racing and charge to get in, and some speculators and some vendors and generate some revenue to bring on some extra police officers? I mean, because it seems like that's what they like to do. And if they had a central location, ideal spot, I'm not sure, maybe the old Buick City site, maybe we could, James P. Cole, I know that's been historically known as a drag strip, but have you guys thought about creating, we got a lot of land in Flint somewhere, maybe we could use ARPA dollars and create a crime prevention for the drag racers and put 2 strips of asphalt down or something. I'm not sure, but I mean, it just seems like that's what they like to do.
Well, that was brought up, Councilman Murphy, about a year ago. They stated that was a project that the city of Detroit PD had initiated. So I inquired about that through a lieutenant at the Detroit Police Department, and his response was, yes, but it was a disaster. And then I understood, and then once you look into it, the liability for the city is astronomical. It's just not, it wouldn't be feasible. But Detroit PD, he described it and didn't get into detail, but he didn't want to be associated with it, but he described it as a disaster.
Okay. I'm just asking, thinking outside the box, because I might want to go watch. All right, I'm done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To your point, Councilman Murphy, I did do some research on that very thing, because I was at a family reunion last year, and we were talking about the drag racing. And one of my cousins said to me, he said, you know, I go drag racing. And I think he goes to Kentucky, someplace, and goes drag racing. And he said, you guys should, you know, find a spot and actually do it. And I started looking up the information, researching it. But then I came to a roadblock. The roadblock was the liability that the city would have to be responsible for. But I thought it was a really good idea because that's what they like to do. So, you know, we should give them options. If that's what they like to do, we should provide the options for them to do it. But it's the liability. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Priestley?
So, Chief, since we can't use camera to tickets because of state law, shouldn't we contact our state rep and our state senator to possibly create a law that
Yes.
allows us to do that?
Yes. It'd
Thank
be
you
at the
very
state level.
much.
Is there anyone
Madam
else?
Chair.
Ms. Burns?
I am not against racing. I'm not. In the South, they do it, but do it properly. I am not going to, and I understand my colleagues when they say, how do we find out what people can, you know, for the racers? I think they should kind of work on that themselves, because Auto City Speedway will be happy to take their money, which is out there in the country. You can pay a fee, and they can go out there and do it, but not on our residential streets. They need to do it where it's safe at, and it's not safe in a populated area. In the South, they do it, I mean, because it's country roads. I like going to monster truck shows, and I've always taken my kids because I've done it as a child. But I want to make sure, and Councilman Pfeiffer wants to add some teeth. I don't want to just put too many teeth in this to where we can't get this. We may do maybe another ordinance or something. You and I were talking. But I would like to get something on the book so they can start making, they can start enforcing it so that we can stop the car tricks, the sliding, the gliding. I mean, they're so bold with it. Like I said, they put it on YouTube. And so it's not like they're trying to hide it. And it's very prevalent in every neighborhood. So I appreciate us. I want us to send it back to legislative to have it to be added for the entire city so that it will cover to give you more access because it's everywhere. You always state you have the data, so you know where it's at, so you can use those as target areas. And let's, you know, get it cleaned up so people will know. You know, if you want to drag race, go pay the guy out to Auto City Speedway. He could use the money. And you can drag race on a racetrack that's for racing. And they got bleachers. We can go and watch then. So I think that would be a good way to use that for them, not on our city streets. It's dangerous. People sit on these sides. And I think about the palm tree on Clio Road. There were people in that vehicle. If someone was standing on the side and that car hit them, because it tore the blocks, the cinder blocks, that side of the building, it tore, the car was in the building. If that had been a human life, that person would be dead. And it's deadly when they do it. They're not race car drivers, they're not NASCAR drivers, and we think about those vehicles. They got rollover bars, they wear a helmet. You know, there's certain safety precautions. You know, they're out there putting on their best gear in their car saying, hey, let's do it. I'm not a fan of it. And my son-in-law races, and I'm in Detroit, as a matter of fact. They live in Detroit. And I'm not a fan of it. I'm just not. Maybe because I'm a mom, but it's not safe. Go to Auto City Speedway, not on our streets in Flint. It just not. So, Chief, I hope this will help you in your department. Enforcement is an issue in everything. That I will always say, enforcement was an issue this past weekend, but this will help because I want to make sure not only am I talking about the things we need to change, but I want to do some things to help change the issues in our city to make it better and safer for families and for people and for seniors. Seniors can't move. I can't move as quick as I used to. My reaction time is not as quick. And these cars move so fast, you can't even look in your rearview mirror to even see them because they move so fast. I miss the slow days when you ride in your parents' Cadillac. You didn't move. You had your trues and you had your little, I miss that. This is scary now. It's scary, and a lot of seniors are scared to leave their homes, and especially where I live on my street. Miss Parker is scared. She can't move. She's 90. She's a retired teacher, and she's terrified because of the people with the car tricks, which led me to talk to one of the young people on the street. He's now 32, who was having issues, and he did stop because, Mrs. Parker and I spoke with him, but we got to be responsible. I appreciate you working with me on this, and whatever we can do. I think my colleagues, I think we're all in agreement. I do want to address Councilman Pfeiffer's issue because he has stated, and that's a dangerous curve, because when that curve right there, when it's icy, you can't do anything. I've come around that curve before, and there was nothing, and I was really, I was not drag racing, Councilman Pfeiffer. I was not, but I had no control, and that scared me for the first time. And I've been driving since I was 12 on the country roads on our property. But thank you for working with me on this, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other council members who wish to speak in the second round of discussion? Do I see move,
Yeah.
Dr. Lewis?
Thank you. So again, I'm really into looking at what works, thinking outside of the box. So yes, I know quite a few places, they have accommodated this crowd with the drag race strips, and we can find one down in Lapeer, the Lapeer International Dragway. So they're doing it there. So let's see how they're doing it, how they're maintaining it, operating, what the liability looks like. I mean, it's just something to look into. It's not saying that this is what we're going to do, but it's something to look into, all things considered. But when you flip that same can, it's like, okay, will the people go to the drag strip, or do they want to race where they are? A big issue in the second ward was, when people were clustering on Clio Road in the summer, they're not really hurting anyone, but guess what they were doing? Throwing down litter and stuff like that, and you were tearing up the local businesses. They come back in the morning, and they just glass all over the parking lot. It's just a mess. So it begs the question that if we put a trash can right there, will that solve that? So to me, that's the way I'm looking at this whole dragway piece. Yeah, dragway piece. If we accommodated them with this, if we looked into it, did all of the due diligence, found an opportune spot, found out the liability was little to none, or maybe this is a private endeavor that a private company would take this on, I don't know. But after we do all this, what if they still want to drag down Myrtle? So are we targeting the correct crowd? Is this the crowd that wants to do it legally, or is this the crowd that want to do it down Myrtle? That's something that we must consider going forward. But all things considered, I'm definitely in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion in the second round? Is there any more discussion in the second round? Final call. Seeing none, that takes us to the vote on the motion to send ordinance 220166 to legislative. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no, to move to legislative.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to send resolution 220166 to legislative. The motion passes. The chair will entertain a motion for adjournment.
I make a motion.
There's a motion for adjournment. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to adjourn.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to adjourn. It is 8:33. We are adjourned.
Can you say 5 minutes?
Yes.
Ms. Hickenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That agenda item has been changed. Okay. I believe that brings us to the presentation of minutes. Janelle, is there a presentation of minutes this week? No? Okay. There are no public hearings, so that moves us along to public speaking. Madam Clerk, who is our first public speaker?
Our first public speaker is Mr. R.L. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell?
You're good.
Hello, hello.
You're all right, R.L.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My name is R.L. Mitchell, and I'm going to speak on this nuisance situation we got in Flint. To you, Madam Chair, to Tim. Tim, congratulations for making the whole Flint Police Department out of a nuisance. While you making them goofy rules, you and the police chief was talking about taking them kids' cars and pounding them and stuff and giving them the right to tote gun. They got gun laws, they can open carry, but the police of Flint, chief of police done made himself a nuisance in the whole, everybody in Flint, everybody in the police department. Because in Grand Rapids, they ain't got the guts to go over there and check one of their homeboys for putting a bullet in the back of one of their heads, talking about Black Lives Matter. And what you did, the president got, and back to you, Madam Chair. The peoples of the church advise you to read Ezekiel, the whole scripture. That's what you done to the council. And then for the city of Flint and the whole America know what heathens is all about. Heathenism and Lewis and the woman with the financial money and stuff talking about act like they can run the council without the president. And look at my council over there, Curious, got his hand on his cheek. And Warren must talking about marijuana over there in the Buick department and trying to go outside the box and cherry picking and talking about putting a race. Anyway, about these little kids, 12 years old, you see what the police is talking about like this is a police state, like there's a police running, nobody gonna run to read the people. In another, the woman who took my house and ain't here today, what her name was? The land bank, I can't call her name now, because she done took my house and tore it down without building a new one, and still went over there on Miller Road and gave $16 million with them goofy laws that China Tim done with the chief of police, and y'all think it's all right. You junkin', read Ezekiel, the whole chapter for you, Madam Chair, because dealing with the president away. Take that.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Our next public speaker is Ms. Jan Marie Arbor. Ms. Arbor?
Thank you, Madam Vice President and Council Body. I'm before you this evening, thank you, sir, thank you, to thank you, Council Body, for approving the Citizen 3 Boundary Ward Map during the April 11th, 22 Council meeting. As you know, the map will represent approximately 9,028 people in each of the City of Flint's 9 wards for the next decade. The map not only defines new ward boundaries, it also represents a population loss of 20,000 people from the city during the past 10 years. That's per the census, 2020 census. Given this population change, the new map represents a best effort to maintain boundaries in each of the 9 wards as near as possible to their existing status while considering new census data and the necessity to comply with state government requirements as it relates to that data. This map is extremely important as it represents not only the City of Flint's wards and populations within them, but also impacts the city's current 62 voting precincts. Fortunately, the map was approved just in time for the state of Michigan to receive it as required and to prevent our city from experiencing potential problems with our upcoming August primary. Considering how very important the ward boundary map is to our democracy and the voting process, there was an expectation of unanimous support, particularly in light of the fact that there were no substantial objections made to it during the February Elections Committee special meetings. Yet, after having been dropped, reconsidered, and ultimately approved, the map passed with a 2/3 majority. Of the 7 members present at council to vote, 6 supported and 1 abstained. And it is that abstention that has many baffled. Nevertheless, 6 of you got the job done. And for those of us who do value the right to vote, it was a job well done. It is with appreciation, Council, that passage of this ward map signals only one of the many steps you will take during your tenure to help create a renewed focus for Flint and its future. With this new map in place, over the next decade, Flint residents will vote for this city's future leaders in City Hall and council chambers, as well as on critical matters affecting the city's future and impacting people's lives. It is without doubt that residents want to move the city forward and to do so through a spirit of cooperation. Clearly, each one of us can choose to work independently toward the successes we seek, and we can also choose to work collectively toward creating a thriving Flint, a lively and prosperous Flint, a Flint that people will want to remain in and choose to move to rather than move away from. If you would kindly indulge me to finish my acknowledgments, I would so appreciate it, and I'll do it as quickly as possible. if I
30
might.
seconds?
Ooh, I'll have to speak in super fast speed. Okay, so I'm skipping some things. I appreciate that. Thank you. And that being said, on behalf of the residents of the city of Flint, I would like to acknowledge the following. Flint Elections Commission, including Commission Chair and City Clerk Inez Brown, City Assessor Stacy Cake, and the former City Attorney Angela Wheeler. Thank you for providing sound guidance to get us through this process. Mr. Ken Kalita, Director of the Genesee County Geographic Information Systems for the development of multiple maps. Thank you. 7th Ward Councilwoman Allie Herkenroder for exemplifying true leadership as a public servant by responding with urgency to residents' concerns over the proceeding and divisive Citizen 2 map, for standing with resolute conviction on fairness to all over favoritism to the few, and for showing poise and grace in the face of opposition and efforts made to dispose of a substantial black population in the 7th Ward. We thank you. To all residents within the 7th Ward and across the city who moved with their feet, put pen to paper, and otherwise spoke out in opposition to a divisive map, thank you for supporting this map. And again, thank you, City Council, for your approval of the City of Flint's ward boundary map.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Chad Slosser.
Good, excuse me. Good evening, City Council, and thanks for the chance to address you. My name is Chad Slosher. I've been a resident of the City of Flint since 2010. Of Mott Park since 2014. I've been a park adopter through Keep Genesee County Beautiful since 2018. I'm currently the president of the Mott Park Neighborhood Association and also board member of the Mott Park Recreation Association. The Mott Park Recreation Association has been taking care of the space that is the former Mott Park Golf Course since 2011, mostly taking care of the grounds, but we started restoring and renovating the clubhouse building into a community center in 2020. We've replaced the roof, totally upgraded the HVAC system, replaced broken windows, plumbing, drywall, painted the exterior and interior, and many more small odd jobs. So I've kind of been spearheading this project, and I understand it's going to come up for a vote soon, and I just wanted to express 3 reasons why we would love your support of this project. So first, we want to increase usage of the space to provide more opportunities for all neighbors to enjoy this beautiful public space for events, family reunions, graduation parties, and even weddings. Second, we want to leverage ourselves to further improve and protect this space. It costs us about $4,000 to $5,000 per year just to take care of everything, and that's mainly mowing and maintaining our equipment. It's all volunteers. We have no employees. We're a 501c3, so all of that goes right back into the grounds and the building. I'm not asking for money. I'm just asking for your support for a lease so that we can continue doing what we've been doing for the last 11 years. And third, this is crime reduction. It's an investment in the quality of life of all residents in our neighborhood and in our whole city. It may not be realistic. It's not realistic for civilians, people like me and you all, to go and prevent crime at the moment where it's about to happen. But what we can do is invest in the quality of life and create opportunities for the flourishing of all residents of our city, and especially young people. So we humbly request your support for our organization to have the legal authority to be caretakers of this beautiful property. It's owned by the city of Flint along the banks of the Flint River on the west side. I understand there's a delay, and I just want to express that we're more than comfortable with a 10-year lease, which I think will be voted on hopefully in 2 weeks, and we look forward to continuing to work collaboratively with the city of Flint, keep Genesee County beautiful, communities first, the Community Foundation of Greater Flint, and the good people of Mott Park, Glendale Hills, and beyond. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mr. Hubert Roberts. Mr. Roberts. I believe Mr. Roberts completed 2 slips, but the timing is only for one
Correct.
delivery.
Hello, Council. One thing I wanted to say is that...
Can you? Yep.
One
Thank
thing
you.
I'd like to, just want to encourage you guys to kind of work together, you know, to heal our community. We really need you guys to be on one accord as much as possible. You know, policing was started to protect white property, which was black and brown people. And so, Mr. Murphy, white fragility is real. When y'all talked about Auto Speedway, I mean, I didn't come here for that, but they won't allow us to go out to Auto Speedway or out to Lapeer to drag race or anything like that behind Donald Trump and that mandate. So one thing that we want to be clear about is in moving forward, you know, the Land Bank, the DDA, Uptown Development, Community Foundation, some things that we've been trying to get done in the community as far as some of the community activists. We haven't got very much support when you think about the funding and what those dollars that have came in, when we think about the water being poisoned and how our community continues to suffer. You know, you guys are the body that's representing, you know, those black and brown people when you think about this city that really needs the help, really needs the support, because a lot of times people, as you see, are not engaged in coming down here and spending time to be able to voice their concern about what they're dealing with on a daily basis as far as suffering. I deal with a lot of young people in many spaces at the schools, and what we're seeing with our families being broken, guys, those few dollars don't really represent much when we're bickering back and forth. And so I really want to just somewhat, you know, help to encourage you guys to be real concerned about coming together and getting some things done. We need some things done in our community. We really need some wins, guys. And you guys are the elected body that can make this happen. But we can't go much further without really, really understanding our history and what our history continues to do with us. When the chief is sitting here and talking about when you're talking about an ordinance that goes back to 1861, guys, those are the things that they used against black and brown people back in the 1800s. And we're still talking about some other kind of form of nuisance law when those are the things and the tools that's been used towards us on a daily basis, guys. So y'all think clearly about what a police officer say, because they do lie. Law enforcement, if you look at the presidency or would you look at any government body, as far as being honest about how they administer their laws and how they treat their people. And again, we have to be committed when we know some things that are wrong, as a body, continue work to get some things done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Kermit Lyons. Mr. Kermit Lyons.
Good evening, Council. Son, okay. Good evening, Council. I'm Kermit from the 5th Ward. I'm here to address crime. This past week was a very violent, Flint was very violent between the shootings, the fightings, the car wrecks, you name it. It was a lot. And my thing is that I want to know, where's the mayor on this? Because you guys are talking about it, but he never seem like he's addressing that. This helicopter was a joke. I seen the stats from the helicopters, 10 arrests, 4 domestic violence things, or whatever it was. And it's not even warm yet. People are scared to even drive their cars to go to the grocery store or anywhere, go to dinner because of violence. And the only thing the mayor can do is, only thing he touted was the helicopter. Well, it's a bit to call it a helicopter. So we need the council to do something and hold the mayor's foot to the fire, because this is getting worse. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our last speaker, and I'm going to assume that this is a separate presentation for Mr. Woodson? Or is it?
Save it for your
Okay.
7.5 minutes.
Okay. 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 So in any event, our public speaking is over then
Okay.
at this time.
Thank you. Is there any member of council who wishes to respond to the public?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
I will address the resident that pointed out my abstention. And you could have asked me, and I would have, I'm an open book on my voting. And I abstained from that because I didn't feel Citizen 3. I felt that the city was turned upside down so the 7th Ward could stay together. Me, in my ward, we lost the most residents. And I knew that going in. But I shouldn't have took any of her residents. Her residents shouldn't have been displaced or have a different council person that they didn't vote for. Like, we lost residents, and I believe you were losing residents as well. But our wards shouldn't have been flipped over so that the 7th Ward could stay intact. And that's why I abstained, because I didn't think that it needed to be done that way. Meaning, I knew I was going to end up giving residents to her, and I'm not saying, or her, it didn't matter. I knew that they were going to be in good hands, but there didn't need to be that much displacement in the community as far as ward boundaries goes. So that's why I abstained. So, people can be, hopefully they have some understanding of why I abstained, but I believe that there was a better map out there, but I don't know that there was the political will to find that better map, because the 7th Ward, and I applaud the amount of engagement you have in the 7th Ward to put that map out there. And we just didn't have that engagement, so that's why I abstained.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council who wish to respond to the public? Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And to Ms. Anne-Marie's point about the ward maps, I would like to make a referral, and this is to our city clerk. I would like a referral. I would like to have a more defined map for each of the wards. The copy of the map that we do have, I can't really see the streets. So I would like, one of the nice maps that we can get. And then I want to find out too, when does this take place? Is it immediate? And I do echo the sentiments of Councilman Pfeiffer as far as the changes in the wards, because I lost a significant amount of residents. And I happened to tell a couple of my residents this weekend about the map and about the changes, and I mentioned to them that I will no longer be their council person depending on when we start enforcing the change of these maps. And they were quite upset, and I'm sad that I gotta lose my residents that just voted for me, so it's a bitter thing for me, and I don't know, I was not here the night that they voted on the map, but I don't know if I wouldn't have abstained myself from the vote, because I just wasn't really in favor of the map. I do understand the 7th Ward and what happened in the 7th Ward and the residents being displaced out of the 7th Ward, but I don't know if I would have voted to accept this third map. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to thank all of the public speakers, because there's so much going on. And I'm going to piggyback Citizen Map 3. I don't think there were any good choices. In order to have progress, we do have to change, and it is shifting. The population is shifting. I have decided to take it upon myself, because I know I speak to Councilman Pfeiffer. I will be going all the way to Miller Road, I believe. So I'm going to make new friends. I'm looking at it in a positive way. We can't stop change, and we're going to be displaced. 7th Ward, there was a lot of accommodations. I'm losing a lot of my good residents in the 6th Ward, but I'm gaining some new ones. And I'm still going to service those who still believe that I will be their council person if they need me for resources, because that's what we're here for, serve the public. Kermit, I want to speak specifically to the violence, because the violence was out of control. I too would have liked to have heard something from Mayor Neely on the website, the police website, because it begins with leadership. Our city was in an outrage. It was the Wild Wild West. There was so much that was going on that the police could not keep control. There weren't enough officers to send to calls. I got calls from residents who were calling 911, and again, were put on hold because they didn't have a person to dispatch to. I don't know if they were passing out bullets or whatever, but there was a lot of shooting. First warm day, it was chaotic, it was chaos, and there was so much going on. And with us in the time that people keep their phones, they're able to record it. So it's shown on social media. I was upset about a video that was sent. That video's got over 30,000 views now of an incident. One was in Mount Morris, but then there was a second one that was in Flint. It wasn't in my ward, it was in the 1st Ward. But someone's daughter, who I know, was there. And we could have prevented that when an officer drove by. The other incident had been happening over 2 hours, or about an hour and a half, 2 hours into that. And subsequently, the ambulance was called to that scene. So we have to do better. The violence, and I'm going to wrap up, Madam Chair. I want to hear from leadership, and I want to hear them to calm our city down, because we need that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other member of, Mr. Murphy? Maybe? No, is it on?
Can you hear me
There
now?
you go.
Okay. A couple of things. I know Hubert Roberts left, and when he spoke about, I'm not sure what he said about white something.
Property.
Say that again?
Property.
White property? Okay. But I stand by what I said. You got some people that's just pro-black regardless of whatever. Some people pro-white, whatever. You know, you got it on both sides. But either here or there. I'm almost tempted to read an email, but I think I need not to do that. But I just want, I've been getting bad emails from people or whatever concerning my stance on supporting white women or councilwomen on council, but I think I'm not gonna read it, but I have been getting it. It's very disturbing. I'm not scared, whoever sent it to me, so they didn't scare me. It's just unfortunate that it's out there about that. I'm not on nobody's side. I don't support, I don't disagree with white council women on this. I ain't in nobody's clique. I just support what I feel is right and what I feel is wrong. So I don't have no color race on whatever he talking about. On Mr. Lyon Kermit, that's why I put a special order to talk about the violence, because it is bad. I watched a video on Pearson and Fleming Road at the store with a whole bunch of women, and then someone, and I'm wrapping up, I think some people got killed in the 3rd Ward on Selby Street this weekend on Pearson Road that wasn't in Flint, but we need to deal with this. We need to figure something out.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes, Dr. Lewis?
Thank you. Just want to comment about the violence situation. I mean, it's real and it hits home. You know, just Saturday during the cleanup, yeah, everything happened Saturday during the cleanup. A young lady, after we cleaned, she threw her baby's diaper out of the window. And so I just picked it up and I held it up. And she looked at me and rolled her eyes. But a community member intervened. Nothing was said. And was like, well, you know that you're subject to a littering fine if you do that. And long story short, the young lady said, and then she said, you know, that's your council person. And you don't want to do that. It's just not a good look. We just cleaned up. And her response was, well, I don't like the way she, I guess she spoke to me. I didn't say anything. And I was about to cuss her out. This is the sentiment and the attitude that we have. So when we talk about violence, it's real. And so we need to do something. I don't know what we need to do, but we need to do something. Because again, I was getting threatened to get cussed out. And who knows how that could have been escalated. So we definitely need to get a curb on that. And then the other thing I wanted to say to Ms. Jean-Marie, what the 7th Ward did was an example of democracy in action. You know, you saw a situation, you came, your group stood, fought, whether we agreed with it or not. The people are speaking, and it's our job to listen. So I hope that the rest of the wards will catch on. I mean, 2nd Ward included. You know, because a lot of my constituents, they were shocked when they saw that I picked up Ms. Burns' illustrious residence. But unfortunately, I had to let go of the individuals in the Selby area, as well as Forest Park, where I was planning to do a lot of programming there for the 2nd Ward. And I heard it, I still can, thank you. I say that to say, if 2nd Ward would have came to the table, as well as the other wards, it probably could have ended differently. So please, let's employ our democracy, and let's not wait till the last minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council who wishes to address the public? Is there any other member? Is there any other member? Hearing none, I will now take my time, and I know that Clerk Brown has several comments as well regarding Citizen 3, but I did want to highlight the 7th Ward particularly as it results regarding the Citizen 3 map. I received the most public input phone calls, letters, emails that I have ever gotten thus far regarding the ward boundaries. And it's our job as public servants to listen to what the public is telling us. That being said, it's very similar to my colleague in the 6th Ward. The only thing constant is change, and what we can do is we can we can control our response to that change and how we move forward. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what ward we're in my opinion, because we are still citizens of the wonderful city of Flint. And as long as we can continue to move forward together, we're not going to agree on everything, that's for sure. But as we continue to move forward, and it's how we respond to change and how we respond to progress, that's how we're going to keep building back a stronger community. I do want to give the rest of my time to Clerk Brown, who I know had some comments regarding this as well.
Thank you very much. What I would like to indicate to the council and to those who are in attendance tonight, number one, the Flint Election Commission was established, of course, in the charter, and it is chaired by whomever the clerk happens to be, with two other members, the city law director, as well as the assessor. And I should indicate to all of you all that we are not political at all. We have to make our decisions based upon population. And in that regard, this would be my third census since I've been working here at the city of Flint. I should also indicate that because of the substantial loss of population here in Flint since the last census, we're down to 81,252 people. Now, in that regard, that means that we lost about 20,000 people since the last census. Now, there's always a possibility that due to the pandemic situation, that some people did not complete their census form. There might have been some door-to-door and so forth and so on that was done by the Census Bureau. But based upon the census count that we received from the U.S. government, 81,252 is what we had to work with. Now, I should indicate to you all this. The largest ward that we have to deal with is the third ward. The third ward. The third ward is large in terms of geography, but not in terms of people. Now, there was no way in the world that we could have cut the third ward down. Therefore, we had to extend the third ward just about down to all of the other wards in order to get the number of people that we need for each ward. Now, moving forward, and I don't mean any harm by saying this to you, Mr. Quincy, okay? Moving forward, because we have had a considerable loss in population, it means that the charter would have to be changed so that you have fewer wards in the city of Flint than you currently have based upon a population loss. And we can talk about that at another time. But I want you all to know that we do not do politics. But I would agree with our vice president that the 7th Ward really put together, and they worked harder than any of the other wards in the city to bring things to our attention. Now, as a result of the population loss, we will have approximately 54 precincts instead of 61. All of the precincts will be located in the same buildings that we currently possess, which are mostly schools and so forth. So I'm agreeing with Ms. Burns that probably there's not going to be a lot of shakeup or anything like that. Now, in that regard also, we will be mailing out the new locations for all of the 81,000 people over the next couple of months, so that commencing with the August election, the August 2nd primary election, all of the voters in the city of Flint, as well as across the state, will be going to different locations, or they'll have different precinct numbers. But they will get advance notification about a month in advance in that regard. But again, I want to let you all know, this is not a political organization. Thank you.
That moves us to our 10-minute order. Let me start over. That moves us to our 10-minute special order with Mr. Art Woodson. Sorry,
Hello, everyone.
7.5. No,
Seven. You forgot the other 3. Good evening, everyone. This is so important. I know over the past couple of years, everybody heard that somebody died of cancer. And a lot of people don't know that from 1957 to 1985, down in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, they had TTHM. TTHM is a pathogen, waterborne pathogen that causes cancer. So ATSDR, which is the Agency for Toxic, ATSDR, Agency for Toxic Substance Disease Registry, they did a study on the veterans down in North Carolina. And what they found was different cancers that was caused by TTHM. We had more than just lead in our water. We had PFAS, we had PCB, we had TTHM, Legionnaires, arsenic. You have Lockhart Chemical that's being violated right now up on Dort Highway that's put chemicals in Outfall 1, which comes out right in front of the water treatment plant intake. The weirs and SCADA system and a whole lot more was messed up at the water department. So we was getting a whole lot of different things in our water. This report here, with the help of Dr. Verholden, we wrote this, and Genesee County commissioners last week, they accepted this report as a resolution for Genesee County Health Department to go ahead and talk to MDHHS to get us a cancer cluster study. I made a vow to my aunt and my cousin that I would fight until the last day of my life to get this cancer cluster study done. The problem that we had in the incident report that the state did, which you have at the back of it, they only, if you're diagnosed with cancer, that's the only cancer that they look at. My aunt had 5 different cancers. So 4 of those cancers they didn't put in this incident report. My cousin, she had 3 different cancers. So 2 of those cancers they didn't put in this incident in the incident report. If you read it, it says the Flint water crisis has had devastating effects on our community, which it had. And then you go down to the weakness of this cancer report that they put out. It said that multiple cancers were excluded from analysts due to small cell sizes, despite the fact that the increases were on the order of 300 to 500 for certain cancers. I went over to the hotspot, I call it the hotspot, over on Ballinger Highway, over by Bethel, across the street from Bethel. I knocked on the doors myself. I found 6 different residents with multiple myeloma. Multiple myeloma is a rare cancer that they found at Camp Lejeune is caused by TTHM. Also, it's a the waterborne cancer pathogen. 6 people in one location. That's what they call a cancer cluster study because you're looking for cancers. Brain tumor, throat, and stomach. One was up 81% here in Flint. The other one was up like 67%, and one was up 71%. That is alarming. And for the state to say that they're not coming in here because it's too early, it's not soon enough. I mean, if you already have these indicators showing that we have an issue and it's on the rise, and they only looking at it on lead, not because of all the other things. I've been in contact with Vice President Harris' office. They've been trying to help us get it. Then Genesee County Health Department is trying to help us get it. It's MDHHS that's preventing us from getting it. And until we raise our voice and say, hey, we need this, we're not going to get anything. And that's the sad part. Kent County, Wolverine, they had PFAS in their water. It wasn't even 3 months later that they had a cancer cluster study done. Oscoda, they had a cancer cluster study done. Why is it that Flint cannot have a cancer cluster study done? I'm not understanding the issue here why we can't have one done. So all I'm asking, and I'm going to try to make it quick because I know y'all want to get out of here early. All I'm asking right now is that you all pass a resolution to send over to Genesee County Health Department saying that you all agree and sign on that we do need a cancer cluster study, and that you are willing or you accept working or asking for a cancer cluster study with Genesee County Health Department, because they did pass a resolution last Wednesday for that. And Thursday, we will be talking to MDHHS on our communication call. They said that they have a letter that ATSDR went through both incident reports, and they get ready to come and tell us what they found also. So anybody that want to be on that call, 9 o'clock Thursday morning, let me know, and I'll send you the Zoom meeting so that you can hear it for yourself. There's a lot of information that goes on in that meeting. And I thank you all so much for allowing me the 10 minutes. And Councilwoman Worthy, I'm not mad that you vote against it. I don't take it personal, but I still thank you for listening and indulging me in this conversation. Thank you.
Madam,
You did that in 6 minutes, so at the remaining 4 minutes, if there's any council members who wish. Oh, we did say 7.5.
Madam President.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes, I'd like to put a motion on the floor to create and draft a resolution to do all things necessary to support this cancer cluster study.
So there's a, sorry, I got to rearrange. So there's a motion on the floor to do all things to create a resolution to do all things necessary to support the cancer cluster study.
Yes.
Correct? Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Ms.
I support that.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes. Thank you first, Art, for all the hard work you've been doing over the years, beating the drums about this cancer cluster study. This has been a great concern with the water crisis and then this COVID. The Flint residents has been very vulnerable to all kind of diseases and just environmental issues. So I think we need to figure out what's going on and look at the results. I'll be reading through this right here, but I think we should sign on with the Genesee County Commissioners to support this cause. That's it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Woodson, I appreciate your ability to bring this and to stay passionate on this topic. I know that you've been constantly pushing this, and hopefully that with the resolution of the county commissioners and us, and we can get some movement on from MHD or HHS, and you can fulfill those promises that you made, as well as potentially help residents that may be affected by this. Mr. Murphy, you did the thing that I was going to do. I was just going to dig up the resolution from the county and bring that forward, but I guess your resolution will in turn do the same thing. So I'll be fully supporting of this, and we'll see where it goes from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Ms. Burns?
Madam Chair, I don't think a lot of people, Mr. Woodson is very active in the community. He's also very passionate, and him and I don't always agree. We do not. We do not. This I support because there is an uptick, and we do know that there were higher levels, and that would be in my area. And through his determination to continue to press forward, he has also educated the community. I never heard of Camp Lejeune before, and because I've had to talk to him, don't ever give your phone number to Mr. Woodson, people, because he will call you. He has educated me through the process, and for me to get the need to want more information. It is needed. We do have a higher cancer rate, and we do have, people are dying The cancer is aggressive. When he showed me the pictures of his cousin's skin, and she said she didn't want to die. Then his aunt died maybe a year or two after that. And that was in the same household, I believe. So it's very real that we cannot ignore it. And it's not just Mr. Woodson. He's the only one that's family that was affected. The other families have just suffered in silence. We have the ability to do something, all of us, to make a change, make sure that we recognize that people shouldn't have been poisoned. They drank water, wasn't to any fault of their own, and we need to find out what's going on to fix it. And sometimes the hardest fights are the fights that take the longest. It hasn't been a swift race, but I'm going to support you. I'm going to support you, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same, because I appreciate you doing this, because there are people who are in the grave who cannot speak up for themselves. And you have been that voice. And don't stop, not on this, but press forward, because this is important, because people still don't understand how that water affected them. And I even think the water affected some of these kids with these violent tendencies in Flint. I believe it when we read about what lead can do. So I thank you for this and pressing forward. And my colleagues who were supporting and saying that they wanted to make sure we do a resolution, Councilman Pfeiffer, Councilman Murphy, that's what it takes, a council that's willing to get to work together to get some things done for the betterment of our community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Woodson, I would like to thank you for bringing this forward to us. Yes, and Councilwoman Burns, she's right. Don't give Mr. Woodson your telephone number. You'll get them 7 a.m. in the morning calls. You'll get after we get out of council meeting, you'll get those calls.
Point of information.
Call.
What's your
Did you know
point?
he asked for mine and I refused to give it to him?
Don't. But anyway, this is needed, and I will be in full support of this cancer cluster study, and thank you again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this first round of discussion? Ms. Worthing.
I am for this. What is is this just like our show of support, like as in the council supports this, but there's not really action being taken, it's just we are showing our solidarity?
The motion on the floor is to create a resolution to do all things necessary to join in and support with the county to help make sure that we facilitate the cancer cluster study.
That makes sense now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion? I'll just very briefly state, I think it would be a really good opportunity for Mr. Murphy and Mr. Pfeiffer to work together to hopefully bring this resolution forward for our next committee meeting. So I don't know if that would work for you too, but if that'd be possible, it seems like since you guys were already thinking on the same vein, that might be a good opportunity. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Seeing no movement, we'll move to the roll call vote on the motion to create a resolution to do all things necessary to support a cancer cluster study in the city of Flint.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The motion passes. Was it worth that extra 2.5 minutes? All right, so that moves us along to the petitions and unofficial communications, which will be adopted by consent unless there's objection. Hearing none, seeing none, those will be adopted. That brings us to appointment 220171, the appointment of Ms. Sonia Denise Breed in the 6th Ward for the Human Relations Commission.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I'd like to make a motion to approve 220171.
There's a motion on the floor to approve appointment 220171. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion? That was Mr. Pfeiffer.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms.
my
Burns.
colleagues are very quick on this, and I appreciate it. I will not speak on this long. I would hope that we would support Ms. Sonia Breed. I appreciate her. She's a community member. She's well qualified. I think there was one question that was asked last week if it was a conflict of interest, and I would hope that, I don't know if, through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, if he did get that information with her position which she holds with the state of Michigan.
Yes, there is none because the relevant statute is the Incompatible Public Offices Act, and there are 3 conditions, and none of those are being met, so there's no concerns in that area.
Thank you. And with that, when people volunteer their time, it's not a paid position. When we get qualified people, we want to change the direction of the city of Flint. We need to make sure we're getting people who are passionate. She can afford to move out of Flint. And where she lives, most people would have. And she has stayed, and she wants to help. I want to keep her in our community. I want to wrap her in and make sure she's embedded so she could do some good things in the neighborhood. And not just our neighborhood, but be a part of our city to grow it. We have to involve more people to change it. Too often people are leaving the city, but if we bring them in, they've got all this talent. I don't want them to take their talent to Fenton. I don't want them to take their talent to Flushing. I don't want them to take it to Grand Blanc. I want to keep Ms. Sonia Breed's talent here to help our city, her home, a better place for all of us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Burns, would you like to speak in the second round?
No, thank
Okay,
you.
all right. Does anybody else want to speak in the second round? Seeing none, that moves us to the vote on the motion to approve appointment 220171. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The motion passes. That brings us to the reconsideration of Resolution 220038. If I may provide just a brief context on this. This is the council rules, and I believe that it was passed. I will take full credit for this, for not separating this out as part of the master resolution during the April 11th meeting. As such, the chair would entertain a motion to send Resolution 220038 to Special Affairs Committee. That's right. We have to reconsider it first. So the chair will entertain a motion to reconsider Resolution 220038. Depending on how that reconsideration goes, then I'll entertain the motion for Special Affairs.
Madam Chair, I make that motion to reconsider resolution number 220038.
There's a motion to reconsider Resolution 220038. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis?
I support.
Been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey
So
Carter.
we are reconsidering it to, what, go back to Special Affairs or to stay, to vote on it to pass through council?
It'll be two. So this first vote is the allowing the reconsideration. So it was passed in the April 11th master resolution, which was done in error. There was a lot going on that night.
Okay.
So that was passed in error. So the motion that's on the floor right now is to reopen the resolution to be able to reconsider it, and then from there we'll be able to move it back to committee. So this first one is just, can we talk about it again, basically?
Okay. That's it.
Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, that takes us to the motion to reconsider Resolution 220038. Roll call, please.
Okay, Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no to reconsider.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no to reconsider. The chair will now entertain a motion to send Resolution 220038 to Special Affairs for further consideration. Ms. Priestley.
Make a motion to move
It's been moved. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Lewis?
I support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Fee?
So with this moving into special affairs, if we have any changes in the rules, we did not get past us being able to make any kind of changes. What's the proper, what I want to say, how should we as a group, and this is to all my colleagues, should we just go on and send our amendments that we want to see in the rules to the ad hoc committee that put the rules together, and you guys look at it and try to incorporate it with the rules, and then we look at it, because we still really didn't get past the working of the rules, and there were some things in the rules that I wanted to see changed. And I'm not sure if my colleagues, everybody have given you those rules, and if they have given you those rules, have those rules been incorporated in these rules? If not, because I know I haven't sent you any, but I did have some changes that I wanted to see highlighted, so I just want to make sure that all of us had the opportunity to share those rules with you.
If it pleases the body, if I may respond to the questions raised by Mr. Murphy? Is that okay with everyone? So I would recommend, because of how hefty and how many changes we can anticipate, I would highly recommend coming with a piece of paper of whatever amendment or rule. So let's say you want to change Rule 14.1 to say, all cows have to be the color purple. I would recommend that that would be in writing with enough copies for all of our colleagues to be able to read, because then the process, what we will have to do is we will have to go by amendment to vote on whether or not we want to adopt that. That would be my recommendation. Although any amendment can also be brought from the floor.
Okay. All right, I'm fine.
Okay. Is there any more discussion? I hear the microphones click. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes,
Okay.
Madam Chair. So from what I understand too, and I think Davina explained this to us, it's best that we really have all of these rules together before we even set a date and everything. So do we need to have another working session when it comes to the rules? I don't know. I'm just asking my colleagues.
Right.
And this is to my colleagues. Do we need to have another working session so that we can discuss the rules and make sure these are the rules that we want to have printed and voted upon on that date? Because, there's money involved in this. And through you to Ms. Brown, can you explain that to us again? As far as publishing the rules and having the public, input and everything?
Sure. Each time there's a change of any kind, we would have to have it published in the Flint Journal, which would be quite a large fee. So I can understand what she's saying in terms of you going maybe back to committee to get it more refined before you actually take it to special affairs.
You still have the floor, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
So with that being said, I would like to make an amended motion that we send resolution 220038 back to committee. I think it was in governmental operations, if I'm not mistaken. Send 220038 back to governmental operations. committee so that we can, you know, make our rules more defined and finish the work.
Sure, so there's an amended motion to send Resolution 220038 to Governmental Ops Committee. Is there support? Was that support?
Support.
Okay, hearing multiple seconds, I'll go with Mr. Pfeiffer because I saw him before I heard Mr. Murphy. Is there any discussion on the amended motion? Is there any discussion?
I would just say I support this, just so that we can have we can talk about it on Wednesday and not have to wait till the following Monday. So I would probably ask that we have our documents that we want to changes on Wednesday, and then maybe on Monday we can have a printout of what we approved. I don't know. So just gives us more opportunity, I guess.
Madam Chair. Oh,
Ms. Priestley, and Ms. Burns, did you want the floor? I'm sorry.
I can wait.
Okay.
I yield, yes.
Ms. Priestley, then Ms. Burns.
I suggest too that if everyone emails their suggestions to Janelle and she can disseminate them to us so that we're prepared and we've all read them and we've gone through them so that the meeting can go much faster and going through it because, you know, even doing what Ms. Herkenruder and I and Attorney Kim did, it just in our meetings together, what was it, 4 hours? Yeah. Or more. So can you imagine with 9 of us? Yeah. So that's why I suggest that we bring it together and it gets disseminated to us and so that we can be prepared.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will email my additional changes besides my other one, but my other request. I think that there's some things that we need to fine tune, and especially with some of the things that are going on now to kind of close the gray area, because I don't want, and then there's a lot that's happening. And I think that it would behoove us as not to be wasteful of the funds, city resources, to get that done, because there are some things that, there's a gray area, and I don't like gray. I mean, I like gray on the walls, but not, you know, when we're dealing with government. So I would like to have a working session, the same as my colleagues have stated. Iron it out, then let's, you know, a working session, and then move forward so that we have a final presentation or what we want the rules to be like, if we can, if we can't, and then also with Attorney Kim so we can get it right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? I will also just, I see you. I will also just say too, whenever we see the amendments that we want to add, we also don't have to go like in numerical order necessarily. So I know that there have been concerns raised regarding like social media and standards of conduct in that regard. So if we wanted that to be, you know, section 18 for the rules, we can do that. So I just want to make sure that my colleagues know that we're not limited necessarily to start at the end of these rules to be able to incorporate them. If they don't make sense where to put it at the end, we have the freedom to be able to say, okay, let's amend 14.1 to be the social media conduct. And then I guess for clarity as well, so that we can help clear up as much of that gray area as possible, when any amendment gets sent into Janelle, if it's referencing a current rule, if we could have that rule already listed, and then the written changes that you would wish to have to that rule or additions, and then if it's a new section of a rule, if we could just indicate that we want to add this new section, so this is going to be the, you know, the section of the 32 or anything like that. Just to make sure that we're all as clear and there's no gray as we keep moving forward. I believe Mr. Pfeiffer wanted the floor for the second round of discussion.
Yeah, just real quick, just to be considerate of the staff's time and their current workload, through you, Madam Chair, to Janelle, what would be a cutoff so that you can get these in a collaboration and a document back to us before the meeting on Wednesday? Tuesday end of business? Tuesday at noon.
Tuesday at noon?
Thank you.
Okay. We all heard that? Tuesday at noon, next Tuesday at noon?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
what do you guys think about, you all have received copies of the of our proposed rules. They've been renumbered and everything. It might be a clearer copy to work from as you do your changes and to make references to those. What do you think of that? What does the body think of that?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
To Councilwoman Priestley. Can you repeat that again?
Yeah.
Okay, so I had a clean copy of the proposed rules, and everyone received copies of that, I believe. So rather than going off of the old rules, because we've already got some proposed changes, taking your changes and listing them as in the new format with the new numbering and things like that. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and I would like to ask the staff to request a over 50 size font so that I could read it. Full page, please, so that I can, do my notes, then send back in the requested format that you and Councilman Herkenworth would request to make it easier. That way it allows us to put in specifically which council rule so we can, use our time more wisely.
Yeah, because the one that was published in our packets is really difficult to read. And so if we take one that's already clean with the changes that the ad hoc committee came with, and you have additional changes, then we can work with that clean copy with all the revisions that have occurred already, rather than going back and starting over again. That might be a cleaner way of going forward.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? To piggyback, I will then close out the second round. To piggyback off of Ms. Priestley, I would also, maybe we can send out the tracking changes, which is what's in the packet, send that out digitally, and the clean copy, just in case people want to see the original language prior to the proposed rules. So we can send out both. Is that what you were thinking? Yeah, I thought I was reading your mind over there. We'll make sure that we get that sent out.
No, you said the wrong word for me, tracking. I get in trouble all the time about tracking with my dissertation.
Point of information, I thought, did you know I was thinking about tracking tests with dogs?
Oh, my goodness. Very different kinds of tracking. That being said, that brings us to the vote on the amended motion to send Resolution 220038 to Government Ops. Roll call, please.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The motion passes.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I would make and I'm going to do this before we do a master resolution, since I know this one isn't ready. I'd like to send 220059 back to Legislative Committee.
Before I call for a second, can I provide some context? The point 1 has already been amended. We just didn't have the paper copy of it. The chair would recommend a motion to postpone until next council meeting, given that we've already done the point 1 changes.
So moved.
Okay. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
To postpone to next week for the point 1.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Through you to Mike Brown, is this the fence over here at the Kersley Lake?
Mr. Murphy, we're on resolution 220059 for Mott Park.
Oh, okay, all right.
A little ahead.
Mike, never mind. Save you the walk. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I never mind.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, that takes us to the vote to postpone 220059 to the next Flint City Council meeting for the proper amendment. Roll call, please.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no to postpone to the next council meeting.
The vote has been, the vote was 8 yes, 0 no. That motion passes.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer,
make a motion for a master resolution with any separations.
there's a motion for a master resolution with any separations. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any separation? Are there any separations? Are there any separations? Are there any separations? Hearing none, we still have a little bit if we decide that there are. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion on the master resolution? Final call. Is there any discussion on the master resolution?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer.
just real quick, since the Crim Fitness Foundation is on there, Mr. Brown, can you put together a document to send to the Crim about Miller Road? I know I've asked about this in the past, but we need to make sure that we take care of that.
Can you say that again?
Can we send a documentation about the construction on Miller Road to the Crim so that they can alter their path? I know that I've talked about it before, but I want to make sure that they're well aware of the construction.
Yep, we'll get that taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to the roll call vote on the master resolution. Roll call, please.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no on the master resolution.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no on the master resolution. That brings us down to the introduction and first reading of ordinances. I do want to just clarify for the body, the second ordinance that's listed there, 220166, did not make it out of special affairs, so that will not be considered on the agenda today. So that brings us to the first reading of ordinance 220145.1. There's no motion yet. Is there a motion on the floor regarding this?
Is it a proper motion to send it for second reading?
Yes. Is that your motion?
Yes.
The motion on the floor is to send ordinance 220145.1 to second reading. Is there hearing multiple seconds? Was that you, Ms. Worthing? Nope.
Madam Chair, I second that motion.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Pfeiffer.
I would just say that even though the Planning Commission recommends denial, if the new code, the new zoning code was adopted, this would, what they want to do would be approved under the new zoning code. So I'm going to support it as if, that way that they don't have to come back and try to do an amendment when we adopt the new zoning code. So hopefully we can get this through and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes, this is through you to Councilwoman Worthing. You good with this?
Ms.
Did she
Worthing.
hear me? You good with this?
Do you, can I answer? I feel like, I didn't hear from Wilcox, I wasn't here at the committee meeting, But that there's like a saturation of like liquor stores, and liquor stores are part of that being allowed. So I was going to vote no, but then hearing that, I don't know.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, you still have the floor.
I'm done. I like to support people in their ward, and it's just,
Point of information.
What's your point?
yes.
Are you aware that this is my ward underneath the new map?
Oh, well, Councilman Pfeiffer, are you good with this? Are you good with this? Okay. Okay. I mean, I don't know, these maps are so confusing right now, and I can't even see the street, the street, yeah, the names of the streets.
Hey,
So I'm all
point of
confused.
information.
What's
Be
your
glad
point?
that the police chief is here, not to hear that you can't see when you drive.
No, on the map.
Order! Oh
On
my
the map.
gosh. Is there any more discussion on this motion to send the ordinance to second reading?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Worthing?
I'm just going to vote no, but it's his problem. So, I mean, I'm good either way.
Thank you for your honesty. Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Is there any more discussion? Would any council member like a second opportunity to speak during this discussion? Hearing none, that takes us to the motion to send ordinance 220145.1 to the second reading. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Okay, the vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. This ordinance goes to second reading. That brings us down to our agenda change for additional discussion items requested by our colleague in the 3rd Ward and our colleague in the 6th Ward. Mr. Murphy or Ms. Burns, whoever would like the floor first.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy. Wow. that was-
I want to bring up the rash of shootings that's been happening in the city of Flint. The fight. I seen the video on Facebook of some fighting over here at the liquor store on the corner of Pearson and Fleming. It lasted a long time. It was a police cruiser that drove by during the time of the shooting. Of the fighting. A group of girls was out there fighting. I also got word last night that I think allegedly 3 people may have got shot or killed in the 3rd Ward on Selby and Carpenter Road somewhere. I had got a call last week about some shooting over there in Councilman Burns' ward. I reached out to her after one of her residents reached out to me, and they touched bases. And I think after they had a conversation, something else in addition happened. This was just one day in this weekend. I'm sure my colleagues have had some incidents happening. I have not seen a crime safety plan from the mayor and administration or the police chief. So I really don't know what our plan, I don't have nothing in my email. I don't have no hard copy of what's the plan of action when they deal with crime. My residence is calling me. I just while I'm sitting here with you guys, I got an inbox from someone who bullets hit her house, and this happened, I guess, Saturday, and she just inboxed me this while, you want to look at that right quick? She just inboxed me while I was sitting up here. She got bullet holes in her house. I think we need to invest in some ARPA dollars to look at some technology. I think we need the shot spotter. I think we need cameras. I think we need the speed bumps. I think us as a councilman need to see what kind of technology we can invest in to touch and feel some of these high crime areas where we can start zooming in. And then maybe we need to use some of the ARPA dollars to hire maybe if we can't get police officers here, we need to at least try to get some contracts with some security companies or something to patrol our neighborhoods, or maybe we could look at advancing some neighborhood crime watch where people have walkie-talkies where they touching bases with each other. So I would like maybe we could have a further discussion to discuss crime and what that looked like, because we got to take some kind of action. We can't just sit here people are counting on us as council to address crime in our wards, not just the mayor and administration. They looking for the city council to be able to bring something to the table. So I think we owe it to them to see what we can do to collaborate with the mayor or collaborate with block clubs. I just don't know. My opinion would be to come up with some high-end technology, some spot shotters throughout the whole city of Flint, not just in my particular ward, but maybe our wards need probably 3 or 4 shot spotters up in the air, and we need to look at using ARPA dollars to order some spot shotters to at least zoom in to figure out where the hot spots at, where they shooting at. Just like this lady just sent me a picture of some bullets in her house. If we had a shot spotter in the air, maybe we could have zoomed in to see particularly where it came from. So I'm just wanted to bring this up for discussion. The liquor stores, I'm not, at first I was kind of against closing them at 10 o'clock. But I think if the liquor store, when we looked at that video, I think it was after 10. So they congregating outside the liquor stores, and that's where a lot of the crime is taking place, on the outside. And I'm not saying it's the problem of the liquor store owner. He can't dictate what goes on outside, but if we having police officers just riding by, and they probably need it back up because of the amount of fighting that they was doing, because it was like several people was throughout the whole parking lot fighting. And I had rolled by that day. We was leaving the restaurant, and I happened to see the police up there. And then it ain't even got warm yet. We need to do something, even in the parks. They driving in the grass. They don't want to park in the parking lot. We need to have officers patrolling the parks coming through. People are just driving all on the grass. They just disregarding some of us that is trying to do what we can to maintain the park. I know I went up to Dewey Park this weekend, and cars was all on the grass when we got a parking lot right there. And I love the fact that they coming and utilizing the park, but they also abusing it at the same time. So we need to figure out what we can do to try to deal with the crime. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Burns?
Yes. I first want to announce Wednesday, April 27th, 5:30 to 8:30, we will have departmental budget hearings, the DPW, sanitation, transportation, traffic, and street maintenance. And then I want to get into let's talk about the crime. I'm going to start with, because it's so much, and I almost think we need a special order with the chief. And not just the chief, because we have MSP here too, Michigan State Police, to have them to be on the same page so we can get real answers, because they're patrolling our streets. It's like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, and I think we need better communication. I personally do. Because if I can't get the chief, I'm calling the MSP commander, and she answers her phone every single time for me, every single time. So I do want to get into one of the things, and I know, and I've spoken to Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter, Councilman Pfeiffer. I don't know if I spoke with you about it, but I know he was in your ward, Reverend Hubert Hart.
Yeah, he got killed in front of my house.
He did. He came before council. He worked in his community. He was a pastor, a veteran, a community activist. And there's a video. I don't know how this, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, after I had spoken to you, Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter, and I had a question. And I started Googling, and this was an extraordinary man. He came before City Council, he helped the youth, he helped in his community, in the violence on Buick Street. And he came to City Council and asked for help. He begged and pleaded. And I'm gonna put the video up on my social media page. He asked them for help. 3 months later, he was gunned down in his own community because of gun violence. So I want us to figure out what we can do, because that was about 10 years ago. And we are still fighting the same issue. And if we have the ability to do something, which I feel we can, we got some smart people here, we need to work together to get something done so that we don't keep having this and all the lives that have been lost. I have had in my ward, and this is not even going, I don't even keep track like I used to anymore because I can't. I can't. With the non-fatal shootings, those are the people who just aren't very good targets. Then we have the fatal shootings, the homicides. But the amount of time that people choose to solve the issues with violence is too frequent. It's too frequent. I had on one street within a 10-day period 3 shootings within the past 2 weeks, one street. I had another one on Cadillac, 3 on Thomas Street. I had 2 homicides on Flushing Road. So this is too much. 1 death is too much. This is not including this past weekend where you're getting calls and people don't know who to call. Well, who am I supposed to call sometimes, I wonder, if they're not taking my calls? And I have a problem with that. Some people need to be called to the floor on the mat because we need to fix this. Hiding our hands in the sand is not fixing anything. I'm tired of people saying, oh, it's crime everywhere. No, it is not. Grand Blanc doesn't have this problem. Flushing doesn't have this problem. Burton doesn't have this problem. And Flint Township doesn't have this problem. So when we look at neighboring municipalities, we have to deal with our problem and not say and give ourselves a pass by saying, oh, it's happening across the country. Yeah, we live here, and we need to address it here. They are not in fear, as you state, of the store that was on Pearson Road in the corner of Fleming. They were on the top of roof of cars, on the roof videotaping, and you could see, and it took me 4 times watching the video before I saw a Flint officer drive by. It was in the left-hand corner of the picture, and the guy kept saying, oh, there's the Flint police. They're going to police. Y'all, they were going to disperse. But you can see the officer hitting their brakes, but they didn't stop. Now, there was a homicide in Mount Morris Township about 2-3 miles down the road. Now, I get you may not want to go through, but try your car through, whoop, whoop. We need this crowd to disperse. That wasn't even done. Later, about 20-30 minutes later, multiple police, the MSP, the Flint police, and then they had to call an ambulance. There was a time period that could have been prevented, and it wasn't done. I'm not going to do the job of the police, not my lane, but I have respect for the police. I have respect for what they do, and their job is public safety. I had with Don Donuts, they told the owners there, don't call us if you have an issue clearing out your parking lot. And they have complied. They put the signs up like they were supposed to. They call, and they call me. They live in the 6th ward if there's a problem. Don Donuts is in the 2nd ward, and they're like family to me. And their frustration is, do I close my shop? because they're losing bakers. Their bakers come in at 4:30 in the morning, and they're quitting. Officers told them to you hang a sign up from complete towing because they're going to retaliate. We should not be telling people who own businesses, don't call the police because they're going to retaliate. It's not what we do. We need to quit letting the criminals run the city and run the criminals out of the city. I'm tired of it. We should not be afraid to go to the store. And the criminals, they say, hey, I'm not worried about it because the police can't catch me. We also have to not only hold our police department, but these parents need to hold their grown children, they not grown children or minors responsible. If your child is out there causing the problem, then you the problem. And I'm tired of it because they'll be the first ones to cry over this child. If it's a funeral, my baby, get a hold to your babies. You know, hold them accountable. You know, we need to hold the parents. It's too much happening. When the shooting, Mr. Gray came up and said he wanted me to tell him what happened to his child, and I couldn't tell him. I've never seen a father cry in despair, and I couldn't tell him that his son had been killed. We should not be living like this. It's not okay. And people say, oh, you're running around the crime. No, I want to know what's going on, where I should not go and where my community should not go. And where we have problems, there's no transparency. I want transparency. Each of our council members should be able to know what's happening in your community. It used to be that way. If there was a shooting in the first ward, second, third, fourth, fifth, they would put it in their boxes. They would make sure the council members had that information. I'm not getting that. Quit trying to suppress what's going on. People want to know what's going on. It's a reason why these videos are getting 50,000, 20,000 views. People want to know. And we should be able to know. Don't go to the store on such and such. Don't go here. And it's not just at night, because I've got a store in my ward that at 12:34 in the afternoon, it was a shooting. They pulled out AK-47s, and they were shooting from the roof of their cars they got on top. One guy was running through the parking lot with a handgun shooting into the crowd. We have very real problems. Do we need a full budget from the police chief? He needs to tell us. You know, what do you need? Do you need an aggressive hiring campaign? What do you need from us to make sure you have the tools that you need to successfully bring down the homicide, the shootings, the non-fatalities, the gun violence, the loitering, because loitering is not being enforced. It was not enforced on Pearson and Fleming Road. What do we need to do to make sure these things are addressed, enforced, and taken care of? I don't believe in just writing, as Councilman Pfeiffer said, how are we going to enforce it? Enforcement is an issue. So we need more people on these streets. What do we need from Police Chief Green to tell us? He needs to also tell us, I would like to hear from the post commander, Yvonne Brantley, to tell us too, because they work together. They should be working together and together so we know. One page, council should be able to tell residents to reassure them that, you know, you may not get a bullet in your house because this is very real. I appreciate, I'm gonna let my other colleagues, because I could go on, but Madam Chair, I want to do a special order to, I would like to have both of them here. Because I think the council in each ward, and everybody's ward has had a shooting. Every single person's ward has had one, a homicide. So we need to figure out how do we handle it. So would a special order be in order? Or I would like to do a special order. Yes, I'm tired.
For a committee?
It would have to be in special affairs.
You pick the committee.
Let's do special affairs.
All right.
That's a long way away.
That is 2 weeks. We've got,
But we have committees next.
government, who's over legislative?
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Over here. You're right.
I would recommend special affairs.
Okay.
Yeah. That way,
'cause
yeah,
we
that way
don't
they
get
get
to the other ones
time.
until late.
Yeah.
Let's do a special, and
I
that's
would
the only-
recommend.
it's special affairs.
Yeah, I would recommend, okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Pfeiffer.
I think we have an enforcement problem. That's, I mean, like Councilwoman Burns said, we have an enforcement problem. Until we get that, I don't think that we can we can't heal as a city until we stop the bleeding. And stopping the bleeding, the only way I know, is more enforcement. And we can put tools in place. I mean, I tried with the 10 p.m. closure for party stores that are 300 feet near residents, right? So we can take that and move that away from people's house. But this body said no. So we have to take accountability as a body to come up with solutions. Are they perfect? No. But sometimes we've got to think outside the box. You know, I mentioned to the administration, we have an enforcement problem in drag racing. Let's turn the hot spots into construction zones. Let's take away their ability. We know we can't enforce anything. We can't catch anybody. Let's turn them into 3 lanes. Let's turn them into 2 lanes. We have to start thinking as a cohesive body and come up with solutions. We all know the problems. But sit here and complain about the problems, we have to come up with solutions. And one of the fixes, I thought, was to, you know, everybody's got to take a haircut, and the party stores that are located in our neighborhoods have to, unfortunately, because there's no enforcement, they needed to be handled in a certain way. I thought that was thinking outside the box so that we could try to minimize the danger to our residents. And I'm open to hearing any other kind of outside the box thinking, because just complaining and say we don't have enforcement and we don't, like, that's not going to help anything. We can't get new police, we don't have budget. So as a group, I implore everyone, think outside the box. There's enough smart minds on this council that we should be able to help assist, even if it's to save one life. If we went from 60 to 55 murders, 55 is way too much, but if we can think of a solution to help the community, it's a win-win-win. But we can't just complain. We have to come up with solutions. And I agree with, let's get the city and the state on the same page. That should have been done, you know, we can't cry over spilled milk, but that should have been done months and months ago. But I implore to do some research, try to find a way, see what other cities, we're not the only one. Yeah, there's not crime in everywhere else, but there is crime, and people are thinking outside of the box. They're in the same budgetary constraints that we are. So that's all I have to say. I don't know all the answers, but I think that when we put all our heads together, we can come up with the right answers. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in this special, not, what are we at? Discussion item.
Madam Chair.
I'm going to go with Dr. Lewis and then Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yeah, I'll definitely yield to Ms. Winfrey Carter, please.
Okay, Ms. Winfrey Carter, then Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis. You know, I do think that there is an enforcement issue. And I do think, too, that we need to enhance the police department. And I heard Councilman Murphy speak of, you know, spot shotters. I proposed spot shotters maybe a couple of years ago. And also cameras throughout the city. Because I think that if they know that there are cameras, they would kind of, you know, it would kind of curb the criminal activity. But you know what? And I'm just going to say this. I've been doing a lot of research. We have a mindset problem here in this city, okay? And you all know that we also have a high rate of individuals, a high percentage of individuals who do not have their high school diplomas or GED, okay? So with levels of education, your mindset begin to change. And you can drive around this city and you can see it. We have a mindset problem here. And so we really gotta be about the business of trying to, flip this mindset. We got to. We're living in a city of individuals with a fixed mindset. But we got to start moving towards the growth mindset. And Councilman Pfeiffer, I like what you said. We all sit around this table. We sit up here, and we got to come up with some solutions. But we also got to start pushing our people towards bettering themselves, as far as getting these levels of education so that we can change these mindsets. And what happened this weekend, I'm telling you, I'm appalled. I'm appalled. It's lawlessness. We are living in a city of just lawlessness behavior. And you're not, a person with a fixed mindset, they don't think about the next person. They don't think that if they're speeding down the street at 90 miles per hour, that they may run over a child, or they may crash into an elderly person who's out driving, trying to go to the store. They don't care. But it's a mindset problem in this city, and we got to fix it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis, then Ms. Priestley.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Dr. Lewis, then
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Priestley.
It's getting
I
late.
forgot who Dr. Lewis was for a minute.
You know what happens when it gets late? With Judy. All right, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just wanted to reiterate a few things. I'm 100% on board with my colleagues. It's definitely an enforcement issue. It's an enforcement issue on a few levels. And the first level is the fact that the police officer drove by the scene and didn't do anything. So that's one level of enforcement issue. But think about this. We are still debating within this community about open carry because, when we talk about these youth and them doing their things, they are openly carrying Dracos and AK-47s out in public. So is that legal or illegal according to city ordinance? Where does that stand? And it's levels that we must, haul through in order to get clarity so we can enact the appropriate ordinances. I'm a big proponent of following the rules, but I'm also a big proponent of if we can't follow the rules, then what's the point of making more rules that we can't enforce? So yes, I would like to know, since it's an enforcement problem, and I guess a shortage of police, what next steps are we doing, not only to get other officers from other jurisdictions to come to the illustrious city of Flint, but what are we doing on a national level to bring people to Flint? What are we doing on a local level to get people interested in a career in law enforcement? So we have to, like we said, start thinking outside the box because these little things matter. And Pfeiffer, you hit it right on the nail on the head. We have so much intellect and so much creativity on this council. But, we must be allowed the opportunity to show and share. And so that's going to be the key to moving the city forward and also for putting a curb to this violence because, we all are affected. Like I said, that was the first hot day and they went wild. So I can't afford that. That's not what I can't afford to have that happen on my watch. Like I expressed at a previous meeting, a senior citizen got her home shot up a few doors down from me last summer. We don't need to have that happen. If she done survived Jim Crow and the rest of that stuff, we ain't trying to have her lose it all because of a stray bullet come through her house from some from a young person. So again, let's go ahead and use our creative human capital that we have here, let's definitely think outside the, oh, and let me just say this too. So a big reason why I was torn between the 10 a.m., I rode around to different stores, 10 p.m., thank you, that's kind of early, huh? Yeah, so I was against that because I rode around to different stores and I was seeing how late they stayed open. And then I noticed that the ones that did close, because we had a store in my community that was closing, they gathered in the parking lot. Store closed, as closed as they can be, but they was like, well, we're going to post up here and still hang out. So again, it's levels to this, and I think that we have the expertise and the intellect right here to get down to the bottom of this. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Priestley.
Yes. I think the main problem is a lack of respect. I've always felt this way. It's a lack of respect towards themselves as well as towards other people and their property. And I don't know how we can do that except for teaching that in the home. You can see it in the lack of respect for teachers in the schools. You know, when I was a kid and you acted up, 2 teachers went out in the hall with that paddle, and you got paddled. I remember at Holmes Junior High seeing that. I was never involved in that. I was a good girl. But it is definitely something that needs to be addressed. I am very concerned about what's going on in our community. And to Dr. Lewis, open carry is actually a state law, and there's nothing, I don't think legally we can do for that. But the important thing is that they know that the police officers have to know exactly when they can and cannot enforce the Open Carry Act. They can't have any part of that gun hidden by anything in order to be legal. Just so you know, like if you have a coat and part of your whole, yeah. I mean, so anyways, all right. And so that's all I have to say about this issue.
Will you save your announcement for final council comments?
I will. Okay. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, can I say something?
Yeah, we're not done with it.
Oh, okay.
It's you and I are the ones left.
Okay.
If you got something to say, go ahead.
Was she done?
I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. I agree with everything my colleagues have stated. This is not just a police issue or enforcement issue. It is multifaceted, and it is our culture of loving our guns more than our children. That's one of it, because as a teacher, I'm very thankful that I now work at home. But my children still go to school. They're at risk of a shooting, as we saw in Oxford. It just comes out of nowhere. And the fact that when this happened, they said you can carry a gun in a school. I remember being in the classroom saying, what? You can open carry and bring your gun into school as long as you have a permit, to this day.
Point of information.
What's your point?
You can only carry in a gun into a school, open carry, if you have a student in the school.
It doesn't matter. It takes one angry parent of their student who has that gun. And I felt so unsafe when I heard that. Because I used to work in Lapeer, and there was an incident where several young men went to jail over a threat that they wanted to shoot down the school. It happens everywhere and anywhere. And it's our gun culture. That's number one. And that's something we have to change nationally. We're the only industrialized country that loves our guns more than our children. The only one. It's not a problem in Canada. It's not a problem in Europe. It is a problem in the United States. And until we fix those fundamental flaws in our society, I don't see how we can change the whole situation. We can help with parts of it, but many of these shootings as well are revenge shootings. They're personal, and our mental health care in this country is sorely lacking. As Ms. Winfrey Carter said, our education. And I absolutely 100% believe that there is a concerted effort to keep our children dumb, to dumb down the population, because If you're not smart, then you can't vote in your best interest. And why do I say that? Because there's the Don't Say Gay bill. There's the, teachers are indoctrinating our children. It goes on and on and on. And when we're attacked as educators, we're not trying to indoctrinate children. We're trying to teach them. We love them. We want them to think for themselves. But until we value education, we value our children more than guns, until we change our society as a whole, I don't think it's going to be solved. But I do believe that we have a heart here on this council to see and make the steps that we can do. But I just don't think it's ever going to be enough until we change our culture as a whole nation. As we see, Chicago has high crime rate. There's other cities besides Flint that's suffering. COVID happened, many are suffering, and it's coming out in more violence. There's just so many factors. But I am encouraged by my colleagues who care and want to see something done, so thank you.
To close out this discussion item, this is going to sound odd, but on a discussion regarding gun violence, but I am incredibly encouraged by the brains in this room that we will find a solution for the city of Flint. Every point that I was going to make, except for one, was made by one of my colleagues, and that is tremendous and phenomenal, and that's how we can put all of our brains together to be able to showcase how a municipality can help change the landscape on that national level, whether that be through prevention with different education, whether that be, the smaller ordinances that we may not think has a big impact on our community, but ends up, having a tremendous impact. And with that, regarding the creative solutions that many of my colleagues discussed, I will just say this. There are a number of research and case studies out there that have proven, and the one that I'm thinking of in particular is from Philadelphia, that the number one way to reduce crime, particularly among the 19 to 21-year-old age range, is to reduce the number of liquor licenses available within 2 square miles. I will just plant that seed in my colleagues' brains as we go through that, and I will try to find that study for everyone as well so that we can see the same information. And I do encourage everyone to share whatever information we find regarding different creative case studies for education prevention, gun violence prevention, whatever that may be, to share that with each other. That way we are all on the same page as we approach this in the multifaceted as the multifaceted issue that it is. This is not just a one-size-fits-all. This is not a magic pill. This is going to be us doing really coordinated work across all levels of government and working with the state to be able to keep moving our city forward for the betterment and for all. With that being said, that brings us to final council comments. Is there anyone who has a final council comment?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
I have an announcement. I would like everyone to make a note on their calendars to join the Flint Symphonic Wind Ensemble on Sunday at 3 o'clock at Mayfair Bible Church on Pearson Road to hear the inaugural world performance of a piece called Legacy. It's written by a woman from Saginaw. It was commissioned by the band, and it celebrates the 200th anniversary of the founding of the city of Flint. The first movement is titled 1819, the second is 1919, and the third is 2019. And the last movement celebrates the resiliency of the people of the city of Flint. And this was supposed to be premiered in 2019. However, because of COVID, it got postponed to this year. So I encourage everyone to come out and hear it. It's a fantastic piece. The first movement gives me chills. So that's Sunday at 3 p.m. at Mayfair Bible Church.
Will you be able to send an announcement or the flyer with that to everybody?
Yep,
Thank
sure
you.
will.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to make final council comments?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So on Saturday, April 30th from 9 to 11, it is Stewardship Day with the Flint River Watershed Coalition. And so that's the time when we're going to provide a continental breakfast, but we're going to help clean up the watershed. And so we have different watersheds here. We have the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Park, Glenwood Cemetery area, Atwood Stadium, Flint Park Lake, which is in my ward, and that's one that I'm spearheading, Thread Lake, and also Riverview Park. So the point is to keep our watersheds clean and to come out and do something great. I know at Flint Park Lake, we're looking to have music on the water. So that's my big push to getting it clean so we can do great things on the north side. So this will be posted on the Flint Second Ward Facebook page, but I just encourage all of those that are at home and listening to get involved so we can make this a better Flint. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis, can you also share that information via email with all of us too?
Right away.
Thank you so much. Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I just want to let my third ward residents know that in the month of May, we'll be doing a series of park cleanup, starting with Dewey Park, moving to Ophelia Bonner Park, moving to the park over there by River Park by the projects. I hate to call them the projects, but
Public housing.
yeah, thank you. And then we'll be ending over there with Rolling Wood Park. So we got 4 cleanups coming. Every weekend we'll be at different parks cleaning up. I got a whole bunch of parks. And hold on with the blight, like Clerk Brown said, my ward is the biggest ward, and it's almost like the dump site because every other street they dumping all over the place. I was hoping we can do a special order or something, but I'll talk about that later. Since Arnold Brown been appointed to deal with blight, me and him been talking on the phone. He's going to be really good, a good asset to the community, and hopefully, Ms. Brown, through you to Ms. Clerk Brown, we will have. I don't know if the ward boundaries is officially certified. What I was doing was waiting until the boundaries get certified, where I wanted to go back out and have town hall meetings to engage the community, but I was just trying to hold up for a minute until we actually get the maps. And like my colleague, Jerry Winfrey Carter said, I really couldn't see the boundaries in the street, so I don't know if my street stopped at DuPont Street or Martin Luther. It was just hard for me to see the street. So if we can get some kind of detailed map to where we can actually see the streets where our boundaries, because some of them jit and turn, and I know the 5th Ward kind of merge into the 6th Ward and the 2nd Ward and all of that. I need to know what streets my colleagues stole from me, what areas they stole from me, so we can, you stole from me too. Yeah, but that's it.
Will you, Mr. Murphy, will you also please send out an email with the park cleanup information?
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has, Ms. Burns?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to tell my colleagues, thank you for having the good conversation that was needed about crime. I think we do need to address too, and I may in that special order to add in, we need to get these schools involved, because a lot of these are young people. So I don't know if it's the school board, and it's not just Flint, because we have our young scholars at Carmen, they're at Hamady, and the charter schools. And that fight that broke out on Pearson and Fleming, some of those Facebook pages, they said they were in high school. So I think we need to get the schools involved, maybe invite some of the principals, the school board. We need to involve the schools. So I appreciate my colleagues for the thoughtfulness, the open dialogue, addressing the young people, the violence, and saying we need to fix it, and it's enough, that this is an intelligent group of people that we can make a positive change and impact, and that we're not sitting on our thumbs and kicking this issue of crime down the road. And for that, I thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yeah,
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I wanted to also remind my colleagues and the public that we do have a Genesee County Recycle Day coming up. That's for your household hazardous waste, electronics, paint. And I know we all are getting ready to do our spring cleaning out your garage and all that. I have old paint and stuff in my garage. So the dates are Saturday, May 14th, 2022, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Tuesday, June 21st, from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., Tuesday, July 19th, from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., and Tuesday, August 23rd, from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., and it's at Carmen Ainsworth Middle School, and you would enter the parking lot from the Maple Avenue road there. Enter from Maple Avenue. And the number that you can call is area code 810-762-7744. And that is recycle at co.genesee.mi.us. And so you might, everybody want to make note of that. And I'm sure that my colleagues will post their cards on Facebook, and it'll get around the city through social media. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Through you, Madam Chair, I just have a quick question to Clerk Brown. And what I spoke to you earlier, if you could put that on the record, when does the map officially change? Meaning, when does our representation, who we represent, what is that official date?
The official date would be Election Day, August 2nd, which is when it all goes into effect, because there's a lot of mailing we'll have to do to let each person know where they're to go to vote and what their precinct is and what their correct ward would be and so forth.
So basically, when the polls close on primary day, that's when the boundaries will officially change?
No, when they open,
When they open?
right.
Okay,
But they'll get a notice before that time.
okay.
Uh-huh.
So we got until August something to, okay.
August 2nd.
But as soon as I get everything mailed out, or before I mail it out, I'll let you all know I'm doing a mailing of 81,000.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for final council comments? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion for
Madam
adjournment.
Chair.
Mrs. Priestley?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Been moved. Is there support?
Madam Chair, I support.
Here, it's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, please, on the motion to adjourn.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
That's fighting words.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfield Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms.
Yeah.
Heckenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. We are adjourned at 11:05.
The men are the troublemakers of this council.
I'm feeling very impressed here. What is
No, it's Priestley. Wow. You went to Holmes Junior High School, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you saw them two teachers jump up